version at first, and then that did not work, and they had to move towards a military operation. But that's exactly why you get that sort of, from your perspective or from my perspective, upside down. They wanted political objectives and didn't give a damn who they had to sacrifice, their military included, to try to achieve that. Right. So that we're in agreement there. We're in complete agreement there. I don't think that your ideals and my ideals are wrong. They're not shared by Russia.
Thank you, Gurney. Let's go to Bloke.
Oh, God, you guys, you managed to hook me in every time. This was a great discussion. But John said something that I thought was the start of a thread that was really fascinating. And he said that the Russians did not understand Ukraine or a democracy and how a democracy works. And I would like to go back to the other side of that thread, in that any autocracy will never be able to understand precisely how democracy works. And I'll explain that in a second. So we've been talking about the military objectives being completely absurd. Attack on 7 axes, don't account for logistics, try to do thunder runs in 7 different directions, and topple the government. Well, why would the military think that? Because the FSB told Putin that that's what's going to happen. And if you think about this, the way the autocracy works is that everyone's going to say, we've got this, because they can't say otherwise. They must lie to their political leadership. Otherwise, they're going to be drummed out of their jobs, right? So it is fundamentally impossible for the Russian political leadership to actually make a decent assessment about what they're dealing with. If you trace it to the other side of the thread that John started, he said that, a democracy becomes stronger when faced with a threat to its very existence, because people love their democracies. And remember that Ukraine had been fighting since 2014. This is not new. The Russians had already invaded, right? They've been fighting this entire time for their democracy. They were on the Maidan fighting for it. They knew what they wanted. The citizenry was united in achieving the goal of freeing themselves for all the years of oppression that had preceded them for hundreds of years.
Don't forget about the Orange Revolution in 08 as well.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So you have 2 political systems, well, the Russians in particular, that not only fundamentally don't understand Ukraine, they don't even understand themselves. Because I wish I understood. I wish I was there to hear the conversations, but I'm sure the FSB was saying, "Yeah, we've done our job. We've got this. Trust us. It'll all collapse within 3 days." And I'm sure the army said, "Oh yeah, we've got this. We'll have it all covered in 3 days." If you take it in isolation, any military expert will say you need 3 times the troops, let alone for occupation in a hostile country. You'd probably need 5 times. Look at the numbers. They didn't have the numbers that was just like, do the arithmetic. That was impossible for a country of 44 million people, right? But they built this house of cards based on lies, because that is the way an autocracy functions. It must, because they can't say no to the mafia boss. Because if they say no to the mafia boss, he'll off them, and they'll be flying out of 7-story windows, like a lot of them have been lately, once the house of cards collapses, right? So that's why Ukraine will win. That's why they know what they are fighting for. That's why they will defeat the Russians. And that's why we also need to support Ukraine, because in many ways, they're like us, right? And they have institutions that go beyond the politicians, and you can only and have faith. When these institutions are attacked, we as free people rise to defend them. I like to believe. And that's why people put on uniforms. That's why people, do public service. And that's what the Ukrainians have been doing for a long time. And the Russians never understood that. And that's why they fucked up so badly when they did both the invasion and the attempted coups. House of Cards, right? FSB, GRU, military, all lying to the boss. And that's how they messed it up. And the only thing we can do is kick them out and help Ukraine kick them out, because Ukraine has the right to self-determination and they've earned their freedom over and over again. And I will shut up now. Thank you.
Thank you, Bloke. I will put out one last request to our listeners to please retweet the space if you haven't already. Heck, even if you have already, the algorithm would love it. So with that, thanks back to you, Jim.
Thank you, Joseph. Before we go to Gunn, just a brief point. Revolution Dignity was, or excuse me, not Revolution Dignity. The Orange Revolution was in 2004, I believe.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I was thinking
No
of. I conflated Georgia. I'm sorry about that. My mistake.
Revolutions all over the place. Oh, looks like we got Gunny. Or we lost Gunny, I mean. Well, with that, since we have lost Gunny, it appears there's no other hands up. So, Language, do you want to go into it?
Oh, looks like we got him back. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's a Gurney.
No. Sorry. As soon as I heard that, let Language go ahead. I'll have something for after for a different topic.
Understood. Language, please fire away if you're ready.
Sure. So with that, let's jump into it. As always, I highly encourage you to pull up a map. Otherwise, these are just names and places, and they mean nothing. Google Maps works great. Google Earth Pro if you're on a computer. There's a number of great maps. Ukraine War Monitor 3, Ukraine War Maps, Andrew Perpetua, Institute for the Study of War, among others. I encourage you to pick your poison. And, when you start to get into where these areas are, you'll understand these things a bit better, and you can actually see the ebb and flow of this battle. I know it's a lot. So with that, let's dive in, starting in Belarus and proceeding clockwise, ending with some general statements. This is the military update for August 12th, 2022, day 170 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In Belarus, the Belarusian military has once again extended their military exercise until August 28th. Essentially, given that this is either the 15th or 16th extension, they're expected to last indefinitely. There are no major changes on the territory of Belarus. And the Ukrainian government has stated that Russian intel agencies may seek to stage provocations and false flag attacks in Belarus or other regions to try and bring Belarus into the war wholesale and or justify full mobilization in Russia. They drew specific analogies to the apartment bombings that essentially propelled Putin to power and are widely believed to be caused by the FSB, who used them as a stage to then justify the Second Chechen War. The 8 explosions at a Belarusian airfield a few days ago are still, as of yet, unclear in cause. Most of the fingers on Belarusian social media seem to be pointing towards a Belarusian partisan operation that may or may not have been supported by third parties. Moving to Kyiv, Western Ukraine, and touching on the politics of the region, the Ukrainian commander-in-chief, General Zaluzhny, has proposed to allow those who are not subject to military mobilization the ability to travel outside the country. Specifically, this is targeted towards allowing students to travel. Zelensky has proposed an extension of martial law and general mobilization in Ukraine. It's not the first time. I believe it's every couple months it comes up for renewal. The Ukrainian Ministry of Culture is drafting a law that would give it the English language special status as a language of international communication and increase its teaching in Ukrainian schools. On the flip side, per the 2022 to 2023 school year in Kyiv, Russian will no longer be offered as a course of study. The Ukrainian government today set out conditions for a, quote, compromise with Russia. Surprise, surprise, namely that Russian forces leave all Ukrainian territory past the 1991 borders, including Crimea, and pay reparations. There is an ongoing effort in Western Ukraine, specifically in Lviv, to repurpose old Soviet-era buildings that have fallen into neglect to serve as essentially modular refugee camps for internally displaced persons. We're talking about large warehouses, large industrial buildings, essentially being turned into pods. And Zelensky did have a conversation with Pope Francis today and stated it was productive. And then in the spy world, a Ukrainian journalist way in the west in Lviv found what appears to be a sophisticated voice recorder in his apartment and was reported to the SBU. And now there's a bunch of people looking inside their own apartments. It's unclear why for this specific reporter, who I believe was involved with some national security stuff. But now there's a little bit more paranoia of FSB agents in the walls. Moving further east to Sumy and Chernihiv, today Russian forces carried out some 200 strikes across the border regions with mortars, machine guns, and grenades. These harassing and indiscriminate fires have continued for several months now, reportedly due to the severe damage to infrastructure in the area. Now, children are being taught to make trench candles and other emergency sources of heating because the winter is expected to be rough. And a woman foraging for mushrooms in the forest tripped on a Russian booby trap or landmine, but was luckily able to bike back with her injuries and receive medical attention a couple hundred yards away. There is currently a ban on visiting forests in the Chernihiv region due to the danger of unexploded ordnance and mines. The Sumy and Chernihiv regions are the most mined areas in this country, with over 40% of their territory at risk of having either unexploded ordnance or massive groups of landmines. Moving further east to Kharkiv, Russian forces did not conduct ground assaults around Kharkiv, instead continuing to use airstrikes and artillery strikes as regular against Ukrainian troop positions and supply columns. They continue to focus their efforts to the northeast, close to the Seversky Donets River, around Stary Saltiv and Rubizhne, as these are positions that Ukrainians have that are potentially capable of menacing Russian supply lines. Newly recruited Russian, and we're going to use air quotes here, volunteer battalions have apparently been deployed to Kharkiv, which serves to indicate that the focus of Russian troops is elsewhere and Kharkiv is not the priority, as these guys have gotten a whopping 30 days of training and are essentially incompetent. And Russian forces in the Kharkiv region have reportedly poisoned several refugees by aid supplies at a refugee camp in Russian-controlled territory. It's unclear if the food was tainted intentionally or not, but a bunch of people got sick after exposure. The Kharkiv education system will not reopen due to constant shelling, and online education will continue indefinitely. There were some questions about that, but it appears that that is a bridge too far at this time. And a Russian FSB operative who was targeting for missile strikes into Kharkiv was identified and arrested. He's one of those responsible specifically for the massive explosion early on just outside the central government building, which was recorded on closed-circuit TV. If you remember that very large explosion hits a street in an open square, he was the one responsible for calling that in. Moving further south towards Izium and Liman, Russian forces fired a number of S-300s and other missiles into Kramatorsk, causing some 24 casualties in a civilian residential area. And reportedly, the 64th Guards Motorized Rifle Battalion, who were widely held to be responsible for the massacres in Bucha, have taken massive casualties equal to about 1/2 to 2/3 of its original number, but continues to be constantly deployed to the front lines without relief in the Izium axis. There is speculation that Russia would like this unit to simply disappear on the battlefield so as to make the problem of witnesses and reminders of Russian war crimes also get buried with them. Further east towards Seversk, Russian forces attempted attacks along the three major fronts, Orlivka, Verkhokamyansk, and Sperm. This is to the northeast, east, and southeast of Seversk. All were fairly minor and repelled, with the bulk of Russian manpower now apparently devoted to the southern axis of approach and further down towards Bakhmut. Russian troops appear to be generally redeployed down towards this area, And frankly, the assault attempts from Lysychansk has essentially stalled out, with Russia not having made any significant progress in over a month, aside from Berestov, which is about midway down closer to Bakhmut, which was leveled before Russian troops were able to get anywhere close to it. Moving to Bakhmut, Russian troops continue to press on the city and have taken additional territory outside the city limits to the east. Further to the northeast, Russian troops are leveraging artillery and apparently tanks as well, firing from hills onto the highways in an attempt to take Soledar and by extension open another route towards Bakhmut along the major highway to the northeast of the city. Per some citizens who had just gotten out of Soledar, the evacuation comes currently under essentially constant Russian shelling, and there is fighting and fires in the eastern industrial district and potentially the major mine in the center of town, which is reportedly currently ablaze. An average of 50 people can be safely evacuated per day. They report heavy fires, which are coming from either just massive shelling all over the place, and it's unclear, but they're also saying that there may be heavy use of incendiary weapons. The eastern section of Bakhmut city has some heavily reinforced industrial buildings, which are controlling the main road that Russian troops are trying to push into the city from. And apparently, these are very heavily reinforced, large industrial buildings that have what's known as overlapping fields of fire, meaning that when Russian troops attempt to attack a single building or concentrate forces to do so, the other buildings can still fire on them and blunt the assault. In Donetsk, and further south, Russian forces allegedly have control over the suburb of Avdiivka of Pisky, following heavy assaults and essentially leveling the town with thermobaric weapons in recent days. The most likely routes, should Russian forces consolidate control over this suburb, is the northern Ukrainian fortified town of Vodyan, which is right along the river, which runs east to west and prevents a massive assault from this area all the way further north into Ukrainian lines, around Avdiivka. Alternatively, should Russia for some reason decide to push to the northwest, there's some small villages, but they immediately run into a river. Essentially, they're on, I'm not going to call it a peninsula, but if you treat the rivers like a larger water source, it's a peninsula. They don't really have a lot of spaces to go if those bridges get blown. Given the Russian energies that have been placed towards the capture of Avdiivka, frankly, for months now, Russian troops will likely prioritize opening up another flank on the city by crossing the river to the north, rather than trying to make a push deep into the Ukrainian lines. Otherwise, Russian forces continue to attempt assaults into the Donetsk suburbs of Marinka with no reported success. And DPR conscripts have been intercepted complaining that they don't even have enough infantry for basic assaults and that the units are incredibly disorganized. There's also a lot of rumors in the ranks about Ukrainians killing everything in Crimea with long-range missiles. Moving to Mariupol, the Ukrainians have lodged formal complaints and asked for international assistance in response to Russia's planned sham trial of Mariupol defenders, which is alleged to be scheduled for the 24th, Ukraine's Independence Day, in the local theater. There are photos of a massive cage being welded together, apparently to hold the prisoners. Currently, the International Committee for the Red Cross and the UN have been unable to access the Olenivka prisoner of war camp, a site of a blast that killed 50 and wounded some 70 Ukrainian prisoners of war some weeks ago. And a Russian helicopter was shot down outside of Mariupol via friendly fire under unclear circumstances. There's allegations of very jumpy air defense units following the strike on the Crimean air base a few days ago. Moving further west towards Zaporizhzhia, the southern axis, Russian attempts to institute a mass passportization of citizens in areas under its control, i.e. taking their passports, giving them Russian passports, now claiming them as Russian citizens, something that they've done quite a bit in other areas under their control since 2014, have essentially failed en masse in the south, even with bribery and threats involved. Reportedly, Wagner Group mercenaries are on site at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, where they're being tasked with mining the area because the Russian military apparently will not or cannot do that task. Ukraine is actively planning for all eventualities regarding the nuclear power plant, including potential evacuation from nearby settlements in the event of a radiological incident. The head of Putin's political party, United Russia, in Melitopol was attacked by partisans, and a car bomb was detonated further east towards the Luhansk region to target another political official. Reportedly, Ukrainian partisans are taking specific aim towards those individuals who are aiding and abetting the proposed sham referendums planned in the South. Apparently, the date for a referendum has been pushed back indefinitely due to the inability for Russian troops to effectively control the large populations in southern Ukrainian cities. There was also another set of IEDs detonated just a couple hours ago in Melitopol with unknown effect. And per the Ukrainian government, Russian reservists are being circulated increasingly to the south of Ukraine rather than other regions, but no new assault groups have been formed as of yet, meaning that they're in more of a defensive capability and they're not going to be able to launch any large offensives with these troops for some time. Moving to Kherson, Ukrainian forces struck the bridge along the Novokakhovka Dam again today, and per the Ukrainian Southern Command, it is no longer usable for transit. Should this be the case, it would mean that all of the major Russian routes across the Dnipro River into Kherson are now out of service. Russian aircraft launched 7 airstrikes today, and Ukraine carried out 5 airstrikes. The Ukrainian airstrikes were designed to target a number of ammo depots, which apparently went up. Russia has decided to open a school for media professionals and create a new propaganda television program in Kherson, and quite literally one single person, a known propagandist, sort of the InfoWars of Kherson, if you will, with a blog, was the only guy who showed up, and so the pictures are quite sad. Russian soldiers carried out massive night raids across Kherson City last night, attempting to arrest and detain a number of people. There's been analogies drawn to Stalinist era times. And there is increased reporting of a substantial Ukrainian movement past their bridgehead over the Inhulets River near Davidi Brid. This is northeast of Kherson City, possibly reaching the southern portion of the T-2207 highway, which is important because it is one of 2 major roads that supplies a large portion of Russian troops to the northeast of Kherson. Moving to Odessa, the Black Sea, and Crimea, the Odessa border guards received 4 small patrol boats from the EU, primarily designed for patrolling rivers. They're not expected to go anywhere near the Black Sea. They are very small. And in the Black Sea, there's 2 missile ships with about 12 missiles available for use. There's been increasingly stormy weather, and the Russian fleet is staying close to the Crimean coast, and they're explicitly in an area that's to be protected from Ukrainian missile strikes. The U.S. Department of Defense, specifically sourcing from the Pentagon, stated that Ukraine struck the Saki air base 3 days ago, but it was not carried out via ATACMS missiles, and that, quote, nothing indicates the strike was carried out by missiles, unquote. Per the United Kingdom's intel agencies, the 4 large mushroom clouds were the results of ammo stockpiles exploding. And Forbes has said that the verified destruction of Russian planes at Saki Air Base cost Russia somewhere between $150 and $450 million US. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated 200 soldiers for a total of 43,200, 8 armored vehicles, 3 tanks, 1 artillery gun, 13 cars and trucks, 6 UAVs, and 1 plane, the greatest losses being around Bakhmut. As of today, reportedly a minimum of 1,000 Russian officers have been confirmed killed in action. There's actually a Twitter account that goes back and checks out obituaries and whatnot. So there's at least 1,000 dead Russian officers at this point in time, guaranteed. Russia has instituted some, big air quotes here, industrial mobilization, with a number of defense industry companies being banned from allowing employees to take vacations. There is also apparently plans to increase the Russian defense expenditure by $10 billion US from the current about $49 billion US. This 20% increase is a considerable amount, especially given the current state of the Russian economy. And while additional supplies are crucial for any mobilization efforts, the major rate limiting factor will be the amount of trained and capable soldiers to operate them. Subsequently, a draft Russian law would require Russian businesses to complete and prioritize military orders, and also allow the Russian Defense Ministry to more directly manage and direct said businesses. Reportedly, a number of Russian regions that have been tasked with recruiting volunteer battalions have been unable to supply the number of units requested, and are just flat out making up numbers about their recruiting and deployment successes. A large number of recruiting stations have reported less than 25% of their stated number actually being deployed or trained, and several others reject that they're recruiting at all, especially in larger cities of Moscow and St. Petersburg. Ukraine has created a Telegram chatbot to search for data on missing or captured Ukrainian soldiers if provided with ID. And the Turkish company Baykar, who produces the Bayraktar drones, has announced that they want to create a factory in Ukraine after the war, a plan that was already scheduled and discussed somewhat heavily before the war began. Per their press release, which is a little pie in the sky, the plant would be designed to not only produce the TB2 drone that we've all grown to know and love, but also the heavy combat UAV, the Akinji, which is considerably larger, and also the under development Baykar Red Apple, which is essentially a fully autonomous drone fighter jet. Again, this is for the distant future. In economic news, Ukraine's consumer inflation in July has grown to 22% for the year, and core inflation has raised from 15% to 16%. The cost of foods has increased approximately 23% over the year, and forecasts predict that inflation will reach 31% by the end of the year, and GDP will shrink by a third. With that, I'm about done. If there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Well, thank you very much, Language. Doesn't look like there's any hands up at this very moment, so I'll go and ask you one. There was a statement that was released by the U.S. Department of Defense earlier today. It was kind of odd. It was remarking on Ukrainian progress in the Kharkiv region, and it was noting that the Ukrainians have made notable advancements in Kharkiv, which immediately struck me as odd because, as far as we're aware, according to open sources, the front line in and around Kharkiv City has been mostly static for quite a while now, again, at least according to open sources. So I'm very curious if this is just the Pentagon being way late on their press releases, or if they are referencing advancements that are currently not yet in the public sphere due to very tight Ukrainian operational security.
So I think this is an area where we're just kind of getting the region mixed up. I'm not saying that you are, but when we talk about here, and certainly I do, we generally talk about the area north and east of Kharkiv. Technically, the area just north of Izium is also in Kharkiv Oblast, and there is very much an information blackout there right now, and reported attempts by Ukrainian forces to fill the space as Russian forces are apparently being redeployed out the area. That seems a lot more likely to what they're talking about. If they're not, like you said, many weeks behind, but I suspect they're not. They know a lot more than we do. Everything north of Kharkiv has essentially been stagnant for months.
Understood. Yeah, that was my second thought was, Izium in that region is technically part of Kharkiv Oblast. In any case, let's go to Gurney, Craig, and then Dr. Paul.
Thanks, John. No, I was gonna, we'll pause this for a second here. I was gonna sort of parse some statements here and maybe have a question and answer from you. If you present me statements and I could sort of answer them without lying, in a sense that they can be true or they can be construed in any which way. And the reason I'm going to say this is there was a recent statement that says, I think it's indirectly, so it's not an actual quotation. There are no indications that this was an attack-em strike on Saki. Now, that might seem outwardly, benign or outwardly straightforward, but watch the wording of this. There are no indications. So in that statement, it could be an attack-ems. It's not ruling out an attack-ems here, but just watch the parsing of words here and just the nuances. What you can't do in a statement is you really cannot lie. But if I give you a statement, John, that says there are no indications, that can be a true statement, meaning there are no indications. And what does this mean? There are no indications on the open source. There are no indications of visual evidence. I could give Ukraine an attack-ems if I had it, and they could use it ostensibly however they wanted. And if they didn't tell me where they used it, it could be likely they used it on Saki. And yet I could still make a statement that says there are no indications that an attack-ems was used, and that still remains true. It doesn't mean that the attack-ems wasn't plausible or did not cause it. It just means there's no outward indications that that was used, or you do not know with 100% certainty that it was used, even if you may have been told it was likely to be used for targeting. But we can play this game later, but I just wanted to say that some of these statements are interesting to some people, amusing to others, but ultimately they're usually always truthful, but the interpretation is in the sentence itself.
I believe the official specifically stated, and this is kind of being reported secondhand from a briefing, that it could not have been an American supplied weapon, and that because it was not ATACMS because we have not given them ATACMS, unquote, and that there was no information to indicate whether or not it was a missile attack, or whether, as has been suggested, it's an attack of sabotage. Says, we haven't provided anything that allows or enables them to strike into Crimea.
I haven't seen a statement as specific as that. And usually what the fallacy is we usually interpret things into statements that don't exist, meaning there's no indication it was a missile strike. Doesn't rule out the, if I say that, just hear me out here, just let's do some gymnastics. It doesn't mean that it wasn't a missile strike. It just means there were no outward indications or potentially evidence that it occurred, right? I guess maybe people are better schooled in the words of the wisdom of parsing, but the only thing you can look for is basically it cannot be an outright lie is the general rule, right? So if you read statements, and as long as it's not an outward lie, it's basically a way of saying, look, there's a multitude of possibilities that could have occurred, and we're going to say, look, I don't have an indication it was this, or did not provide, but language to your question here is I have not seen a statement that says did not provide, right? I've seen statements that says the U.S. policy is to not provide them. But again, even if it was that statement does not exclude actually providing them. That's referencing, and just to be legalese here, it's referencing a policy which could be changed, overruled, or overrided, right? So I'm just, maybe this is amusing to me, but reading these statements is there's sort of part art to it, part science to it. I haven't seen any statement that rules out ATACMS or ballistic missile, but a lot of people do read into it a little too far beyond the very general ambiguities that the statement makes.
Right.
I think we lost John. Sorry, go ahead, language.
Yeah, I mean, I understand exactly what you mean about nebulous language, and there is an art to it. Conversational judo is a thing. I could be wrong, but from reports, Voice of America, a number of other sources citing a Pentagon press briefing, they're explicitly ruling out that it was a U.S. provided munition. And then when asked whether it was ATACMS, they said it couldn't be those because we haven't given them any. So I know it's perhaps not, who knows why they're saying it. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but their official statement from the Pentagon today is it wasn't a U.S. missile because we haven't given them anything that can reach that far yet.
Thank you, language. Johnny used to be a co-host. Where are you now? I'm going to Dr. Paul first. Dr. Paul, go ahead.
Hey, thanks. And John actually asked my original question in language. I promised myself not to ask any questions tonight, given I asked like 5 or 6 last night. Nonetheless, here we are. So I would like to hear more, and this kind of dovetailing on what Bloke was talking about earlier about, kind of the intelligence services and the role they're playing. I'd like to hear more about this journalist potentially working for the FSB, the FSB. Can you go into a little bit more detail about that? That's a very intriguing aspect of all this, and going to what Craig was saying earlier. We talk a lot about like the military mistakes made by the Russians, which in my view, what we've kind of like not dug into enough is the potential like misinformation that the FSB was gathering. And so like I'm very intrigued and interested in the intelligence aspect of this, and would like to hear more if you have any more about that.
Right. So maybe I was unclear. It was a reporter, not somebody working for Russia, who quite literally, as they were cleaning out their couch, something you should all do, found, and there's a picture of it. It's this very tiny sort of audio recording thing that apparently had some tremendous battery life. It's not just some kid leaving it behind as a prank type deal. But that has, because of where it happened in Lviv, it has sort of, I'm not going to say it's sort of set up this little spy mania there, but there is a bit of that going on now about the FSB is listening to everything we do. The SBU, the Intelligence Services of Ukraine, are actively working on it, and they've put out a couple statements about it. They have possession of it, they're analyzing it, and they're saying if you see anything that seems unusual, please do send it to us. This is a good indication though, because this is just regular, not regular, but just a reporter, that if the FSB is able to go into people's apartments in Western Ukraine and at some point in the last several months leave bugs around, then the FSB is likely still active, as we know they are in Ukraine in general. We've seen that with a bunch of their spotters for missile strikes being located and arrested more recently, especially for these S-300 strikes. Apparently there's some overlap there when they use them and when they have people on the ground who can basically walk them in onto stuff, which is also a good, not that we need more evidence, but a good explanation when people say, well, the Russians aren't meaning to hit these civilian areas. It's because their missiles suck, because they only use these when they have somebody with eyes on the ground, and then they go and blow up a couple apartment buildings. So, I can't really use that excuse very much.
And one last quick question, or actually a celebration, 1,000 dead KIA Russian officers. I believe the Russian entire military combined forces is close to 1 million. I think it's around 980,000 or something like that. That's 1 to 1,000 ratio currently. But what's the force structure of how many officers in the army, ground attack forces are there? How many more are left to really, take them all out essentially?
I honestly don't know. I'm sure somebody else would know that more than I. However, it is interesting that I talked about this a bit yesterday. Apparently, up to 40% of staffing officers, generals, intelligence folks who were involved in planning this invasion are currently all playing a game of point the finger at each other and have either been arrested, removed from command, are being investigated, house arrest. A couple have just disappeared. As everybody is pointing at somebody else to be the fall guy. So not only are they dying on the battlefield, but they're also being removed from places back in Moscow. And as a result, I'm going to hesitate on calling it a purge because I don't think this is what a purge looks like. But we are seeing a degradation of Russia's officer corps, given the fact they don't have a non-commissioned officer corps, means that the closest thing you have to an institutional memory is being wiped out day by day.
Awesome. Thanks, language. And one just quick comment. Personally, I don't think the increase in I believe you said the Russians are increasing their defense spending by 10 or 20%. It's interesting to note, I wonder how closely that correlates with the increase in oil prices in general. So personally, I just think it's a kind of reaping the benefit of that. I don't, not necessarily a direct increase, but essentially pushing the increased revenues from oil and gas sales towards defense spending. So nonetheless, it's an increase. I just find it interesting that there seems to be some sort of correlation there, possibly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paul, as always. And next we will go to Craig and then Herm. Craig, go ahead.
So I just want to touch on, if we could, just to focus on the Bakhmut offensive area. I know all eyes are on Kherson right now, and especially with President Zelensky making a statement regarding that this started in Crimea and it will end in Crimea. I think that's a pretty powerful political statement, if you want my opinion. The fact that he would even say that out loud, I think is enough for me to say, all eyes are on Kherson, especially the northern bank, all Russian forces in northern bank. But if we could just kind of just shift our gaze towards Bakhmut for a second. This has been an area of focus of mine for quite some time. I remember when me and Language were on the space at the exact same time. I don't know if you remember, brother, but we were there actually when we're not there, but we were not physically at least, but we saw the first attack on Popasna that had launched the so-called Donbass offensive, right? I don't know if you remember that, but we had focused on Bakhmut because it was such a strong logistical hub. Right, it was an area that is the proverbial spoke on the wheels, right, where you had all these different accesses to logistic support to Severodonetsk and to other areas, points north. But now that isn't so much the objective, I'm curious as to what you're seeing in terms of offensive strength that is being dedicated towards Bakhmut, because when we saw the assault on Severodonetsk and on Lysychansk, we saw a very coordinated, not coordinated, but very intensive artillery fire being directed towards Severodonetsk. From your indications and from what I'm reading as we're speaking here, I don't see that same level of intensity being directed towards Bakhmut. It seems to be more, I hesitate to use the word again, a distraction, because this is not to disrespect those Ukrainian units that are in the area, but I'm not seeing that same pace. Let me use that word. I'm not seeing the same pace of artillery fire nor ground assaults that we had seen when this Donbass offensive had started, right? Does that sync up with what you're seeing as well, Language?
Yes, I think this is a very good point that every city is different. I see we have, Major Drew in the audience. I'm sure he could articulate this far better than I could, and please do come up and save me from myself here, sir. But every city is different, right? Every battle for a city is going to be different. It's not cut and paste. There is a difference between Popasna, which I think is going to be the closest analog to what we may or may not see in Bakhmut, than anything else, because there the city was shelled essentially for a month and a half, and then even so, with creative use of concrete and danger close artillery strikes, Ukraine forces basically held until Wagner showed up with their little private jet army and just leveled the city, to the point that even now the Russian occupation government is saying, we're not even going to try to rebuild it because there's nothing left to rebuild. Popasna's gone. Bakhmut has not been shelled nearly as heavily, been far more reinforced because it was such a major logistical hub for Popasna, for areas further east all the way to the Donetsk River. Specifically, this whole group of buildings, I think there's like 7 or 8 of them. You can see them on Google Maps. If you take Street View, if you come in by the main road, apparently those are just hellhole death traps for the Russians. And these overlapping fields of fire, because you kind of have to come in over these fields, means that Russian troops can't really get close enough to leverage some of their direct fire support, things like tanks. Meanwhile, they just don't have the artillery. Whether that's because it's been destroyed, because their ammo depots have got blown. We have seen that since HIMARS was introduced, that there's just a generally less volume of fire. It raises the question, what does a Russian offensive into an urban area look like when it is heavily defended and they do not have the incredibly overwhelming artillery advantage? And that's a question I don't have an answer for.
And that's kind of where I'm going with this, right? Because I don't want people to think that I'm somehow intimating that Ukrainians in the Donbass are less valued than Ukrainians fighting in Kherson. I'm not saying that, and I'm saying that to preface what I'm about to say. And so I'll just kind of get to the point here. If we're talking about assaults on Bakhmut, and we're talking about Russians trying to kind of nibble around the edges, right, so to speak, but the Ukrainians don't sadly have to reinforce Severodonetsk or Lysychansk, then that means they have more forces to dedicate, and your logistical lines become much more contracted, right? Because you and I, again, spoke about that highway that ran north from Bakhmut that was that main supply line. But now that you don't have that anymore, those supply lines have contracted substantially, and it's going to be a much more difficult slog for the Russians if they were to try to do that. So my point being, where I'm going with this is that when you hear about Russian attacks in the Donbass from now until the winter, I firmly believe that this is like a 4-minute drill in the NFL. This isn't a 2-minute drill. This is a 4-minute drill for the Ukrainians. You want to leave your opponent no time to respond, and I just don't feel as if the Russians, I should say. I just don't feel like the Russians are in a position to substantially affect a lot of change on the battlefield in the Donbass until at least next year. Is that a fair statement to make?
Yeah, I think it's fair. The big thing to look at from a general perspective is, what does this winter bring? It's something that's been discussed kind of by local villages saying, hey, we don't have any heat, we don't have any electricity, and we can make it in the summer, but what are we going to do in the winter? and that's entered into the public consciousness enough that it's actively being discussed by Ukrainian government. They're setting up certain things in places like Kharkiv. That's going to be huge because the Russians do appear, at least around areas like Kharkiv, which I think we can look at their template for a quote frozen front line, where they are just blowing up power plants. That's what they're focusing on. They're blowing up anything they can reach, but especially power plants, with the idea being if we freeze the city to death, then we will gain something for it. That's something. I'm not a military historian. I don't know what kind of parallels there are to that in modern times. What does that look like? How does that change the flow of people, of battlefields and whatnot? But that's the big concern right now, is that Russia, especially if they disconnect the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plants, not saying they're going to blow it up, but if they just cut off the power lines and they say, oh, we don't know what happened, it was just actually Ukrainians, and southern Ukraine loses access to that, then now you have a very large humanitarian disaster in the dead of winter. So that seems to be the biggest question for what will this look like next year, is how do people get through that? Is Ukraine able to take sufficient territory before that? Are they able to maintain an offensive through that? All very good questions. And unfortunately, I don't know the answer to. Again, I can't see the future that fun.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just trying to kind of paint the context, right? We don't have the words to fill in, but we can kind of understand the context of, to put it delicately, the conversation that is happening between the Ukrainians and the Russians in the Donbass. And with that, I'll give the mic back. Thanks.
And then real quick, I guess, for a retraction, actually, as of just about an hour ago, the U.S. Department of Defense did issue a retraction saying they cannot be sure that it wasn't an American weapon. So thank you to the people who sent that to me. So I guess it's still nebulous.
Language. Sorry, can I just say this? So that I read that statement, and that's why I made the comment maybe about 5 minutes ago, because again, so reading the language of that, right? It's very funny. Cannot be sure it wasn't, right? I mean, there's nothing in there that says it was or it wasn't. It's a statement that says cannot be sure. So just hear me out here. In that statement, many things can be true. It could be an ATACMS, but let's say through the delivery chain or the fog of war, you haven't yet been notified in return that it was used for said purpose. And then you come up with a statement that says cannot be sure, meaning you don't have 100% confirmation that that was used for that. That doesn't negate anything about you think it is likely, it was likely, you gave it for that purpose, they told you it was used for that purpose, X, Y, and Z. It just simply means exactly what it says, and that's on the surface level, nebulous and ambiguous, but it does not rule out that it was not attacked. I just say that that's because that's a prime example of why I made the statement. It's funny, it's tongue in cheek. I mean, I think they're humorous statements, but they're also logical statements, constructed, and they're constructed to be true. Because they're not going to lie about this, but they're also going to cause some ambiguity, operational ambiguity, strategic ambiguity with those statements.
Yeah, you got to watch for those wiggle words in government, right? Herm, go ahead.
A quick follow-up to Gurney. Yeah, so that's very funny. I hadn't thought about that, but if you assume the ATACMS missiles that have been, that potentially would have been the cause for that explosion, would have been manufactured in UK or any other country, then it's definitely not the US-made missile. So everything is correct. I actually raised my hand to follow up on the question that John had early on about the statement has been made from the United States side towards the advancement of the Ukrainians in Kharkiv. I just want to comment a little bit on that to caution. So many times we hear things happening in Kherson or in Donetsk or in Kharkiv, and people are a little bit sloppy about if they mean the city proper or the extended oblast. And that's especially true for Donetsk. I've seen that people talk about Donetsk and it's some suburbs or further out in the oblast where actually the events are happening. And for Kharkiv, if the Ukrainians made advancement in Kharkiv, then when I'm reading that or hearing that, I think Izium, because that is part of the Kharkiv Oblast. And there's a complete media blockade from both sides for some time now. What's really happening on the ground? So that's potentially something's going on in the EZM area, from my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, we talked to guys going there, so I mean, there's definitely something happening there. I'm not sure. Like Herm said, it's been pretty quiet. We don't know exactly what. John, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to briefly comment that in terms of ATACMS being supplied by not the United States, while any export of ATACMS in theory requires export permission from the United States government, as we own, the proprietary rights to the underlying technology, we have licensed production to South Korea. That's an option if we want to avoid, supplying them directly from the United States. We could always, have a few South Korean manufactured ones sent over. Another option is, I believe, Romania has a number of them as well, and those could potentially be sent. And I think Turkey and Greece both have them, but I don't think either of those would be willing to part with them, given that how much they dislike one another. But yeah, there are options in the cards if we want to supply ATACMS from not the United States.
You know what I thought was kind of weird about the previous statement was like how definitive it was. Typically, I would expect a statement more like this, where they're like, "We can't be sure that nobody knows that maybe our uncle said that somebody said maybe nothing came from nowhere," But they said the original statement, if I remember correctly, was not even a single U.S. part was used in the strike. Is that right, John? Didn't they say something like that?
The Ukrainians said a weapon of exclusively Ukrainian manufacture was used. So that can mean anything from it was a domestically produced Ukrainian ballistic missile, HRIM-2, to a disassembled ATACMS that they, shipped over the border and the Ukrainians put back together. Or, who knows, maybe they set up a little shack to build ATACMS in Western Ukraine. Who knows? There's so many different explanations there.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's where I was going with it, John. Like, you're familiar with the ship of Theseus?
I'm well aware. I think that's what we did to all those Soviet aircraft or aircraft of Soviet manufacture that we sent over.
Right, yeah. So I don't know, ship of Theseus for our listeners, right? It's the idea like if you replace every plank on a ship, is it still the same ship, right? Is it a ship of Ukrainian manufacture if they rebuild the whole thing from the bottom up, et cetera, et cetera? Yeah, there's a lot of, let's just say in every statement we've heard about what happened, there's so much wiggle room. It's really hard to say. Like right now, we're still speculating about it. And I mean, CJ's an expert in this stuff. We've had other experts on. It's a testament to how well executed this whole thing was that we still are speculating. We don't know. We do not know what happened. And obviously it's still a huge event. It's not that there's no evidence, but I mean, it's pretty incredible that we're still speculating what happened exactly. Lisa, go ahead.
You can call me Louise if you want.
I almost called you Louisa. Sorry.
Louisa. Okay. I wanted to ask Language, what was the name of was it a village or a small town that you said the Wagner group totally annihilated?
But that was that was Bucha. I don't think that was the Wagner group, unless I maybe misheard you there. It was a 64th. So they call it a separate motorized rifle battalion. Just it's an organizational term. We don't need to get into it. What was notable about it is they appended a prefix. They called it the Guards, separate motorized. Now, Guards is an honorific term in the Russian military, usually given after merited service. And the fact that these guys basically sat around outside of Kiev, committed a tremendous number of horrific atrocities, and then ran away when they were shot at, made a bunch of people go, okay, this is intentionally designed to piss off Ukrainians. However, no witnesses, no problems. And so these guys apparently were unique in that rather than being sent back to Belgorod and getting rest and refitted, once the news from Bucha came out, they immediately got pulled off the back line, got thrown into Izium, and they've basically been stuck there for months now. And they've taken, when they say casualties, doesn't mean they're all dead, but somewhere between 1/2 to 2/3 of their combat force is incapacitated in some way, shape, or form, and they still aren't getting pulled off the line, which is why people are saying that they may just be like Putin saying, okay, I want these guys to go away. Did that answer your question, or am I misunderstanding you?
Okay. Oh, so you didn't say Wagner?
No, I mean, so I mean, yeah, as it's understood, this was it was a generally an ethnic minority group. I want to say from the east of Russia. Not that that excuses or legitimizes any of this or
Right.
demonstrates anything, but that it was a member, it was a unit of the conventional Russian army that operated under orders to commit some pretty horrific atrocities.
Right. And then Russia said, was it Russia that said they don't plan on building it back because it was nothing? There was no, there
That's
wasn't. Okay.
that's somewhere.
I just hope that, when Ukraine wins, that some of these little villages that they don't build back, they put some sort of can't talk tonight, some sort of memorial there stating what town it was, just so that they have that for remembrance and the people that were there. But no, my question was about the Wagner Group was, and I don't know if anyone else read this somewhere, that they were looking for recruits, and they would take ex-convicts and would look over their record and make their decision from that point on. So, in my mind, the first thing I thought was, well, they're gonna want murderers and rapists probably. Did anybody else see that?
So they have opened it up to prisoners in Russia to basically, hey, you can get your sentence commuted if you come and serve. It's just more examples of them trying to pull from every aspect of Russian society, including the most desperate. That's why we've seen a lot of these ethnic minority regions overrepresented, because they tend to be less cared for by the ethnic Russian central government and are hence more impoverished. And people who are impoverished can be made to do things they may otherwise not. There was a talk before. I think we talked about this like a month or two ago. I remember people talking about, oh, are the Russians intentionally trying to be a horde because that's going to cause a psychological victory over the Ukrainians? Evidently, that hasn't worked. I suspect that while that may be more of a feature than a bug, they're not going around saying, oh, we only want the baddest criminals to come kill Ukrainians. They're taking 63-year-old men from their fishing villages on the coasts of the Pacific Ocean and saying, congratulations, we'll pay you money if you live 90 days. Here's a rifle. Good luck. That doesn't scream to me that they're looking for anything. They just want to put bodies on the front line. And if it kills people that they don't care for in their prison system, well, then they win either way.
Right. Yeah. And I also figured too, so much of their forces are getting wiped out. The Russians are getting wiped out because the way they operate is pretty poorly managed, and so, like you said, desperation. They're going to all kinds of these off countries that are willing to, and like anything really, the oligarchs and the creme de la creme are not going to be going out there, and everybody else outside of that means nothing to them. Um, I mean, they don't value human life as it is, anyways, because you see them getting rid of each other. Um, but yeah, it's I don't know. Like you said, they're pulling them from everywhere, just just to show numbers, I guess. So, okay, thank you for answering that.
Thank you for the
Thank
question.
you, Lisa. Thank you, Language. Dryfire, go ahead.
Hi, I was wondering if Lisa was referring to Popasna, where the Wagner kind of wiped it out, and then the town isn't going to be rebuilt.
Yes.
Wasn't that the town?
Yes, that's it. I knew it was a P, but I couldn't think of it.
Yeah, because it wasn't the Buka or that group that massacred in Buka, but yeah, it was Popasna and Wagner went in and just smoked the place. That's what I was reading anyway. And maybe the guys can correct me if I'm right or wrong, and I will listen.
Yeah, Real quick, thanks, Dreyfly. I do remember reading in passing that something to the effect that the residential areas of Popasna, Russia said, or the occupation administration or something, that they weren't going to be rebuilt. I don't know specifically, how, they said specifically the residential areas from what I remember. So yeah, I don't know. John, did you have any more information on that?
Yeah, Pasinchik, whatever the hell his name is, Leonid, whatever, the head of the so-called DNR, or excuse me, LNR, said that at least part of Popasna wouldn't be rebuilt. I think he was referencing the residential portion of the city. Although I could be mistaken on that. I have to go double check the statement or the interview.
Yeah, he said that a couple days ago, basically that we can't rebuild the city because there's nothing to rebuild is the takeaway. And that, citizens would be evacuated to other areas. Frankly, this does track with what we've seen in Mariupol in some areas where the Russians, they're not exactly in the business of rebuilding damaged homes, even ones that were less damaged than others that were being essentially squatted in Mariupol just got leveled and the people kicked out to the streets. Russia, we could get into their movement of populations as a tactic to control and suppress people. But if you take people away from their home and you put them in an area that they're not familiar with, whether that's in Russia and heavily Russian-controlled territory, you're going to have to worry less about them than if you leave them in their hometown. So again, bugs, features, Russia really isn't interested in building up infrastructure here. But Popasna, the big game changer there was the Russian Air Force, and specifically some of these surprisingly mercenary crew, allegedly mercenary Wagner Group guys, just flying tons of close air support missions into the city that really shifted the tide and ultimately leveled enough of it that Ukraine had to retreat. Whether they can repeat that, I don't know. We'll have to stay and see, especially as far as Bakhmut goes.
Thank you, Language. And if anyone else does have any questions for Language, please feel free to come up. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and he'll do your best. He'll do his best to answer your question. There we go. Yeah. So I think I don't know. As far as I understand, there is some movement in Bakhmut Language. Is that right? Like they are sort of approaching the outskirts of the city. Is that like roughly correct or no?
Yeah. So I encourage everybody pull up Google Maps, Bakhmut, Bakhmut. I wouldn't be surprised at some point this will be, important the same way as Severodonetsk and Lysychansk and Popasna and Rubizhne and all the others. But it's not a huge city. I want to say there was like 30,000 people there, give or take. I could have the number. A lot of them were evacuated already. There's a big river that kind of runs down the center of the city. There's a couple of them, frankly. But so like fighting through that, we could get real into the nitty gritty. But all the way on the east side, if you look at it from a satellite view, it's the highway that runs straight in. I believe it's the H32. It runs along, and I only know this because I've stared at it for a couple of days now. There's a bit of a lake to the southwest. You'll see a large industrial area, industrial park. Those are the buildings we're talking about. And if you want to get into Bakhmut without going all the way north, which the Russians are trying to do as well, coming on down from Berestov, etc., you have to run through this area. And if you look immediately to the east of it, you've got fields, and more fields for, just an astonishing number of kilometers, which is making it very difficult for Russian troops to push through, because we're not talking about, fields of grass and trees. We're talking about grain fields. And frankly, that a lot of them have been burned at this point by artillery. So there's not a tremendous amount of cover for multiple kilometers as you're trying to walk into a rather fortified city. Admittedly, one that's been shelled quite a bit, but not nearly to the same extent as we've seen from, say, Severodonetsk or even Popasna and Rubizhne. And
hashtag javelins.
Yeah, I mean, you've got, depending on which one you come from, you've got like 8 kilometers, you got like 5-6 miles of just fields and running into an urban area. So good luck.
You'll never get through that with open armored carry, like, you know what I mean, like with open armored attacks. You have to infiltrate infantry or use artillery, but even still it'll be incredibly difficult. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on your language. Sorry.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's a rhetorical statement. Like, this is going to be a tough nut to crack from that perspective. And because Russia's artillery, which is still grossly outnumbers Ukraine artillery. Let's not get that mistaken. But it becomes a question of quantity versus quality, and they've gone from overwhelming, all-encompassing quantity to just tremendously large amounts of it quantity. Can that be leveraged all to level Bakhmut to the ground before trying to push in? Maybe. How long will that take? Probably longer than it has in the past. So we'll see. I mean, I think that it's worthwhile to focus on it. And if you want to, it's going to sound sick, but if you want to be ahead of the curve on this one, maybe take a look at it and figure out where the rivers are, because this is a town or a city that has basically two rivers that run through it east to west. And then there's some more stuff on the western side of it. Not huge ones, but I imagine that would be a bit of a pain in the ass if you're trying to fight through a heavy urban area that you've been unable to completely level, a la Severodonetsk.
And I recently saw the first estimate on the reduction in amount of artillery shelling in terms of Russia's quantity of shells. And I forget, I wish I should go pull it up, but I forget the source and everything. But basically, it said that it was reduced by about 2/3. So maybe we could say even conservatively half, right? So I think we could maybe say that it's going to take them at least twice as long, probably longer, probably considerably longer, really, just because they don't have they've lost so much ammunition, they've lost so much capability to supply, they've lost that, as language put, like that significant, or maybe overwhelming numerical advantage. Now they just have a pretty significant one. So yeah, I think it's a pretty I don't know, difficult situation for the Russians, strategically, right? I think they've taken, since their quote unquote operational pause, which I don't think was real anyway, but since that statement was issued by Russia that they were going to take a little breaky poo, they've taken 0.02% of Ukrainian territory, right? That's just such a small infinitesimal number, and the amount of men and tanks and planes and money and resources that have gone into that 0.02% is just too high for them to continue losing burning equipment and men at that rate, in my opinion. But, language. We got one more person coming up, decoding trolls.
And I think there was also a woman who wanted to talk a bit more about the Sumy and Chernihiv regions. I don't know if you guys can see her. It's a Nancy M at NCL Jax. If you can bring her up.
Yeah, I don't see any requests, John. If you do, please do.
On it.
Thank you, John. Sorry, Nancy.
Hi there.
I'll give you a follow. Okay. Sorry, go ahead, decoding trolls.
All right. Maybe you already discussed this, but I've just woken up and seen it, and it's given me great joy. Igor Strelkov, who, as many of us here probably know, is credited with starting the entire war. Former battle reenactment clown, provoked the entire war and was the first the first defense minister in so-called DPR. Have you discussed this so far?
Just how salty he is about, or like the statement a couple days ago, or is it something more recent? Go ahead.
Are you talking about the Wagner statement that was absolutely hysterical?
No, well, I mean, I tweeted him at the end of July, and I said, in a jokey way, I retweeted it this morning. I said, look, Kremlin is ordering you to stop advocating escalation, start advocating retreat. Your lust for Ukrainian blood is destroying the Russia's Federation. And I added on a lot of the Yale report to prove this to him. And then I wake up this morning, and joy of joys, he's posted basically his characteristic whiny things. He said, look, the first stage of the war was a disaster. The second stage was a disaster. We're 3 weeks off the final part of the third stage of the war, and it's a disaster. We have three choices. One, we execute the entire Politburo. Two, we paint the Kremlin red and black, which is a reference to as many of us probably know, the colors of the Ukrainian nationalists who fought against during the Second World War. And the third option is retreat. And so personally very happy, but apart from my narcissism, I think this is quite a significant moment because he is, as many of us here know, quite a significant voice as a melting pot and melting pot, an expression of what all of thousands of squaddies from the top to the bottom. He's also a serving or former FSB officer. So I think that's quite interesting. I still think, and I've thought this for months, we will wake up one morning and there will be a goodwill gesture, and I just feel this morning it's coming closer. So it's interesting to hear your analysis of Bakhmut and Popasna, a city I know well, visited it many times. So it's very sad to see its destruction. But anyway, I just thought I'd throw that in if no one else had.
I mean, in that case, as long as I've got you here, just so that I can, make sure that I'm not repeating the bullshit. If you drive from Bakhmut to Popasna, what does that look like? What is the terrain around you? Just the main highway. Just, in general, if you can remember it.
Well, we'd always go via Lysychansk or Severodonetsk. So be up that road, which you probably, given that you understand the ground very, really well. Which I don't know whether they're the Bakhmut Lysychansk highway. Which does Ukraine still control that or parts of it? Do the Russians have that?
The Russians have surged into that. Especially in the middle area, really Berestov and areas north up to like Ivano-Dorivka and whatnot is Russian controlled. What we saw there is because, and correct me if I'm wrong here, as you're driving north up that highway, you've got more hills to your left and more lower ground to your right, very generally speaking. So the Russians had a bit of a hell of a time coming up that hill from the right. And this also coincided with when the M777s, the NATO supplied artillery, came in. And it's a good case study because Russia's big cudgel is they have a tremendous amount of towed artillery. It's cheap, it's easy, it's a big gun, it shoots a big bullet a big distance. However, they're not fast and they're not accurate. The American weapons are. As a result, because of counter battery fire against them, for a while there, they essentially turned off their closer range guns because they were getting struck and killed by these closer range American towed artillery, and they ended up relegating themselves to basically dropping down to the east of that highway, popping out of the back of a truck, firing off mortars, or using airstrikes. However, with losses around Lysychansk and the pullback of Ukrainian forces further west towards that line, and frankly, just the fact that they've leveled a couple of those towns, Berestov, unfortunately, is essentially rubbleized at this point. Russian troops have been able to make it through there because there's no real sense in defending a city that's level to the ground. And it's an unfortunate reality, but that's about where we are right now.
You are right about the distances, the fields. I've never seen anything. I'm most familiar with Northwestern Europe, nothing like it. Maybe Germany, just big empty spaces. So in terms of cover, very little cover. There's lots of trees, as you probably see by the roads, which, interestingly, I was always told were there for military purposes, planted by the Soviets. But now, but apart from that, there is nothing. They are just, as you say, very flat fields for forever. It's very hard to dig in as well. Yeah.
So this is maybe a good point to kind of talk about the surreal nature of it. And I hate to use you, forgive me if I'm putting you on the spot. These are places where people live. There's places where people drive through. It's not, some grand strategy game, a game of risk or whatever. These are fields that a guy drove through on family vacations and went, damn, those are some large fields. And now we're at a point in the 21st century where we have to discuss whether people can cross them without getting killed. And frankly, from our perspective, the ability that they can't do that is seen as a good thing. So just, I understand, not that anybody here has grown tired of the war or whatnot, but this is not just a battlefield. Ukraine is a country, was a country before this, will be a country afterwards. This is a place where people live. These are places that grew food. And so, every one of these cities, towns, villages, hovels that we barely know the names of that gets wiped out, there is catastrophic events from that. You're killing cultures as a result of it. And it's important to recognize. This isn't just a map with colors being painted on it. These are stories and lives.
Yeah, thank you.
I appreciate you saying that. I've been to a lot of these villages, these tiny little hamlets, and I appreciated what our one of the speakers a few minutes ago said about remembering these places and these villages. There may be 5 or 6 houses in them, and they're in the arse end of nowhere, if you excuse my French. And I would go to them as part of my job, and we just stop there. And generally, you wouldn't have to knock on a door. People would be around, be chickens around, and all that sort of stuff. And you'd have several generations of houses. You'd have the house they live in now, which to us would look really decrepit, and then you'd have the house, the thatched cottage beside it, which was totally decrepit, and where the chickens would be coming out of, and just talk to people. They're always extremely friendly, very open. And so whenever I hear, and when I look at this video I just posted this morning of Papasna, when I heard it mentioned here, I remember these people, that all these houses are where people lived, and that's what really annoys me about what Strelkov does, where he just treats these as objects. They're just places on a notional battlefield. And as you say, they're people's lives, and people invested all their working lives to fix up their apartments in these Soviet era apartment blocks, which may not mean much to us, but inside the houses are palaces, or were palaces, and whole working lives were invested in doing them up, and they're an expression of their individuality and all of that stuff. And now that they're gone, it's going to be a huge problem for Ukraine, because a lot of these places were only economically viable in the Soviet era. I lived in Severodonetsk for 3 years, and it's hard to know. It's not really economically sustainable. It was when its ammonia factory was part of the entire Soviet structure. So it's going to be a huge issue what to do with these places. It is ethnic cleansing. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, go ahead, Language.
No, I was saying we finally have Nancy up here. Nancy, it's good to see you. Some stuff about an area, just as we were sort of talking about how things get going. I don't know a lot of my updates. Most of what I say, what's happening in Sumy and Chernihiv, the Russians are shooting across the border. Now let's move on to someplace else. But that's not always the whole story, because these are people. And with that, to you, Nancy.
Yeah, thank you, Language. And it's interesting decoding to hear your sentiments there as well. There's so much involved here. I've actually been kind of following since the inception of this invasion, kind of the fate of one of those smaller towns in northern Sumy, which is Shaska, which is basically a few bridges away from complete destruction. They were one of the towns when we talked earlier about the strategy that this country has taken, and this was a clear indication of that. Shastka was one of those towns where territorial defense determined where to blow the bridges that kept the Russian invaders from directly assaulting them. And basically, kind of like the rocks that let the water fall and cascade over them and past them was kind of the fate that Shaska had in northern Sumy. And, it's a small city, it's a military city, in that one of the World War II aces of the Russian army basically was he was born there, raised there. He's one of the people they're proud of until this occurs. And it's a Russian speaking community for the most part. They also are educated in Ukrainian. But it's been interesting to see that what kept them from being completely overrun by the Russian troops was the fact that territorial defense blew bridges, and they knew what to do and when to do it to let them flow past them towards Kiev. I think Chernihiv
actually was hurt more as a result, because that's kind of where those Russian forces that ebbed past them landed, if you look at it on a map. But it's interesting to look at the impacts to those smaller communities. Again, they had the first brush blow past them. But since that time, and language, I really appreciate you bringing out the fact that particularly those areas in northern Sumy, they are not behind the red line. Although, honestly, in March, they looked like it. But that was the period when Russia had only the highways. And everyone thought, are they occupied? Are they not occupied? They weren't occupied, but those are areas in this country that are harassed and assaulted every single day by the Russian forces. They are not behind the front line. They are not at the front line, but they are harassed and assaulted. They are attempting to farm their lands, and they are unable to. They've had to determine where they can pull their crops early and where they have to burn their fields to keep the Russians from doing that. There are larger towns and smaller hamlets throughout that area. Decoding Trolls, the areas you spoke of very much remind me of what I hear from those locations. And it's just so compelling. I live in a rural area in Florida. Most of you would think, hey, Florida's fully populated. There aren't any rural areas left. There are. And what I hear from those less populated areas that are trying to continue their lives is very much what my community would feel and experience if this were happening to us. And the resilience that I hear from them is the same that my community would have here. And it's just, there are so many untold stories that aren't just the front line, but are people right at the front, right on the border of Russia, that are trying to survive and do the right thing every day, that are having to live with this. And well, that's that wasn't what I intended to say, and I just know that I just spooned a crap load onto you guys. But know that for every front line battle that we are fighting, there are people behind those front lines or ancillary that are living every day of their lives in this country, trying to figure out, can we send our children to school or not this season? And they're still trying to make those decisions, because they're not getting the news every single day, but they're getting the Russian assaults every day, regardless of what happens. And it's just heartbreaking to hear their stories.
Yeah, absolutely, Nancy. And I think we've discussed it a little bit right now in terms of the situation in the rural areas of Ukraine. It's definitely something that I think Ryan O'Leary's touched on this too. I think there needs to be some kind of a political solution after the war, right? A lot of these communities have been really, we might say, disproportionately affected. They've been targeted, leveled. Some of them have been leveled, and it's imperative, at least to some degree, that they aren't left behind in future rebuilding efforts, we might say, right? But that's maybe a future task, but it's something that maybe we should keep in mind now, is that these rural areas are going to have a lot of unexploded ordnance. They're going to have a lot of infrastructure problems. And the Soviet Union wasn't, I think there's maybe two problems here, right? The Soviet Union didn't always rationally build everything. They built stuff around, these kind of ideas they had about how either the empire should run, or how, they weren't governed by normal economic principles. But then also that, so some of the villages might not sort of be sustainable in a modern context. I don't know. But the other problem is, I think that there's like just a larger issue with, just rebuilding these areas, because they've been so disproportionately affected in terms of the shelling and the fighting. So hopefully there is, a solution that is reached eventually in terms of helping out these smaller communities that have been affected so much. So thank you very much, Nancy. Sojo, go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. But the Soviet Union, as such, hasn't existed for quite some time. So perhaps these small hamlets won't disappear, but it depends. It depends very much on how the sort of countryside, arable communities, etc., are organized. Anyway, decoding. I profoundly enjoy your contributions to the space. I think many of your contributions are very enlightening and thoroughly interesting. Did you say that you were there during Soviet times? I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought that's what I heard.
No, I was in January 2015 to January 2022. But yeah, not during Soviet times.
Okay, so what was it you were saying about the kind of like Soviet culture in the areas in which you were talking about?
Well, it was manifest in two ways. One, a lot of these places in the hamlets themselves had been subjected to migrations by the Soviets. So a lot of these areas, and it was always hamlet, how long has this person been here? Because they have forcibly disappeared from some other random part.
I'm sorry, is it just me or is decoding kind of like going, are we losing his
We hear him loud and clear.
Oh, it must be me. I'm sorry.
Is that better?
Oh, it's much better for me. Thank you so much. Sorry.
I've moved closer to the thing. So a lot of these areas themselves were part of these forced migrations. I mean, as all of us know, everything we see in Mariupol and those 2 to 3 million people forcibly disappeared. This is the same model they used in Crimea in 2014. Although many of them were voluntary, but they still, moved people in. And then you have that element in these villages and hamlets. How long people have been there, it's hard to know. Most of Ukraine was Ukrainian language speaking, but then the Soviets got rid of them and eradicated them and forcibly disappeared them to Kazakhstan and all over the place to mix up all of the different, what they call nationalities, but really they mean categories of people that they just wanted to move around. And then the second element is in this, say, Severodonetsk, which is, and can I just say, it's a great joy that everyone here will have heard of these places, and many people have heard of these places because no one had ever heard of these places up until February 24th. So it's really nice that people know now of these areas. I couldn't even pronounce Severodonetsk for about a year after I lived there. And there they were arranged around as we know, the Soviet Union was arranged around like Severodonetsk was the largest ammonia plant in the Soviet Union, and every city of its size had that kind of accolade in some area of the economy. And so since then, since the demise of the Soviet Union, it's been kind of a managed decline situation because the ammonia plant might have made sense in the context of an empire that stretched 1/6 of the world's surface where economies didn't matter. But in our world, it was hard. So the factory itself, in concrete terms, would have Azot would have employed maybe a third or less of the people, and many of them might have been underemployed in there. But there was a real flowering since 2015, especially in Severodonetsk, because that's where the the legal administration moved from Luhansk city. And so I think I've said it before on here, the first time avocados appeared in the supermarket there was a moment of great joy for me. I was there the day because I looked for hummus all the time in this one supermarket, Cristal, when it appeared, and then it appeared in another supermarket in a few weeks later, and I took these as a few months later, rather. I took these as markers of development and of a de-Sovietization from a place where there wasn't that much money, and they were very far removed. People there would have gone to Moscow for their jobs or for university rather than Kyiv, whereas now they would look towards Kyiv. So I was just looking for the shadows of the Soviet Union in these places, and yeah. Anyway.
I see. I understand now. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sojo. Yeah, I think, maybe what I was getting at, I didn't phrase it super well, was like, I guess the question becomes, how much does Ukraine use this as an opportunity to build something new and better? And how much do they want to bring back, what was lost, right? I mean, I understand people would want to bring back what was lost, but I think there is also an opportunity to, build something new. So I think that's maybe the question. It's a larger political decision, but it's something I think, the Ukrainians will resolve using political processes, and they'll come up with policies for reconstruction with the international community involved and so forth. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Right now, I just want more HIMARS in Ukraine. Nancy, go ahead.
Yeah, I do laugh at the more HIMARS in Ukraine, because I know that when we first said HIMARS will be sent to Ukraine from the U.S. perspective, almost immediately I saw on Twitter saber rattling from Russian sources going, it'll be put in Shaska and it'll threaten Moscow and we need to suppress it. So I knew we were onto something at that point, scary as it was. And it's interesting, both exciting and scary. I know for many of these communities, particularly the ones in northern Sumy that I'm following and kind of have a quasi pen pal relationship with a few people in, that part of what they're looking at is what's next. Once Russia is kicked out and the threat is gone, what does our future look like? And it's interesting for those communities that are, right on that threshold of, former Soviet Union, you were this, Shaska in Sumy, for example, they were explosives, and there's still a place for that, even in an agricultural economy in that region. But from a private business perspective, Finance and I have talked behind scenes, the likelihood of a third party enterprise saying, yeah, sure, 50 miles from Russia is where we want to put and rebuild plants and facilities for explosives and things like that. Probably not likely. We've had great Ukrainian economists on the site on this space who have talked about the need for kind of a multi-layered approach for economic recovery that addresses, honestly, those kinds of country risk and regional risk considerations for those areas that were used by Russia that need to shift their models and what those business models should be. So it's both a scary and an exciting time for those people. I think the challenge is going to be for them to keep heart and keep their strength focused on what's next, just like we are for them, because we know there's still a really tough road ahead for them. But it's also very heartening to hear and chat with people from those areas that are also very keen on what's next and how do we improve our our life situation, our region situation, and our country situation. So that's pretty cool too. That's it.
Thank you very much, Nancy. I believe we have potentially lost Joseph. I think his Twitter might have died. Language has hopped down for the night. So that just leaves myself decoding Nancy and Gurney up on the panel. Gurney, you have anything interesting?
And I'm going to leave you now too. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy. Gurney, do you have anything interesting for us? Looks like we're getting Joseph back up. Please bear with us for just a moment, folks. Joseph, my friend, can you hear us?
I'm here, yeah, okay. So John, it's looking like we got a little bit of a lull. So first, of course, I would love to remind our listeners, please do retweet the space. It does help us out. I'm going to go up to co-host. It's going to take me 1 second. John, could you just do some general announcements real quick? I would appreciate it.
Sure. Just a reminder to everybody just kind of requesting that everybody, if you can, please retweet, share the space. Should be, depending on the specific version of the Twitter app, I believe an update just came out for iOS just now, potentially. Just hit the little purple or the little chat bubble in the bottom right corner of your screen. That should take you to the relevant post and, like, share, retweet that. Helps get the word out, helps pump up the audience. It's really great stuff. Beyond that, I would kindly ask that everybody who is within their financial means kindly consider please making a donation or contribution to MryiaAid. They're the charitable organization that we here at MryiaReport choose to support and endorse. They provide numerous different types of critical equipment, ranging from ballistic vests and ballistic plates, thermal optics, and other types of weapon optics, drones of many varieties, including custom-made ones, medical equipment ranging from most basic bandages to tourniquets. The list goes on. That equipment truly does help save the lives of Ukrainian soldiers and civilians on and near the front lines. And every dollar that you donate, is an opportunity to save the life of a Ukrainian serviceman or woman.
That was great, John. John, I missed Jessica Berlin. I can't believe it. I overslept. I missed Jessica Berlin. But yeah, just maybe to go ahead, John.
I was gonna say downside of working the night shift.
I know, right? So we do have a couple of upcoming speakers. Real quick, I did want to mention Roman Palek. He's a Ukrainian private in the 206th Battalion in Kherson. He was wounded, but he's going back to the front line to fight again. So he's going to be with us at in New York time, 1 p.m. And that's on Sunday, August 14th. And then on Monday, August 15th, we're going to have Pekka Toveri. He's a major in the Finnish army, retired. A major general. A modern major general, retired, former head of the Finnish military intelligence. Oh, geez. Yeah, very prestigious guest. I should not be joking around. So very, very important guy. We're very honored to have him on the space. Thanks so much, General Toveri, for joining us. And then, of course, we rescheduled our interview with Vincent Touré with Ben. He will be on Wednesday, August 17th that'll be at 8 a.m. New York time. And sorry, I don't know if I mentioned Toveri on Monday will be at 11 a.m. New York time. I'm sorry if I overlooked that. And my last announcement about guests is James Fallon. That's going to be Thursday, August 18th at 1 p.m. New York time. So hopefully we'll get some cards for all that stuff up soon. But yeah, we got a lot of great guests coming up as always. Looking forward to all of them. And I think we lost Decoding Trolls because my announcements for guests took so long. I feel bad now, John. It's just you and me and Gurney up here. But I do have a new topic, unless you had anything you wanted to throw in real quick, John.
I do. I wanted to ask you something. Did you get the thing about Tajikistan that I sent you?
No. Let me go check. All right. What happened, John? Let me know.
I can't read Cyrillic, so I don't know. You tell me.
Where'd you send it to me? Just in the.
Yeah, just in the usual place.
All right, I'll look, John. I guess though, I sent you something earlier, John. I guess that's what this segment is, John. Did we get the things we sent each other?
I did not get what you sent me. I don't know what it is. I'm telling you, I didn't get it.
So I sent you that satellite imagery of the Belarus airfield or airport. Did you get that or no?
Yes, I did actually. Well, yes, Maxar actually tweeted out the imagery. So I took a look at that. I took a closer look. I looked at it earlier. I thought it initially was a plane, but now I'm not sure what it is. It looks like.
Let's just describe our audience. So, like, I'm an idiot. John's smart. Let's start there. And there's like an image, as John said, released by Maxar, that's of the airfield in Belarus that everyone was talking about. Was it 2 nights ago, where like some explosions happened? And so the airfield, there's like, or the air strip, I guess I'll call it. There's like a black. It looks like an airplane shaped stain, for lack of a better term, but it might be a shadow. Like, I'm not an expert, so that's like what we're looking at. So it implies, like, if to an idiot, that it's some kind of accident. But John, maybe your trained eye can tell us something better. John, go ahead.
So yeah, let me. It looks like something is scorched on the actual airstrip itself. Some people have been speculating that yep, I'm receiving DMs as I speak. That a radar unit was potentially also destroyed. It looks like, so essentially more or less what it looks like is there's a scorch mark, and it looks like there's a a T-72 shaped vehicle near the center of it, and then off to the side you see what looks to be a Brim 2 recovery vehicle and some kind of mobile crane as well, and a number of other trucks and vehicles parked around. So it looks like potentially a tank may have spontaneously combusted on the airfield. And there's also been speculation that potentially a what looks to be, if my memory serves, it's a with the 92N6E. I'd have to go digging into my Soviet radars, but I believe that is one of the acquisition radars for an S-400 system might have gone up as well.
Yeah. So, John, this thing about Tajikistan you sent me has something to do with a military exercise. That was the most I was able to translate and look at. I think it's like a military exercise for at the CSHA countries, which I think it means former Soviet countries. So, yeah, I think that's.
Are you talking about the CSTO?
Yeah, like Sesha is like sort of there. I would say that when I hear it used, at least in Tajik, it means like post-Soviet. It's like, like we would say a former Soviet state or a post-Soviet state. They would say Sesha.
Okay, understood.
But that might be CTSO. I don't know. Maybe I'm not an expert on that type of stuff. But
I'm looking at some of this imagery again. I think whoever annotated this particular image that I think the Belarusian group that the Belarusian Hygiene Project may have mislabeled their the Russian radars, because that is not a gravestone.
Huh. Yeah, sorry, John. I got a little distracted with your thing to me. Maybe I should have been paying more attention. But I mean, so you think a radar blew up? I'm sorry.
So people were claiming that a radar blew up. It doesn't. There's no evidence that it was actually blown up on the Maxar imagery. Just a burnt T-72 in the middle of an airstrip. But I think that was based upon some potential reports from locals.
I mean, it sounds like just some kind of acts. Like they were flying a plane at night for some dumb reason, and they had an accident, right? I mean, that's like the most likely explanation.
I mean, I don't know why they had the T-72 on the airstrip to begin with.
So we know it was a T-72. How do we know it was a T-72?
Well, I don't know if it's a T-72. It could have been a T-64. It could have been a T-80 or T-90. It's a T-72. It's a Russian main battle tank shaped vehicle.
It is a tank. Okay, so it's on an airstrip.
It looks like a tank. It could be not a tank that's just based on a tank chassis, but it has the general outline of the tank.
Okay, so an armored vehicle, not something that is not an airplane, we can assume is used on the ground, is tracked on an airstrip.
Yes, and it looks to have like exploded or caught fire and created a cross-shaped scorch mark on the airfield.
I mean, I watched a lot of unsolved mysteries in my time, John. I think I'm more. I got more questions than I had at the beginning.
Yeah, we've all heard about spontaneous human combustion. Now it's time for spontaneous Russian tank combustion, I suppose.
They go to airfields to do it now, or airstrips?
So it would seem.
I mean, maybe.
I don't know why they drive a tank onto an airstrip. That can't be good for the tarmac. Gurney, any thoughts on that? I guess just the two of us, Joseph.
I wish we had Gurney's view on this. It's just so bizarre to me. Like, I'm just trying to, like, I don't know. I love like weird mysteries, right? This one's just a real head scratcher, right? The facts we have are definitely a tracked vehicle, like probably a tank or some type of armored vehicle like that, on fire on an airstrip, like where a plane should be taking off and landing. You wouldn't want a tank there in the way. Why, John?
I don't know. By the way, the imagery that's being referenced is in the nest. I'm getting some very irritated offline messages from the person in the host account that has been put into the nest.
Yikes. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm outside. But anyway, like, I don't know, it's just a weird I thought that the satellite image would answer some questions, but it's just left me with more questions, even though I have a God's eye in space looking down on it.
I'm glad that Maxar released this imagery for free.
Yeah, they're real scholars and gentlemen for doing that. Thanks, guys. Thanks everyone at Maxar. And yeah, if you guys ever want to, come on the show, and I don't know, I'm sure John would be really happy if we got the Maxar people on.
Oh my god, I would love that. I'm so tired of having to track down random blogs of people that can afford to buy satellite imagery.
Would that be your tack, John? When they came on, you'd figure out like a subtle way to ask.
Yeah, please give us free imagery for like everything everything east of the Polish border.
What up, John? You'd start cutting class to analyze satellite imagery, John. We can't have that.
I should see if my university has a GeoInt class.
Yeah, someone there's got to have something, right? I don't know. Like, you got all those databases, right? LexisNexis, John. Doesn't someone have a satellite thing? There's like a subscription.
I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, we have data from satellites, but it's like for other stuff. It's not like Earth observation.
Yeah, it's true. A lot of the sciencey stuff, probably the overlap between military surveillance and science observational equipment is probably not like the hugest.
Yeah, the only thing we defense related we got is we have a former DoD supercomputer on campus.
Yeah, there was a project I was involved in at university. I worked for a research center in North Africa, and like part of their job was they were doing a project where they were mapping villages that like weren't on like any maps. They just weren't it was like they were using, like, basically anthropologists were saying, oh yeah, we know there's a village there, right? So yeah, I guess there is. I don't know. We're getting off topic here, John, but no one's coming up. I don't know. I'm getting philosophical here, but there's limitations to satellites, John. There's nothing beats human intelligence on the ground. And that's why we here at the MryiaReport, Report, John, that's why we try to get Ukrainians, right, to come speak, especially Ukrainians on the ground right now who can tell us what's going on, because a satellite image can only tell you so much, as John said, it might be a tank, it might be a Terminator, it might be I don't know, like a old crappy BMP or something. Probably not that. John's probably got a little bit more of a discerning eye than that, but you get the idea. It could be anything, right? It's a satellite image, but you got a person on the ground who can tell you what's going on. That's a whole lot more color. That's a whole lot more resolution, right? That's a real person. So that's what we try to do here. Unfortunately, right now it's just me and John, and Gurney pretend. So but if anyone does want to come up and ask a question for the panel of me and John, please feel free. Press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and I can't see your request, but John probably can, so he'll probably let you on. Yeah.
Well, I'll be abandoning ship in about 20 minutes, Joseph.
Oh my God, John. No, it's good. You should get. We should all get some rest sometimes. It's important, I don't know how Doman does it, John.
I think they're able to do it because I think it might be less tiring if the conversation is really active, because I think the European nighttime shift kind of hands off much better to the North American shift than the North American shift hands over to the European shift.
It's true, yeah. We always hand Doman like a flaming dumpster fire at like R1 in the morning, and then Doman always brings back like a serviceable discussion with a good panel by the time we wake up.
Just a quick reminder, everybody. I see there's about 250 people in the audience. I would encourage everybody to please send Doman a DM asking for a Serbia Kosovo update.
Oh, I thought you were gonna ask him to retweet the space, because it's like kind of low. Like it's we should be a little ashamed to give Doman only 250 people. In all honesty, John.
I know after the Crimea strike, we were really going strong. We handed over to him with like 500.
Ooh, we were so proud that day. We were just like, Doman, we got a lot of listeners here for you, Doman.
I see Alex has joined us.
Yeah, I took pity on you too.
Thanks, Alex.
I don't really want to hear about supercomputers anymore, so I thought I'd come up.
Yeah, he doesn't really want to talk. He just wanted us to stop talking, so he's up here.
I'm still trying to figure out why they're, I can't explain why there appears to be some sort of vehicle on the runway there. I don't have, that's got me a bit spun out, to be honest.
I mean, I don't know what the Belarusian version of Ivan is. Like, I use Ihor for Ukrainian because it's obviously not Russian. But maybe he got mad, drove a tank. I've done it in Grand Theft Auto. I've gotten really angry and drove a tank somewhere and shot stuff. I mean, is that what we're looking at, Alex? I'm just trying to come up with any plausible theory at this point, honestly. I'm grasping at straws here.
I'm not sure that Grand Theft Auto is as precisely analogous as to real life as you might think. I mean, a plane that could have parked something on the runway and then something came into land and hit it. Now it's happened before.
That makes sense, actually.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can really think of. Like I don't know why you would park something there after there'd been a fire on the runway. That doesn't really make sense. But maybe a plane colliding, but then there would be more debris. So like a lot more debris. So it's definitely a head scratcher.
Alex, quick question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to send you recent pictures of BMPs with explosive reactive armor?
Cool. Has the ERA been deployed, or is it just stock?
What do you mean by stock?
So like, is it like just so is it like factory finish, or has it been deployed? Like, has the ERA been activated?
It has not detonated. Is what you're asking?
Yeah, essentially. Sure, send away.
There is one after detonation, though.
The BMP or the armor?
That's a great question. There's a BMP3 with pictures after an ERA module detonated, and that is looking dicey. Looks like the whatever it was went straight through the ERA and into the hull.
You got Sanel up, John. Sanel, go ahead.
Hi, I've been out all day, haven't caught up. What are you talking about? And I need to know now. I've just cottoned on and thought, what are they talking about? What are they looking at? And what's happened? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So I think it was maybe 48 hours ago or maybe 24 hours ago, but I think it was 48 hours ago. There was just like some news in Belarus that there were some explosions heard at an airfield. And maybe about 7 distinct explosions, but all we had were audio reports. Typically with this type of stuff, we get some videos, so very suspicious to us. John found out that there were supposedly some live fire military exercises going on in Belarus at that time. So, like, our kind of general assumption is, I would say it still remains, sorry for the plane, guys, that it was like some type of military exercise. Probably most of the noise that was heard was just, them doing dumb military exercise stuff, live fire stuff. But then a satellite image. So I was ready to just let the whole thing go. But then a satellite image came out, and it's of the runway of the airfield in question. And there's basically what I could describe as a layperson. Again, I'm not an analyst of satellite imagery. I think John or Alex could probably do a much better job in terms of analyzing what a satellite image means. But just to describe it for our listeners who can't see it up in the nest, I assume it is, that it looks like sort of like a plane-shaped stain on the runway. And then John has told me, I'm not an analyst, but John has told me that there's like a tank or some type of armored vehicle like parked on the runway of the airstrip. So that's like what we're talking about. We're I don't know. I'm more perplexed than I was. I was ready to let the whole thing go, but now it's gotten weird. I think I would say like my gut instinct says accident, but I don't have any rational like logic to like back that up. I think Alex might be onto something with like maybe it was night. They didn't know they were on an airstrip and it caused some kind of accident that way. But I don't know.
Thank you very much for explaining that, Joseph. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. John, I don't know. Any like last thoughts on this? I mean, it probably is going to close the matter. Unfortunately, we're probably not going to get more information. John, go ahead.
Oh, well, I just have been sent a bunch of new Maxar imagery of the airbase, including the S400 battery.
And what do you think, John? Is there legs to this or no?
Well, the S400 battery, all those TELs look intact. Let me see. I'm looking at the imagery in real time here. Let's see. I spy with my little eye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I spy 12 S400 launchers. Looks like at least 2 early warning radars. A lot of trucks. I'm going to say the battery looks intact. I think I see a command post somewhere in there. But yeah, that S400 battery looks very much intact.
And that's what you'd go after, right? That would be the crown jewels if you did an actual strike.
Yeah, I'm really digging the, how many is it? The 1, 2, 3, the 6 S-400 launchers parked in a row.
Yeah, John's mouth is just watering. He wants to shoot one ballistic missile and get them all, right?
Yes, sir. You don't even need a cluster munition for that. It's beautiful.
Yeah, so I mean, I personally, I think it probably won't be solved. You know, I think something weird happened on that airfield that night. That's all we're ever gonna really know, right, John?
I'm gonna be honest. Given that everything appears to still be intact, I think I'm gonna have to go out on a limb here and say this might have just been an actual accident with a spontaneously combusting Belarusian tank of some kind or armored vehicle.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, that seems reasonable to me. It seems like the most likely, right? That's all I was trying to establish. Just like some kind of. I'm just grasping at logic at this point, John. This late in the evening with this crazy of a photo. JJ, please go ahead.
Thanks, Joseph. May we all find things that we love as much in our lives as John does, with things that take off and go boom. I wanted to come up and tell you about a good news story that I read about. And it's about 2 teenagers in Chicago who broke a world record, apparently, with a mosaic. They raised funds for Ukraine in the process, and they were using cereal boxes, 5,000 of them. And it was corn pops and blue Rice Krispies, and they made a mosaic of the Ukrainian flag. And so far, they've raised or they've collected pledges for the amount of $15,000. So thought I'd share that with you.
Nice job. Yeah, I like mosaics. I think they're cool. John, any thoughts on mosaics?
I tweeted it to you guys as well in case you wanted to put it in the nest.
I just put it up in the nest.
No joy allowed in the nest. Not while I'm co-host. No, I'm just kidding. Sounds great. Let's please put it in the nest and let everyone see. Yeah, I always try to tweet stuff out like that. I mean, geez, there was some kids selling, raising money for the soldiers in Mykolaiv earlier today. There was a video. Geez, I did cry. Shut up, John.
Well, it's something we'd love to say. Oh, and by the way, Joseph, I received some DMs from from one of your fellow Central Asia enthusiasts. He is saying that it's info about the United States specifically leading military exercise in Tajikistan, and that CSHA, he says, is the CIS, but it's actually the United States, and then a bunch of acronyms in Cyrillic. CIS is
yeah. Sorry, Sesha is like United States. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, stati something or yeah, Ameriki. Yeah. Dang, I forgot, John. Yikes.
Yeah, CIS is SNG. That's transliteration, and CSTO is ODKB, transliterated, of course.
Yeah, I meant CIS. Sorry, yeah. CIS is like, former Soviet. Like they'll say CIS countries instead of like post-Soviet or former Soviet. Like that's how we would, say that when we talk about. Like I studied a post-Soviet language, in university. That's how they described it. So how they would say in Russian CIS. What's that?
What Joseph is stumbling through is his explanation that the organization that took over from the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics is the Commonwealth, or was the Commonwealth of Independent States, which is why it's referred to as the CIS.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and even though I think a lot of people have left it at this point, but like in common use, like they would a Tajik would call Ukraine a CIS state, at least in my experience in the Tajik language. I don't know if it's the same as Ukrainian, but because they're both post-Soviet states. But yeah, anyway. But yeah, as as was pointed out to me, I was completely wrong. It was United States, Sesha, which is completely different, and I'm dumb. So thank you to our Central Asian listener. Hopefully not Maddie and someone else. And if you are
I
listening,
think he was
please come
Central
up.
Asian. I think he was a Central Asian enthusiast or scholar, such as yourself.
Oh, nice. Yeah, please come up and yeah, call me dumb sometimes because it'd be nice to. I'm lonely up here sometimes talking about because the thing is, Tajikistan's a weird place in Central Asia. It's not typical of the region. It's like I don't know, like a weird little island of Persian in Turkic a sea of Turks. So as a result, I don't understand a lot about not my little mountainy hobbit home of Tajikistan, right? So it's always helpful to have experts from outside of Tajikistan, like Maddie, and most of the Turkic languages are mutually intelligible. Like a Kazakh can understand, an Uzbek can understand a Kyrgyz, and so forth. So they're pretty good. You know, they understand what's going on around them pretty well. And then of course there's Russian to even out any other problems they might have dialectically. So yeah, it's always good to have more eyeballs on that stuff for sure. And I clearly need to practice my Russian more. I honestly, John, I've been so disgusted. I've been staying away from Russian when I can. You know, I used to try to study Russian. I used to watch Russian movies. I used to read Russian books. You know, you gotta know your enemy, John. You gotta watch all the old Shurik comedies. You know, otherwise you won't understand how the Russian mind works, right?
Exactly. What was I was going to say? I'm curious. You said the Turkic languages are mutually intelligible. Um, are the Turkic language mutually intelligible with Turkish?
To a large extent, yes. I couldn't tell you exactly how much, but as far as I understand, a Turkish-speaking person could, at a basic level, understand like an Uzbek, for example. I don't think it would be like easy, but I think that they could broadly understand. Yeah.
Understood.
And again, if any listeners want to DM John and tell them I'm completely wrong, citation needed, please do so. Oh yeah, I got a little clap from someone. So yeah, I'm gonna assume. I think that was Daniel, maybe. But anyway, yeah, I think I got a clap. So I'm gonna accept that clap as that I'm right. That clap from the internet, John.
Well, with that, I have to be heading out in just a minute, Joseph. Looks like you, Alex, and JJ can hold things down until our favorite Serbia Kosovo expert wakes up. Just a reminder to the audience, I kindly request that if you are able, please DM Doman asking for a Serbia Kosovo update.
Thank you very much, John. And yeah, it's been great hosting with you. Thanks for leaving me here for 45 minutes to flounder while we wait for Doman to wake up. But yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, John.
All right, it's been my absolute pleasure to leave you to flounder.
I hope Ukraine blows something up pretty quick. Otherwise, it's just we're screwed, Alex. Oh, thank God. Slava's coming up to save us.
There you go. I was about to ask you complicated questions about Tajikistan, so perhaps that's for the best.
Thank God. Slava saved me. Saved me from my thesis defense flashbacks.
Don't be so happy about me saving you, because I have a question for you. So you just said interesting things that we should learn language, Russian language, in like a culture to. This is the way how to understand how the Russian mind works. But are you sure about it? Is it this is the way to understand it? Thank you.
Yeah, Slava, you're right. Like I changed my mind. I used to think that, and I think I was wrong. I think that it was a waste of time. I think they're just stupid and evil. That's like when you get to the bottom of it all, when you peel all the layers back. That's what it is at the end of the day. They're stupid and evil, and imperialist or colonialist, and that's it. And yeah, there's not a lot of nuance to it at the end of it. There's a little bit of nuance to it, but not a lot. And yeah, you're better off like studying the people who were colonized by the Russians or the Soviet Union, and you're better off talking to people who experienced the oppression of the Russians than, you know, looking at Russian culture itself to try to understand it. That's the revelation I had as a result of all this, I guess, Slav. I was wrong about it. That's one reason I haven't been, I haven't been doing it, basically.
And this is exactly what I heard a lot from other people, that so in law in this like Russian culture, Russian literature, Russian music, this old Tchaikovsky and other like Russian opera, Russian ballet. They so amazed of it, but they actually, this is all like a smoke screen. Everyone love it, but it's actually not a Russian culture. It's like a front, how do you say it? Something front, like a before you, but real Russian is really hidden inside. So it's like a front. How do you say like shop front
facade?
Facade, right, facade, but it's a different name, front something. So this is like a this is why people so amused about this like a Russian culture, but it's actually what we see now. This is like what is happening in Ukraine. It's actually what the Russia culture is, but all this like a art and other like a stolen things, that it's all just actually not a Russian culture. It's all like a facade put for the people just to cover all, real Russian culture with this all like music, literature, art, and other things that we know that they stole. And so this is like because I heard it from you just now, and I just wanted to like respond because. It still sounds for me. It's like right away I react to this because it sounds for me. It's like, because a lot of people still have this like sentiment to the Russian people. How this war started, but I want to read my Dostoevsky. How I'm gonna do this now? While people dying, and I want to read my Dostoevsky. So this is like a strange thing that I heard it when the war started. So I just wanted to put it out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Slav. Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. I think there is, I guess, one context where I would recommend people read Dostoevsky, and that is if you have a Romanian literature teacher like I did, who is able to say, see, read this passage of Dostoevsky, and you can see that all Russians are imperialists. Like, this is part of their culture. This is what they do. They're conquerors, they're looters, they're rapists, they're pillagers. Like, as long as you're analyzing Russia through the colonial lens and understanding them as oppressors, I think that it's okay to study, but in general, I think Slav is right. Like, it's not worth the effort. I spent a lot of time doing it. I kind of consider it a waste of time now. I don't think knowing the Russian enemy is as important as I thought. I think that it's better to just talk to and collaborate with and listen to the people who were colonized by Russia and try to help them. That's like a much better, more productive use of like our energy as people in the West, right? And that's one reason, like, a lot of people come on and understandably they want to like psychologize Putin or psychologize Russia and the Russian people. I understand the impulse because I spent years of my life doing it, and I just try to tell people, like, on the space, like, it's really not worth the effort. It's not worth your time. It's not worth the energy. That's been my experience. But Adrian, please, if you have anything to add here, go ahead.
Well, morning, Joseph, or good evening for you. And morning, Slava. I actually joined so I don't leave you in the lurch, to have your back, so we can talk about anything. But since you're talking about Russian culture again, favorite subject. I mean, when I was a kid, I was reading Dostoevsky. Tolstoy, I never like. Fuck him, he's super fucking boring, and I don't like. Although I did like Bondarchuk's ecranization of War and Peace from the 70s, even though now, after the expanded invasion, like every piece of Russian culture I read from an imperialist lens. including cinema with very few exceptions. Like now I think of any piece of Russian cinema and I think, oh shit, that's imperialist, that's imperialist. And there's very few exceptions where you could say, yeah, maybe it's not, or maybe it's it's hard to find a piece of Soviet or Russian cinema that is critical. I guess the film that still stands out for me, it's Idi Smotri, Come and See, by Elem Klimov from, I think it's from 1986 or 87. It's about the Second World War in Belarusia. And of course, it's about, but it's not one of those heroic Soviet era film, because it also shows the Soviets and the partisans in a brutal light. It doesn't show them as heroes, it shows them as very ambiguous characters. Of course, the Nazis are the bad guys, but you know, it has more nuance, which is lacking in a lot of Soviet films of this type. And I know, I like what, I think I mentioned it at sometime in April, something like that, or early May. There was a film festival here in Romania, and a friend, a Ukrainian filmmaker, stayed at my place, and she was invited to speak at a conference about this Russian culture. This is what everybody asks in the culture sector, banning of Russian culture. They also cage it in this terms, banning of Russian culture, like it's the fucking Gestapo or something like that. Sorry for the effort. And she had to clarify, it's not a banning of culture. It's about making a pause until Russians get out of Ukraine, so you can allow Ukrainian culture to not be suffocated. Because, you know, it's like you could put it in the same perspective as, you know, Russian tourists going and enjoying a beach holiday in Spain, while Ukrainians leave home with a backpack and try to find a job because they lost their livelihood. It's the same thing with Russian cinema or Russian culture. Russian filmmakers can still make their movies, Ukrainian filmmakers cannot. So it's a question of like European countries should ban Russian citizens from obtaining visas. The same way European culture institutions and festivals should restrict access to Russian movies and Russian culture in general, because Ukrainian culture is being suppressed right now. And ultimately, so what Ukrainian filmmakers are asking, it's a pause on promoting Russian films, even if they pretend to be anti-Putin, because honestly, some of them are up to some really shitty tricks. So, for example, there was a Russian-produced documentary. Indeed, it was kind of against Putin. It was about orphanages or whatever, I think, and it was produced by a Russian production company. And the director and the production, they're the international distributor, because it was immediately after the beginning of the invasion. It was in March. They switched the producers to Switzerland and France. So basically they buried the Russian production company at the bottom of the slate, even though the Russian production company was a majority. So it was like this shitty trick to sneak the film into festivals, which is disgusting. And there was the big scandal in Cannes, where Serebrennikov, which is a friend of one of Putin's propagandists, I don't know if he's friends with Dulgin or the other guy, I forgot his name, not with Dulgin, whatever. There's too many assholes with names that I have to remember. Anyway, and he was saying that it's such a tragedy that Russian culture is being banned, and we should feel bad for the families of the Russian soldiers that died and all this crap. So it was a big scandal that the Cannes Film Festival basically put his film on. But ultimately what I wanted to say is that, you know, the fact that Russia is corrupt, morally degraded country that has no consideration for other peoples, and their people themselves have a poisoned mentality, it's essentially a failure of their culture. Is culture responsibility, whether cinema, theater, literature, dance, whatever you want, paintings, it's responsibility to provide a moral fiber to the society, to provide some identity, and hopefully outline some values that society should adhere to. Now, culture is not always successful in this, but you create like this background that people can relate to. And unfortunately, as you discussed previously, their classical literature is imperialistic, and their contemporary art, cinema, literature is a combination of imperialistic and nihilistic, actually. And I believe it's a failure of Russian culture not to provide the moral backbone to their society. So in a way, and also they were super happy to take government money. Srebrenikov himself got like a very cushy position managing a theater that brought him like a really nice income. Even though he says he's anti-Putin, whatever. It's funny that you say you're anti-Putin, but you get a very high-profile government cultural job in Russia. Those things, those are not two things that can happen simultaneously. Let's just say that. Yeah, it's that's my point, that it's a failure of culture because Russia is a savage society, and it's partly a savage society not only because of Putin, just because their cultural sector has decided to side with the government and has not provided this moral backbone, this check and balance. I don't know what you call it, this reference point for people to have some humanity and some dignity. Basically, yeah, that was my thought. Although I want to say one more thing, there is one Russian movie that I absolutely loved from 2 years ago. It's made by a guy who is a choreographer, actually. So I don't know if you know this genre of YouTube videos. Is Russian recording videos to Putin, telling their problems, basically, saying we have different problems here. And basically this guy took a ton of these YouTube videos and edited them into documentary, and it's a very great portrait of Russia and the problems in society, and also the Russian mentality, thinking that the Tsar will fix it. And yeah, if you can find it, it's called The Foundation Pit. I know it's made by the Russian, but it's one of the films that is definitely truly anti-imperialistic and anti-Putin, and I encourage people to see this film. It's wonderful. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Adrian. And yeah, there definitely is this idea that like of this czar, right? Like Putin basically annually had this like call-in, people call in, right, every year. And he, they say, oh, like some old woman calls him from some province and says, the price of milk is too darn high. And he's like, what? I didn't know about this. I'll investigate immediately and I'll fix the price of milk for you, madam. And she goes, oh, thank you, Putin. Like the whole idea is that, the provincial officials like might be screwing people over, but if you could just get Putin's ear and tell him your problems, like he would care and he would fix it, right? That's kind of the idea. All right, I'll just thank you, Adrian. And Slava, go ahead.
No, Alex, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Go ahead. Anybody?
I see Alex hands. Is it something only from my side? Thank you.
Oh, he's got kids,
I also see Alex. I'm here, Joseph. I'll talk soon. I'm just looking if I can see this movie to drop it in the nest or something like that.
Okay, so
yeah.
Thank you, Adrian. And again, I just wanted to say it that so this is how I understand it. So there is no Russian culture. It's all just a front for the people to see. It all includes literature, music, everything. But what is really like a Russian culture is like a hidden, and we see it. I'm sorry, we see it in Ukraine. So this is like my point I want just to put out is that there is no reason to try to understand how the Russian mind works and how and to learn Russian culture will not get you anywhere. This is just my position. So you do not gonna reach real Russian culture, real Russian culture, just learn it because real Russian is really deep hidden from you. So Russian culture is just a front. Just enjoy it, but don't get too much too close because it can consume you because it's just a trick, just a trap, and it can affect you badly. So thank you. I seen it with my eyes what is happening in Ukraine. So sorry, just my point from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Slava. That's been my experience as well, and I would urge people to heed Slava's words and yeah, don't listen to the Russians, don't study the Russians, don't try to psychologize Putin, don't try to figure out what the Russians want or anything like that. They're there to colonize Ukraine. That's it. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if you went back to the Russian classics, that's time you could have spent rereading Shahnameh or something, vaguely interesting. What I was going to ask you, Joseph, and Adrian and Slava as well. So I've tried, this is my experience with reading Russian literature. I've tried a number of times to read War and Peace, Crime and Punishment, and Quiet Flows the Dawn. And every time I've sort of got stuck because I can't reconcile what people say about these texts. Oh, they're so great, they're so brilliant, blah, 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 with the dark, violent, coercive subtext that I found in all of those texts. And I'm just wondering if you observed the same thing.
I did, but I wasn't independently reading them at that time. I think, like I said, I was I wouldn't say rescued, but I'm not completely ignorant to what Russians were doing. But I had a Russian literature teacher that was Romanian that was able to just tell me page by page, here's a Russian imperialist analysis of all of these, artifacts of Russian culture. Now, we didn't read the classics like Pushkin or Dostoevsky. We were reading communist stuff, Stalinist literature mainly. But I think that a lot of there's this assumption that that literature, the oppression in that literature comes from communism, right? But it's not just communism, right? There's other pathologies there to dig into if you want to get into it. But yeah, so I'm not super familiar with the 18th century Russian literature, but I'm more familiar with Stalinist literature, Bulgakov and stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess I referred to Persian literature there. I guess it's something that I hadn't encountered reading, obviously translated or transliterated, but other texts from other periods in time and from other cultures. It's just not a theme that I had encountered unless it was a deliberate theme, I guess. Whereas this was the theme that I observed was almost woven into the characters. It was just an assumed norm that the characters would act and behave in these ways. Yeah, but I think Adrian might have some thoughts in this area.
Well, I read I also couldn't finish War and Peace. Really, it's a slog. It's not necessarily about criticizing the subtext, which is there. I agree with you, but it's also a slog to read. I don't know why people say Tolstoy is a great writer. At least and I tried both the Romanian and the English translation. He's a bore. It's horrible to read. I would give this to Dostoevsky. His writing is engaging, and I finished both the Demons and Crime and Punishment. But I did it when I was in high school, and I don't think I was sufficiently developed intellectually to see the subtext then. I just read it as like a story that was engaging. However, I out of curiosity, because I've heard of it, I read All Quiet Flows the Dawn like right before the war. I think I read it in December, and so that's like pretty fresh in my mind. And I finished it, so because I usually listen to audiobooks, so I cook or I do something, walk around the city or travel or whatever else I do that doesn't involve actively holding a book in my hands, and I just listen to an audiobook. So again, as a storyline, it was interesting to follow, but yeah, I did see this how to say, a subtext of yes, oppression, but also exceptionalism. This idea that we are the purity of who, I don't know if it makes sense, like the purity of who we are as a people. And it's also like very ambiguous in the sense because it is about Cossacks, but it's set in the context of the Russian Empire. I know it's written by a Soviet writer after the revolution, right? If I'm not wrong. But it's set into this context of all-encompassing Russia. It's not set into the context of identity. And also, by the way, there are a few passages there that are very disparaging to Ukrainians. I mean, they mention Ukrainians as scoundrels once or twice, and also as conflicts between them and the Cossacks. And yeah, so it's like I caught those little passages where they where Soloviev is Soloviev. I forgot his name, not Soloviev. I get my Russians confused all the time. I forgot the author's name anyway. And yeah, there's some passages that are very disparaging to Ukrainians. So I guess the bottom line is most Russian literature completely denies the existence or individuality of other cultures within their empire, and it always promotes this idea of Russianness, which I think is disgusting, and it should say all you need to know about their culture, I guess.
I think also it quite flows on particularly. It's almost a denial of what we would regard as fundamental individual rights. Almost, that might be a bit of a stretch, but the individual is always passive unless they're being aggressive, like in a physical sense, almost like there's nothing you can do, but now I'm going to kill this guy. Yeah, I'm not putting that well. I don't know if you have any thoughts on this, Adrian.
I think I get what you want. It's almost like, even if it's not, it doesn't have to be overtly patriotic, overtly Russians are great. It just has to be this idea ingrained in people's minds, and is very present in Dostoevsky, by the way, is that you cannot do anything in the face of your overwhelming destiny. And your overwhelming destiny was to be born and live in this country. And no matter what you do, it's almost like this nihilism. No matter what you do,
Fatalism.
Fatalism, not nihilism. That would be a better word, Joseph. Thank you. So no matter what you do, it's gonna end badly. It's there's no hope for you, and I think that's a very insidious way. I don't know if the writers did it consciously. They were also probably brainwashed by this society, but it's like to inculcate in the people that there is nothing to do in the face of overwhelming power, and I think you can give a lot of examples in cinema. I mean, even Tarkovsky does that to some extent. If you think of Stalker, which is like a movie that I really like, but you know, if you read it through this lens, it's also there's nothing you can do. In the case of Stalker, is a mysterious zone that has supernatural properties. But it's again, there's nothing you can do in the face of overwhelming power. That's like the message of 90% of Russian culture and cinema. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe not that much, but a significant amount. If I'm talking out of my ass, someone please correct me, because honestly,
and then you're completely correct. The individual has no agency. It is set into a timeless frame. It only is there to eat shit and die.
Yeah, that's about correct, Axel. Thank you.
Axel's awake, everybody. Good morning, Axel.
Hey, I've been following you since the crash. I was there right after the crash. I just, at some point in time, have to do other things, you know?
Yeah, we have to eat shit, die, and sleep, right?
Yeah, but that little thing, that sleep thing, you know, overestimated.
Yeah, Axel hates sleep. He's always telling everyone, and like, you're getting too much sleep.
No, I love sleep. I love uninterrupted sleep, especially.
I just know you're always saying like you don't need this much sleep. You need like 5 hours of sleep. That's all you need. That's all you should have. Any more than that, and it's too much. You're like was it Aurelian that did that? Meditations.
I knew you would misinterpret my guidance, Padawan.
As always. Sometimes you ask me a question and just like the most likely answer is Ukraine, so I just want to be like Ukraine. Even though the answer is definitely not Ukraine. Sorry, Vixen.
No,
I saw you.
Thank you.
Vixen, I saw you come up. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, guys. Morning, Axel, Joe. This is just to Adrian, actually. It's a movie thing, just circling back to. It's not even a Russian film. It's actually a Kurosawa film called Dersu Uzala, which was actually one of my favorite films of all time. But I rewatched it a couple of nights ago, and it's just interesting. I was just hooked into what you guys were talking about, you know, this imperialist canvas which Russian culture is generally framed in. And the Kurosawa's film is a fascinating version of that, where, you know, there's a Russian cartographer who's literally mapping out someone else's country to build railways and to colonize. And he's helped by this wizened old tracker who turns out to be 1,000 times smarter than the rather arrogant young cartographer. It's a fascinating film, and I'm afraid it's been somewhat tainted by the recent events in Ukraine for me. Just adding to what you were saying about, you know, Tarkovsky, Stalker also was one of my favorite films. And just quickly, I'm a terrible speaker, so please forgive me, guys and girls. There's a film called Here the Dawns Are Quiet. I think it's a 70s Russian war film. It's a sort of an anti-war film where an old grizzled artillery sergeant is landed with a replacement platoon of female artillery soldiers, and that's quite an interesting take on gender politics, even back in the early 70s. I'd just love to hear, you know, I just bounce that into the court and see if Adrian's got any thoughts on that. Thank you so much.
Well, I think first of all, you're a great speaker, and thank you for those some references. First of all, I love the coincidence because I was reading Kurosawa's autobiography like a week ago, and I'm at the part where he speaks about the production of Dersu Uzala, and I saw it when I was in university. And yeah, it's a good point. Kurosawa made it with the approval of Moss Film, and at invitation, I think he did it in collaboration with Nikita Mikhalkov. And we know that Nikita Mikhalkov has morphed unfortunately into a horrible Putin-loving monster. But the film itself, Yes, the film itself, Kurosawa has a certain sensibility, and I don't know, even if it's made in Russia, in most film, it's Kurosawa. I mean, I have nothing bad to say about that man. I just love him. He was one of my favorites, not only as a filmmaker, but just by reading his autobiography. He's like a very thoughtful and modest human being, and like the kind of person I would aspire to be, honestly. And as for Here the Dawns Are Quiet, I didn't see it yet, but as far as I know, it's directed by a Ukrainian. I'm not sure. But anyway, thanks for the recommendation. I'll check it out. I didn't see it.
Yeah, no problem. Enjoy. It's worth a peep.
Yeah, that reminds me. Actually, there was a thread today, and I've been trying to track it down. Here it is. There's a guy, the Twitter account Vyberkovsky, just a letter V and then BERKOVKSY, that put out a thread today about Ukrainian movies, and like basically Ukrainian films banned in the USSR, which he recommends watching. And so there's a big like list of recommendations. So maybe I can like untweet it and then retweet it. Doesn't that put it at the top?
I'll share it with you, Joseph, if you don't have it. Someone sent it to me too.
Oh yeah, I guess it got deleted. Whoops. But anyways, yeah, I thought that was a cool thread. Yeah, but I'm always on the lookout for interesting Ukrainian films, even from the Soviet time. I think it'd be time better spent. There's definitely some kind of weird Tajik films, from the Soviet time. But anyway, I don't know if any of them were banned. That's kind of interesting. We did watch one banned Soviet film in my like Stalinist literature class, and it was, I think, a Ukrainian film. It was about the sun. Oh, I don't remember what it was called. Sorry.
Yeah, well, how the censorship, if you want, I can talk a little bit about this, because it was similar in Romania, how the censorship process work for filmmakers usually. I can describe it just briefly.
Absolutely, yeah.
So basically in Romania, the way it worked, when you worked as a director, when you finished film school, it was very hard to penetrate. When you finished film school, you would go as an assistant to one of the studios, and yeah, if you wrote and you showed talent, you would ultimately be promoted to actually direct films, and you would send your script and get it approved. And many times the scripts could have gotten through. Of course, you write with subtext. It's a script, the script itself and the text is like 10% maybe of what you can show on film once you go on set. And of course, directors would modify the scripts as they shot and so on. But then these would go through a heavily, and I imagine it's the same in the Soviet Union, they would go through a heavy censorship committee. So they would be seen by a panel of censors, and they would give really, really stupid and awkward notes about things. This implies sexuality. This implies, I don't know what. This is too right-wing or whatever. And in some cases, even Ceausescu himself would give yes or no on films. And usually the destiny was the director could heavily re-edit it and have it released in a very bad form, or he would be outright banned. And I know a Romanian director, he now lives in Australia, and he made some of the best Romanian films that that stayed with me during the communist times, but small stories set in villages, but always with a big subtext against the system. And he made one about the chaos in a collective farm, and like a love triangle and jealousy among the people there. And I mean, if you see it today, it's a comedy, it's very funny. If you see it today, you can't imagine how could that have been released in the Soviet Union. So what happened actually, how that film survived today, is that they destroyed the original, but the DOP of the film, the director of photography, he saved the negatives from the film, the intermediate negative. He saved it under his bed, and the film was made in '86, and he saved it under his bed until the revolution. So he was sleeping basically on the negatives of this film that the censors suppressed. And yeah, after the revolution, it was restored and released. But there's many stories of films that were lost just because the censors destroyed it. So I guess this was the destiny. I'm pretty sure it's a similar path in the Soviet Union. So yeah, I hope I pulled enough time until Domen comes up to talk about Serbia and Kosovo.
Yeah,
You
definitely
really
waiting for that update.
Sorry, Adrian, are you telling us that you're really just preparing the show to hit the ground in the sweet spot of the Balkans, somewhere between Serbia, Kosovo, North Macedonia, and Montenegro?
Yeah, apparently so. Apparently so.
Our listeners are waiting for an update. It's very important to them.
Oh my God. Actually, I can say a little Kosovo anecdote to waste some time. A friend of mine went to a festival a film festival in Kosovo. There's a big documentary film festival there. I think it's going on right now. And when she landed in the Kosovo airport, the guard asked her if she's done Kosovo for the first time. She said yes, and he saw that he was from Ukraine, and he said Slava Ukraini. And she was very impressed because Ukraine has not recognized Kosovo as an independent country, but Ukrainians can go there as well. Romanians can go too, and we didn't recognize it either. But yeah, there's complicated reasons why that is not happening.
Героям слава.
Oh, thank you, Slavia.
Slava Nazi.
Смерть ворогам.
We're doing all the right things in order to get Domen up.
Adrian, I have a question, and then I think Jennifer, sorry, JJ had a point.
Go ahead.
Are there anything other than complicated reasons when it comes to the Balkans?
Yeah, there's always a long explanation why something is happening or something is not happening. By the way, Axel, thank you for the recommendation of the Sleepwalkers. I forgot the name of the author because I'm bad with remembering names, but this book that talks about the causes leading to World War I, and the first third of the book is heavily describing the situation in the Balkans leading up to the assassination of Franz Ferdinand. And it's absolutely a fascinating, mind-blowing read. I thought I knew a lot about that period, but really it's I love this space because I get really awesome book recommendations. So and it puts into context a lot of things. And again, you read good history and you realize, oh, damn, how much it rhymes with today. So yeah, I would recommend reading The Sleepwalkers to anyone interested in understanding how we got here in many ways.
Glad you enjoyed it. And therefore, now that you have finished your first book assignment, we'll move on to the next one. Homework will be given later this afternoon.
Haha, looking forward to it.
No, but on a more serious note, The Sleepwalkers is, from my point of view, you just highlighted the key aspect. It's so well written on the basis of massive amount of detailed research and never loses track of how these threads will be woven together. But everybody can see that none of these threads would have been inevitable to lead to that decision. They were only the preparation for it. It is essentially like today, individual decisions by individual power players make a massive difference. If these two Slovenians who were at the Crown Court in St. Petersburg had not been as successful to convince a French ambassador and some generals to play ball with some in the Tsarist administration, they probably would not have been able to support Gavril Princip and others. But that they did was not necessarily the reason why everything happened or exploded. It could have exploded many different ways. The same thing is here today. The belated or on time, however you want to see it, delivery of HIMARS systems by the Americans as an executive decision by the White House in support of a proposal by Lloyd Austin, who, as a warrior, has looked at what can be done in order to change the battlefield, because he has good guidance from many, many good soldiers in the US Army and has spoken quite literally about how much he delegates. But unless these decisions come together, there is no HIMARS on the battlefield on time to thwart the already stalling but still heavily firing Russian war machine. You can always go back and look at these individual decisions. This is why we're pushing so hard to find ways to either pressurize, replace, depose, however you want to call it, Olaf Scholz. Because as an individual decision maker, he has an inordinate amount of influence on the timelines. This is why we're advocating that our US American friends should go to all their senators, representatives on a regular basis to ensure that people understand why it is important that kit is being released for delivery early, that the state sponsor of terrorism is a valuable ticket to ride. There are many good causes, but they have to be delivered in time, preferably early. This is how sleepwalkers wove those threads together. This is why that book matters. And it describes the original sin of the greatest loss of many generations, dominating European cultures still today, the First World War.
Yeah, I mean, it describes very well a confluence of bad decisions or choosing not to act. And yeah, you described it perfectly, because it echoes today in a sense that since 2008, since the invasion of Georgia, because it starts a bit earlier, it starts with the annexation of Bosnia-Herzegovina. It puts into context a little bit the Russian Revolution of 1905, Russia's defeat at the hands of Japan. So it gives this historical context of, in combination with bad decisions and inaction. And then you think about events starting in 2008, leading up to today, and it's again a confluence of bad decisions and inaction that have led to a catastrophe. And it's doubly infuriating for me, because we are at the point of catastrophe, and still there is a large contingent of people, decision makers in the West, who are making bad decisions or are simply not acting, and basically creating events down the road that we cannot see yet, but will definitely have a bad impact because of these bad decisions and inaction.
Yeah, thank you, Adrian. Next, go ahead.
Now I can see Daniel, so I know that we will have a more detailed discussion about this matter.
Daniel, please go ahead.
Some listener told about Here the Mornings Are Quiet. That movie I saw, maybe I have 8 or 9 years old. I saw at the television of Soviet Republic of Moldova in Russian. At that moment, probably I was in the first year of Russian learning course. That movie is the most Soviet movie we can imagine. Yes, it's beautiful shot. And he had something which you don't see usually in Soviet movies, nudity. female nudity, some patriotic things with, I don't know how nice are the Soviet women and how they led the home, the fathers, the brothers on the front and defending the skies, bullshit like that. It's interesting because that movie I remember very, very, very well, and tons of Soviet movies, Romanian communist movies, I don't give a fuck and I don't remember at all. That one was so powerful and I liked it a lot at that moment. I was a pioneer, I was a small child. And about Soviet cinematography, for me, was a very powerful tool. I remember I write a paper about Soviet ideology and communist ideology and their successes, and I was putting the subject in comparison with the same cultural analogs used by Third Reich. And was very, very funny because visually in the 30s and in the 40s, the visuals are very similar in many points of view. Composition, how the line is used, a lot, even text sometimes. But in cinematography, things are different because the Nazis loved the grandeur of Scandinavian heritage and pagan religion. Russian and Soviet had only one religion. The communism is a dream of the future. We march to the future. We bring technology, the space race, the colonization of the solar system, things like that. That way it was very seductive and is a heritage which I bet Putin didn't understand, because if he used the same tools, if he used the cultural instruments which Soviet had, will be a success, a very big one. They didn't fail in the 80s because propaganda was bad. They failed because Soviet Union was hungry. It's so simple. It's not only about corruption and people staying in lines for a loaf of bread, but a hunger for jeans, for music, for anything. What is very, very funny, the capitalist contact, what I made with the West, was via Soviet Union in the 80s. I saw Total Recall with Schwarzenegger on Ostankino television, which was the official channel of Moscow. What I saw, I think I saw another movie with Stallone, I'm not sure, but pretty sure Total Recall was something which shocked me from the the Soviet cinematography to the Total Recall of Verhoeven is something very shocking. Yeah, it was interesting. And I want to say this, I think Tarkovsky is the most overrated cinematographer ever. And I don't like it. I never like it. But you can try to see the Putin era movies, the science fiction ones. I'm big fan of science fiction, like you said. And they are so bunch of crap, so stupid. Even the most gore movies of Japanese or Koreans are much, much, much better than any Russian movie made it past 10, 15 years. They have some TV shows, again, science fiction with cyborgs, artificial intelligence. They are so bunch of crap. They are very good at CGI, but the scripts, the movies, they are a kitsch, which even B movies are not comparable. And it's interesting to see how from the Soviet era to Putin Russian era, their cinematography is totally destroyed. They had instead very good contemporary plastic artists, very good conceptual artists. And usual, they are not very kind with political leaders. Okay, my phone is ringing. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Daniel. Appreciate that. So I thought we had someone come up recently, but I guess not. But yeah, if anyone does want to come up, oh, go ahead,
Yeah,
Adrian.
until someone comes up and I'll shut up. I'm burning time talking about movies and other things. Yeah, Daniel makes a very good point. Tarkovsky is overrated. I mean, we were spoon-fed Tarkovsky in university, so I watched it a lot, and many of his films 2 or 3 times. So I'm not going to watch Tarkovsky movies again. And Daniel is right about what's going on with Russian cinema today. Well, the problem is that you need a lot. Sorry. You need a lot of money to make a film. That's is the only form of art that is truly you need I guess, except theater, but that's at a smaller scale, where you need a lot of people to make it work, and you need a lot of money, and you need backing of a structure, of an organized structure to do it. And unfortunately, that means that contemporary Russian cinema is very difficult to, except for the documentary field, where you don't need a lot of money to make it. It's very difficult to be able to enter this world that is very controlled, like state financing. Most Russian films are state financed, so it's a very heavily controlled field that it's hard to get movie through. But it's interesting because the Soviet times also were a heavily controlled field that was hard to get a real story through, and 90% of it was meaningless propaganda. But there were some artists who had some thought, and I don't know, I can think of Alexei German, for example, who got some stories that were subversive through, and made these films. And the fact that none of them are today, again, shows a failure in Russian culture, shows a surrender of Russian filmmakers and intellectuals to the regime, and it shows a failure of moral fortitude, and in some cases of imagination. So the fact that we don't have like a decent budget fiction subversive piece of Russian cinema in the last 20 years, that's a very telling of a morally degraded society, in my estimation. Thanks.
Thank you, man. I'm mixing you guys up for some reason now. I'm calling Adrian, Daniel, and Daniel, Adrian. Thank you, Adrian.
All Romanians look the same.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I think I'm getting a little tired, a little goofy. Thankfully, Doman's here to take over soon, but I want to give Doman a little time. Well, I like to let Doman, get a little coffee in him. Maybe check over the news a little bit before I foist the duties of co-host upon him. But yeah, I think Slava hopped down. He's posting some news stories. Yeah, again, there was more shelling in Kharkiv region as well as Mykolaiv region last night, or I guess now, yesterday would be. Yeah, I'm trying to think of any other big big news that's happened in the last, say, 8 to 12 hours? Anyone? Alex?
I believe the last bridge across the river from Kherson Oblast was cut, or was announced that it was cut. So that's an interesting development, if it's true.
Yeah, we got a pretty reliable report from like Operational Command South. I mean, they've been very reliable, and of course, it's being reported by the Kyiv Independent or Kyiv Post, I forget. But yeah, either way, like very reputable. Yeah, Kyiv Independent, very reputable news organization. So I would say we could largely expect it to be true. The kind of intriguing thing is, to my knowledge, we haven't seen any images or like direct visual evidence of the damage itself. So we can't really say for sure, but if we take them at their word, which usually Operational Command, we can, that would mean that they're basically trapped at this point. There's not a good way for them to get heavy assets, heavy weapons across the water. They could maybe get some people, maybe get some supplies, but not in the quantities they would need to prosecute like a real, a war that requires like, mountains of logistics, I think.
I would expect that it will be much scrutinised by the satellite passes during the daylight hours today. So certainly something to keep an eye on, keep track of.
Yep, definitely. And I'm trying to think of any other recent.
I was just. It's not news, but it was related to the cultural discussion we were having, and I think Adrian absolutely nailed it with the Stalker franchise. I think yeah, if you look at the video games and the like the video clips that are and the storyline and the narrative and how that's developed, if you go back and look at it now, yeah, it's quite confronting, this sort of I guess othering and sort of normalization of of violence and genocide. Not that I'm a big fan of this idea that video games are like super evil and that that the old Dungeons and Dragons is a gateway drug to Satanism kind of logic. But I think it's an interesting lens through which to view cultural tropes and ideas, and I think that Adrian was absolutely right to draw that comparison between that franchise.
Alex, there's one more thing. If I just put it into the respective cultural framework, video games with a violent content have a completely different position and a different reference point when the culture surrounding the person playing the game is violent. In a culture of violence, of long-standing violence, where, so to say, imagine that young boy in Russia playing a video game. He also sees that his father smites his mother or hits her heavily, or there is violence between neighbors on a grand scale, that the whole culture is filled with violence. Then the video game becomes a reinforcing visual experience, an agent for him. So it has a different function and it has a completely different impact. We should not project from a free society where, a realistic portion of normalcy as we would see it in the West is projected, and kids in between dip into worlds of, first-person shooters, blah, and compare it to a culture of violence, where then the kids just slide into that game and see, yeah, this is exactly it.
I think Axel makes a great point here. It's all about cultural context and the culture you grow up in, because I grew up, I played a lot of violent video games when I was a kid, and I don't know, I didn't turn into a murderous psychopath. So it's but I also had a great family and good friends and decent values, even though I grew up in the chaos of post-communist Romania, which is another can of worms. But Russian society and violence is something that is something that this society has not gotten rid of. I mentioned this film, The Foundation Pit, which you can actually find on YouTube, but unfortunately no English subtitles. And it's interesting. So it's made out of these videos of people telling Putin their problems. And it's interesting. In the beginning, it's almost like a comedy. There's some guy who is in St. Petersburg and shows a broken street light. And he says, Vova, it's your city. How can you not fix the street lights? And then it goes into more and more, into living conditions, into broken streets and so on. And then at some point, there's some woman with two black eyes crying to Vladimir Putin that she's afraid her husband is going to kill her and the police is not doing anything. And she's crying to the abuser and torturer in chief to do something about her abuser and torturer, which is her husband at home. So this is a society where violence is absolutely normalized, where not caring for your fellow human being is a way of life. And it's normal for them to, like, when you give them a product, I don't know, a video game or whatever, when you encourage them to think that violence is fine, they'll just perpetuate it. To them is like more food for thought. The context you in your society and the context you grow up in matters a lot. And a little comment on Stalker games. They are actually made by a Ukrainian studio. So also, and I think, I don't know if they got back to Kyiv, but I saw they were making some fundraiser to keep themselves supported. I don't remember exactly the story.
I think I might have confused my franchises. I think I'm actually talking about Metro.
Ah, Metro. Good point. I read Metro. Good point.
With the Nazis and Übermensch and the Untermensch. Yep.
Yeah,
yes,
well,
of course, I meant Metro, not Stalker. Stalker is the survival/horror game set in Chernobyl.
Yeah, well, also Stalker is a bit pessimistic and nihilistic. I just wanted to say that it's a Ukrainian studio indeed, but it's also like some Ukrainians also have to do the work, but I think with the war, the work has been accelerated to do this decolonization mindset of, because Ukrainians were also fed this nihilism, and it's a testament to their culture that they resisted it and now they're getting out of it and they have their own identity. But that doesn't mean there's not elements in society and culture that were polluted by this Soviet nihilism and Russian imperial nihilism. So yeah, but Metro, on the other hand, I read the books and actually played the games a few years back. And yeah, that's for people who know, it's written by a Russian who didn't have a job and spent a lot of time in the Moscow metro. And he imagined a world where there was a nuclear war, basically, and the only survivors lived in the Moscow metro, and they form countries and factions. There are hardcore communists, there are outright Nazis, there are mercantilists, and it's basically many warring nations in the Moscow metro. And yeah, it's a fascinating read, but it's also like a very dark vision of the future, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then maybe just to clarify for our audience, so like the Stalker series, right? So originally it was a book called Roadside Picnic, and I think the author is Russian, and then the film was directed by a Russian, but then the game franchise is by a Ukrainian studio. Do I have that all right, Adrian?
Yeah, Boris and Arkady Strugarsky wrote the book. Tarkovsky made the film, but it's quite different from the book. Tarkovsky basically he shot the film, and there's a long story what happened, but basically and he lost all of the material. The film burned, and basically what we see of Stalker today is their second shoot. So basically they shot everything all over again with a changed script and a way lower budget, because they already burned through their budget by making the first one, which doesn't exist anymore. And yeah, so it's a very loose interpretation of the book through Tarkovsky's lens. And then the games themselves also are a very loose interpretation of both the book and the film. I mean, only the fact that the common terms are the radioactive zone, the term stalker, which some guys who go into Chernobyl illegally use for themselves, like guides. And the fact that there are these patches where you can't go that have supernatural properties and, like radiation. So there's like elements from there, but the book, the film, and the games differ quite a lot in their story. Let's just say that.
I think you
Yeah,
pointed out
and
something really interesting. Oh, go ahead, Alex.
I was just going to say the same studio makes the Cossack series of strategy games, and I believe they're all on Steam, the Stalker games and the Cossacks. So if you're Cossacks video games, not an endorsement or a recommendation, but if you're that way, if you're inclined, check them out. I think they're fundraising, I think, but I played them. They're fun. So, and it's a Ukrainian company. So.
Alex, I don't know if this is still. Real quick, I don't know if this is still the case, but I know Steam wasn't able to process payments for Ukrainian developers for a while. Did they fix that ever? Do you know?
I couldn't tell you. I'm not too sure. Yeah, I haven't seen any news about that. So, yeah,
but it would be interesting to know if somebody could find out from our community whether that is or has been the case, because it was rumored. I agree with you in that regard. I can definitely tell you that our little boy here, 13 years of age, told me that some things were not available, and a number of the games have been produced, obviously, by Ukrainian artists, I would call that, because they're not just software developers, they're artists, quite literally. But then again, it's an important feature and an important segment of Ukrainian society, creating virtual worlds and being good at programming them. And with that, I think, Alex, Joseph, let's recognize the fact that we have an expert on Serbia, Kosovo, North Macedonia, and whatever else could come out of the Balkans here with us. Good morning, Doman.
Good morning, and I told everyone, I tagged everyone relevant that I will not be talking about it until Thursday, because there's a thing on Wednesday that will actually make some difference. Good morning.
But don't you think that the decisions will be made before Wednesday, and that we could glean something from the build-up, and that we should not actually discuss now what we could expect? I mean, this is it. I mean, these are the Balkans, right?
Well, I can tell you what we can expect. What we can expect is that Kurti and Vucic are going to sit down.
We'll get the news. We'll get the news of Thursday here today.
Well, it is a Wednesday, technically.
Come on, David.
Kurti and Vucic are going to sit down with Stoltenberg. I'm trying to get Vucic and Kurti, the prime ministers, the presidents of Kosovo and Serbia, are going to sit down with Jens Stoltenberg, the general secretary of NATO, and he's going to tell them to behave, and he's going to tell Vucic that his entire military is nothing compared to just what's already in Kosovo, let alone the KFOR, let alone everything that would get deployed within 24 hours from bases in Italy if they did try to pull any shit. And then Vucic will say okay, and then go out and make some inflammatory speeches, and that's going to be about it. That's the summary. Where does Slava go? I wanted to hear from Slava, not myself.
And you shied Joseph away.
I didn't. You did that, or someone did that. I think you did that.
No, I just teased him.
Oh, okay. Where's Slava? With the pretty puppy.
All right. In the meantime, Dorman, given the fact that both you and I probably had a little bit of sleep, although, I mean, hopefully not too much, Alex, can you give us an update as to what happened during the night in terms of things going boom, especially as we have the representative of the Gurneys here with us as well?
I'm not sure how awake Gurney is. Not a great deal. There was a report from Operational Command South that the bridge, the final bridge from the west bank to the east bank has been cut, which, if when confirmed, would leave those Russian reinforcements in Kherson in something of a pickle. There's been the regular, sounds awful, the persistent shelling across Sumy and Cherniv. Apart from that, I don't think there's been any particular sort of extraordinary explosions.
Dorman, did you just hear this? The final bridge has been cut and leaves the Russian invading troops in a bit of a pickle, but not really much has happened.
So,
right?
I heard this. It says something like the fourth bridge has been cut, and I was like, "What? Which is the fourth bridge? What is the fourth bridge? Do they mean the railway bridge? Do they mean the Novakhovka bridge? Is there detail on which bridge they were referring to?"
Joseph, who has departed, may have had a bit more information on this. I know that it might be in reference to the dam. I know the dam is now reported to be impassable, although could be wrong. And I know that there have been a couple of strikes in the last 48 hours against on the dam at Novakhovka, so it may refer to the Novakhovka dam.
Is that a cinema, Alex?
It is a supermarché.
Dorman, it seems we have to find out everything by ourselves by the usual methods, fact-based research. Alex is shopping, Joseph has gone sleeping, Gurney fell asleep on the panel. I don't know. There is very little reliance on North American and the Southern Hemisphere people, is there?
Yeah, 4 out of 5 eyes.
I can see, however, that Jennifer is still. No, sorry. Who's this? JJ. Okay.
We have Joe and we
JJ
have
is still
JJ.
So there is a North American presence here, and awake. JJ, no emoticons. Talk, find the button with the voice, the voice release button.
Good morning, Axel. How are you? Sorry.
Excellent. Perfectly refreshed, out of the plunge pool, ice cold.
Yeah, we're getting Joseph back as well. So we have Joe, Jane,
And the
and
puppers.
Joseph all together, all the J's.
I'd like to hear about the peppers.
Well, those dogsters are currently looking across the fields in order to, target, unfortunately, a couple of birds. These birds think that, having a little resting place there close to the tuyas is a good idea. And finally, the poodles have found out that they are actually hunting dogs. So there you go. Everybody happy. Joseph, we missed you. Could you update Dorman and myself before we have to do all the reading ourselves as to what went boom and what was the fourth bridge, who cut it, and why did Alex make the sound as if it's a nothing burger?
Well, we just have a report from Operational Command South that the Nova Kahoka Dam was struck again, but we don't have like any independent, video, or like we don't have anything to like look at in terms of assessing damage or anything like that. I think typically, as I said before, like when Operational Command South reports something, or any operational command of Ukraine, we can basically take it as gospel at that point. I think they don't really, tell whoppers, but there's not a lot we can say about it really, because we just don't have any like evidence to look at. So that's like my best understanding of it, Axel. It was reported maybe 6 hours ago, and we still haven't really heard, or we haven't gotten any video. So yeah, take it for what you will. Go ahead.
And in their statement, what did they publish? Did they say that the bridge has now become, let's say, unpassable, or has it been impaired, or did they report anything on the quality of the strike?
Yeah, good question. I just went to the Kyiv Independent and just let out a quick tweet kind of summarizing what happened, but I think Alex might have like actually read the Ukrainian report from Operation Command South. Alex?
No, I think Alex will regale us with some nice music again. But maybe
he's between the legume and the milk.
Between the beef and the chevaux. No, we don't do that here. Yeah, the Kiev Independent usually repeats the reports word for word, from what I understand, or they paraphrase it quite closely. So yeah, there's no real indication as far as I've seen of what the material condition of it might be. Again, we just tried to discuss this about 20 minutes ago. I think it's something that we will have to keep an eye on in the next 12 hours or so.
Yeah, so I'm reading a little bit of this report, Axel. So Russia managed to carry out only superficial repairs to the damaged Antonov Bridge. The two main bridges leading to the territory are now probably not being used for significant military purposes. Sorry, that was actually the source of the Ministry of Defense of Great Britain, but also probably a good source. So it sounds like pretty reputable sources are telling us that both bridges are effectively out at this point and that repairs aren't being effective.
I get it. Sorry, I was just confused because it said the fourth bridge, and but there's only three. What did they mean the fourth bridge? Anyway, it is how it is. It's good that they're out. It means that it's harder for Russians to sustain whatever number of troops they have on the right bank of the Dnipro, and that's a good thing because it will make it easier for Ukrainians to deal with them. Let's hopefully we'll get some more damage reports, videographically by the Russians. They like doing those. Let's have them enjoy themselves. Joe, good morning.
Good morning. How are you? I guess this is a weird question for in space.
Well, I think we're all reasonably well.
Yes, exactly. I came across this video I posted in the nest. It's again Russian propaganda. I know we've been over this over and over again, but every time it strikes me, and this using a child now is even more nefarious. So just I guess it was a little anecdote. Maybe if you want to, you can watch it. If you don't want to ruin your weekend, then don't watch it. But it's basically a little cute angelic girl speaking like a demon, saying that if you want that it should be the Ukrainian mother who never sees the sun again. So just kill the Ukrainians, kill them all. And this all is wrapped in this cuteness of a little Russian girl with pigtails and smiling. So kind of reminded me of the incident during the Olympics when the skater was sort of being attacked, and afterwards the Russian foreign ministry, I think, they published this very peculiar, I would say, video of also a skater that is being defended by, I guess, the GRU or something like this, and how all of the West is attacking her. So just a little curiosity I came across.
Would you say that this is unexpected from Russian propaganda, or just more of the same,
no,
really,
totally
but newly
expected,
packaged?
but I don't think we have seen a child used till now. At least not with this strong of a language. And I think this is just a normal evolution of events. I mean, this is something that we could have expected at one point or another. I think it's even surprising that we didn't see this earlier, the use of children to spread the propaganda.
I guess we haven't seen it like in this way, like individually, but we've definitely seen the troops of Russian kids
but
marching
more,
around in
internal,
uniform, right?
That was more at the national level. Now we are
Yes.
seeing the use of children used to spread propaganda at an international level. So the audience is different, which I think is far more bold, because whereas in Russia it's you could have it was an easy sell. I mean, people are so brainwashed that they don't see anything wrong with child speaking such atrocities. But this is perhaps supposed to target a bit, I don't know. But then again, I forgot it's in Russian language. So, anyways,
I'll just tie in something
I woke
here
up
that I
with
saw
this,
yesterday.
and it just, I guess, hit me a bit harder. Although, like you say,
I'll just tie in something that I saw yesterday, which was a ballet dancer, a male ballet dancer, Russian one.
Oh yeah,
with
definitely.
three faces with three Putin's faces.
Charm, you know?
Yeah, on his torso, which is just
third time lucky.
just modern decoration, right? It's that's what you want to have when you look yourself in the mirror in the morning. You want to see Putin 3 times over.
Yeah, well, better Putin doesn't die anytime soon for this guy, because he's stuck with his face.
Yes, the eternal leader shall forever be on there.
It's like how do you call it? A tat. I forgot the name, but it's like when American girls would get a butt tattoo with the name of the boyfriend, and then the boyfriend would dump them. So we can more or less expect the same story for this guy being stuck with the tattoo of Putin on his pecs.
Well, he'll just have to make the next one also be the next leader also be look the same, not the same name but just look the same. Easy. You'll be a vested interest.
I know that's easy in Russia. That would be easier in Belarus now.
Yeah, no, probably.
Lukashenko and the mini-me, Kolia.
Probably right.
But it's easy. You
okay.
just have to add a pencil mustache. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. So, Joe, what do you reckon?
Good morning, Dom and Axel, Joe, Arkan, JJ, Gurney, Sobacher, Joseph. Yeah, what do I think? I don't know. It doesn't surprise me the kind of propaganda they use and the kids and stuff. It's it doesn't surprise me, and it honestly to God doesn't affect me, because I know the intent behind it. I mean, it is disgusting, it's despicable, It's, horrific, using anybody, especially people who are not developed enough to make their own choices, i.e. children. Gosh,
Do you
I'm
know
going
what's
off on a
the,
tangent. Yeah, Joe, please.
do you know how it's called in advertisement? This is called marketing for geez, I get a bit stressed every time and again.
No, it's okay. No worries. Plenty of time.
Advertisement pornography, because it's
Yes,
children with,
yes, exactly. That describes it very well indeed. It's disgusting, it's despicable, it's transparent to those who are not susceptible to it. Yeah, it's gross. I'm not sure why I came up, Damon, but good morning.
Was it to do with the bridges? Because
It
apparently there were
might well
more
have.
strikes.
It might well have done. It might well have had to be to do with the bridges.
Apparently, 27 minutes ago, there were more strikes.
If I say to you, Domin, Nova Kakhovka, what do you think of?
I think of the large hydroelectric dam at Nova Kakhovka, which apparently 27 minutes ago was struck again with 6 or 7 strikes.
Yeah, and what runs sort of kind of parallel to the dam?
Parallel to the dam, there's a road and a railway.
Axel, you sound funny today.
Are you sure there's a road?
Well, in principle, there is such a thing that was expected there to be a road, but I don't know if it qualifies as such anymore.
Exactly. Yeah. So we're kind of we're kind of spectators to a rather interesting development, are we not?
Yeah, it's
Absolutely.
road and bridge deconstruction in slow motion.
Thank you. Thank God somebody understood what I was saying. I wasn't sure they were like words or sentences, but thanks.
Soldier, we're always here.
Merci. Over. Anyway, Domin, would you like to elaborate a little bit on the said
Yeah, sorry.
roads?
Apparently there were the strikes apparently were yesterday, not today. I'm sorry. I mixed stuff up.
Yeah,
because I
yeah.
got the time
The
zone.
the update was not long ago, but the
Yeah.
strike was many hours ago.
22 hours ago. Not 27 minutes, but 22 hours. As to what is there to elaborate on? Well, let's put it this way: it is very bad for Russians not to have bridges over a really wide river, because they hold territory both sides of the very wide river, and if they can't get stuff from the one side of the very, very wide river to the other side of the very wide river, it makes it very hard for them to do things on the said other side of the very wide river. That is the extent of my understanding, not entirely, but close enough. JJ, do you wanna help me with a prompt, maybe?
This was yet again the Blue Peter version of why supply lines across rivers matter, right?
Yes.
You cannot knock Blue Peter, Axel.
I would never do that. I just highlighted the fact that Domin managed to do it.
Yeah, that's
how. I would suggest that. I'd suggest that Axel has all his badges, Sergio. Yeah, maybe the Russians just really enjoy boating, enjoy messing about in boats. The late summer.
Makes sense. It is quite warm. Go on the river, sail about a bit with your tracked amphibious vehicle, dragging some people use a speedboat to drag a water skier. No. Russians use tracked amphibious vehicles to very, very slowly move around some conjoined sections of a pontoon bridge. Fun for all the family. The whole party. I know. JJ, would you like to have fun on some
Is there a
sections of a pontoon
possibility,
bridge?
but before you go to share JJ, is there a possibility that we could just sign up members for the Nova Kakhovka Yacht Club?
Sounds great.
So that
The
we
problem
can attract,
is
we can attract M if we add rowing, boat and rowing club.
I think it might get a little bit too hot.
I suspect it's going to get rather crowded very shortly, so I'm not sure it'd be a very.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this is wonderful. JJ, please do interrupt this. Yeah, I don't know what it is, JJ, but it's something rather amusing.
It is amusing, and that's why I waited until now. I wanted to point out the cute story that's in the nest about a couple of teenagers in Chicago who broke a world record and made a mosaic with cereal boxes, and it's the Ukraine flag. And the reason I brought it up again was because it was the perfect segue for the guys earlier tonight to talk about MryiaReport and who MryiaReport supports. But they didn't pick up on it, so I thought I would throw it to you guys.
Solomon, who do we support?
Well, we support MryiaAid, MryiaAid.org, which is a organization run by, among other, several members of the Canadian Armed Forces, including the most recent head of Operation Unifier, Lieutenant Colonel Melanie Lake. Operation Unifier, of course, being the Canadian Armed Forces training mission in Ukraine, which ran from 2015 to January 2022, and is being restarted as of yesterday? I think yesterday the first Canadian trainers will have had arrived. Is that the correct answer? Will have had arrived in.
They left yesterday. I mean, it depends how long it takes to swim.
I think I have
they're
a
Canadians. They're Canadians. They can swim well.
Unlike the Russians at Nova Kakhovka, they will use alternate modes of transport across the Atlantic. But
they do have to apologize, Delman, for not helping enough sooner. It's going to take a little time.
It might take a little time, but I think they'll be very willing to do it.
And also, MryiaAid, Delman, what kind of aid does MryiaAid provide the troops in Ukraine?
Strictly non-lethal. Oh my God, there's so many who this. Strictly non-lethal. Among other things like night vision equipment, body armor, and as of late, very importantly, pretty nifty drones, if I may say so. Pretty nifty is a technical term for, I don't know exactly why they're so good, but apparently they're really, really good. And actually right now, just this past week, there was a few people from MryiaAid, as well as a number of people from UAV Tech, the drone manufacturer from the UK, that were in Ukraine for the whole week, training a bunch of Ukrainian operators how to use these drones and how to use them best possible. And this is the sort of thing that MryiaAid does, invests specifically into things that can be very well delivered on the ground.
And what's the percentage of the donations that go to the aid and the delivery of such? I mean,
it's.
I mean, what's the kind of percentage that goes to like administration costs, website costs, etc.?
Yeah, it's very easy. So I've seen a pie chart that demonstrates this. It's very easy to remember all the numbers because one number is 100%, and all the other numbers are 0%. So it's very easy to remember. 100% of donations goes to getting stuff into Ukraine, and the stuff that ends up on the front lines, and none go to anything else. So it's very easy to remember. 100%. Despite some people really hating the word 100%, 100% literally goes to stuff that ends up in Ukraine. None goes to administrative costs, or as some people like to say, none goes for pizza parties either. Which
are you saying that it's entirely driven by volunteers?
Entirely.
But I promise, sorry, Sergio, I promise when we get to Kiev for the victory party, we're gonna go for pizza, okay?
We are so much going for pizza, and I am so much looking forward to it. Also, Odessa, actually, to be fair. And we will all be paying for our own pizzas. Thank you.
Very
Doman,
good. Yes?
you just mentioned 100%, and you cracked me up. But it gave me a great idea. What if, you know how people have swear jars? What if for a week we decided that we were not allowed to say 100%? Sorry.
99.9%.
I am so much fucking 100% agreeable to you, JJ. What does that cost?
And so we'd have to donate every time somebody said 100%. I don't know. We can work on it.
I catch
100%.
myself saying it.
I could not agree with you more.
I catch myself saying it, but I try to because the Yehuda thing is to just say 100%, right? And then you stop. So I try to incorporate. I say you're 100% right? So that's I have the impulse to say it, but I try to filter it into a proper sentence so it's less
But
bad.
you have to be fair, Joseph. You have to be fair. It is significantly shorter than saying affirmative.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we.
Sorry.
You could have said 100% as back, Joseph.
It's permeated into the emoticons now, though, too.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm glad you suggested that. But okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I don't know where some people get the other emoticons, because I only still have the old ones, and it's been weeks that people have been doing all manner of other things, and I've not. Anyway, Adrian?
I also don't have the emoticons, except the basic ones. I just wanted to say I'm glad she suggested 100% instead of swear words, because I almost never say 100%, and I can avoid it. But if we were supposed to do a real swear jar, that would be a real challenge for me, because I do slip out a few times.
I can say that all of these statements certainly capture the entirety of my feelings in this matter.
Absolutely.
Herm, save us.
Doman. Oh, I save you. No, I'm not going to save you. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to your previous most favorite topic about this bridge in Serbia that you're always trying to bring. So that's Nova Kahova, I guess. And so that bridge that has apparently been struck twice now and 2 nights in a row. A few days ago, last weekend or something, I saw a tweet somewhere where people took satellite pictures or aerial pictures of the bridge and pointed out that there is so you have the railway and the roadway going next to each other when they reach to the dam of the hydro electric power plant, and then you see the roadway turning away from the railway and making a way next to it around the dam for some, I don't know, engineering reason. And people pointed out that the really good points to strike it would be at this little section before the dam, when there is a little tiny secondary bridge where both are going in parallel.
There's a lock. There's a lock under it.
Yes, so that one is a good target, and then exactly where it makes the turn, when the curve is of the roadway, and to hit that one because it's really juicy, because it's really hard to repair. And I know they hit that lockway and in the strike yesterday, and I cannot wait for the satellite pictures where the other hits went in, because I kind of like I know where this is going. But Domin, your expertise about the the Kherson Oblast, which is on the right-hand side of the Dnieper River. Is it true that the Russians actually moved 10 to 15,000 combat forces in the last couple of weeks on the other side of the Dnieper River, and they're kind of like sitting now with their backs to the river?
So I honestly don't know what their disposition is. I keep reading different estimates of the Russian disposition, and they, between them, there's a very wide range of possibilities. So I'm happy to talk about, what if it's this way, what if it's that way, and maybe assume that the Ukrainian intelligence probably knows very well how many Russians, roughly are where. But I don't, so I will neither confirm nor deny, for the simple reason that I don't have a clue, and therefore don't have the capacity to confirm or deny.
Do you at least know which bank is the left bank and the right bank, the western, the northern, the northeastern, and whatever bank there is, Dolman?
It's very straightforward. The right bank is the one that has the city of Kherson on it, and the left bank is the one that doesn't.
Where is the left bank situated to Kosovo?
It's farther away.
Okay.
On average.
But Domin, having your backs to the river, on the other side only Ukrainian forces, does it qualify as a cauldron in a military point of
I don't know. Ask Axel. How am I supposed to know?
You know everything.
Axel's the one that knows everything.
No, I'm just sitting here and listening to you.
The Russians call it a cauldron. Like we don't really use that term. Is there like a German term for it? Like, is it like a schnitzel or something?
The German term is Kessel, which is where the English term cauldron is derived from, because the first translation of Clausewitz refers to it.
Gotcha. Oh, so it's originally a German term, cauldron.
There's also a town in, I think, Niedersachsen called Kessel.
Oh, God, Kessel. It's the original English word for that is kettle, and you still have it. And that's what it is. A cauldron is just a wider, bulkier piece of that.
Oh, oh, Axel. Oh, I love your sigh.
Well, this is what I'm always talking about with John and finance, right? I mean, it's like the Europeans, they're always talking about language and history and bridges. And it's like, the real question is, when, Domin, is McDonald's is opening up again and you guys aren't covering it. There's just no coverage of this. And I'm just wondering, what's the deal?
Well, it's an American chain,
Are you just asking questions, Joseph?
I'm just a guy asking questions about McDonald's opening back up in Ukraine, and I want to tell you guys about my crypto scheme, but that's for another time. But what's this about McDonald's opening back up?
Can I jump in fast? Because I was sorry, Joseph. So I was in a Kiev train station in between trains like 3 days ago. Anyway, and I was craving for McDonald's so much because I get that sometimes. I get trashy, and I was heavily disappointed that it was not open, and I had to settle for a regular burger. But at least I patronized the Ukrainian business. So I'm really looking forward to this reopening of McDonald's in Ukraine. I can't eat it in Romania, but in Ukraine, for sure. But I really missed it. It was closed. The one near the train station, it was closed 3 days ago. So huge disappointment for me.
Well, let's point this out, right? I'll stop talking about McDonald's in Ukraine and talk about McDonald's in Russia a little bit, because so initially they called it Dyadia Vanya, right? What do they call it now? They call it something else now, something tasty, whatever.
Tasty,
anyway,
period.
Like Smachno or something. Okay. So in Russia, the new version of McDonald's that's taken over all the old McDonald's stores, or at least many of them. Do you know what they don't serve, Joseph?
French fries.
Correct. Do you know why?
Because Macron stopped calling them, so they can't order anymore.
Exactly. That is why. This is why Macron kept up calling Putin. It's because he wanted to support the French fry industry. No, that wasn't why. But it's ironic that the one thing that Russia produces quite a bit of, and you know who produces a whole lot of potatoes, Joseph? What country that still trades with Russia?
I don't know, Doman.
Starts with a B, Domen.
Starts with a B.
Joseph.
Botswana.
It's
Brazil?
run by a guy who,
It has the same kind of economic quality as Botswana. That's correct.
and it's also run by a guy who looks like a walrus, if it helps.
Did he recently feed Steven Seagal a carrot?
I wouldn't know about that, but it's Lukashenko and it's Belarus. Belarus is famous for potatoes. So
yeah, that's
Russia
and recently
cannot
feeding Steven
provide.
Seagal a carrot, Doman. Sorry, go ahead.
I wasn't aware of that. No, I don't approve of Zeus necessarily.
Where are you going with this, Doman?
Well, where I am going is Russia is in such a mess it can't even have potatoes in the correct shape and consistency for
Doman,
their
that's
McDonald's
absurd.
to operate.
Are you
But you know-
suggesting a country as big as Russia couldn't feed itself? That's absurd, Doman.
No, I think it
coming
can
back to
feed itself. It just
potatoes.
can't get potatoes into McDonald's.
Coming
Yeah?
back to potatoes and McDonald's, it actually makes it doesn't surprise me at all, because when McDonald's entered the Polish market in early 90s, Poland, which is also a huge producer of potatoes, had to import potatoes for McDonald's fries, also because of the same reason, because it did not fit the standards for the French fries. So I mean the story
It's
with
about the
McDonald's.
starch, Joe. It's about the starch content.
Yeah, but the thing is, McDonald's doesn't even operate it in Russia anymore. It's their own version. It's their own version of McDonald's. I think they're just lacking in potato.
So
They are using
no.
the
So that
same machinery and the same production process. So I think that's the reason why.
Okay, thank you.
So
Sorry.
yes, exactly.
Sorry.
So they took over the existing stores and they're doing everything the same except different signage. The thing is, yes, they do have actual potatoes. That's fine. But Joe, as you quite correctly highlighted, they aren't the right shape and size. So, and this all goes down to machinery, because Russia sourced potatoes on the Russian market Russian McDonald's branches sourced potatoes on the Russian market. There was a supplier within Russia, but that supplier can no longer make potatoes right because of sanctions. That is what I was eventually trying to get to. Sorry, Alex, you had some words.
Yeah. So on a slightly serious note, boringly, and not about my new cryptocurrency.
And I think we're getting
or Joseph. What it comes down to, so people are unaware, McDonald's and other large companies actually have their own strains of potatoes that farmers then grow for them on contract. So if you can't access, so basically they can't grow those strains, so you don't get the right potatoes. As Axel pointed out, it's to do with the starch content and a lot of other different things. But there are proprietary strains that these companies own and use, and that they then contract farmers to grow, that they need to continue business. So because they can't access those strains, they can't produce French fries. It's crazy, but that's how it works.
Absolutely correct, and it's exactly this was the reason why Polish farmers were protesting at that point in time, for example, against McDonald's, because they have fantastic potatoes and they have just different starch content, different taste, and different shapes. And McDonald's then highlighted as to why on earth they would want to have different ones. And then, by the way, some of the strands of the potatoes, because they mix them, were GMO. So the European Union didn't allow for certain strands to be imported. McDonald's had to try to find ways in order to still homogenize the taste of the potatoes and the, shall we say, the shape, taste, haptic content of the potatoes, to the point that the result would be pretty much the same as in the US, because they wanted to have their uniform brand, which is very well vested not only in the burgers but also in the quality and specific taste, shape, and function of those damn French fries. Which, by the way, is a complete misconstruction, because obviously these fries are Belge. The good fries have to be dipped in twice, and they have to be made out of really good farm potatoes. And these can only be found in that part of Western Europe, between Germany, Belgium, France, and the southern part of the Netherlands. Everything else is crap, of course, as we all know.
Thank you, Axel, for that deep dive on potatoes.
I worry that now Luxembourg feels left out, but to not make him feel left out, decoding Chrome.
Yeah, but they don't do potatoes. They pay people to not plant potatoes.
Can everyone please stop saying potatoes? I'm sure Decoding has something very clever to say.
I don't really, but I'll say it anyway. Freedom Prize, of course. I have a different take on Freedom Prize Gate, and I just tweeted it into the thing. So at the time, the first thing, as many of us know about Russia, they're not that concerned about the person running, Mrs. or Mr. whoever's running the McDonald's in Russia at the moment doesn't care whether the potatoes resemble actual Freedom Fries from McDonald's in New York or London or Paris. They'll put anything on the plate and rebrand it as a Russian improvement. So that's the one thing. But my interpretation, especially when I saw the TASS news article about the withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukraine, Freedom Fries from McDonald's, the TASS news release specifically said there are no shortage of potatoes in Muscovy. But despite that, McDonald's fake McDonald's wasn't planning to get any more Freedom Fries until the new year. So my take on this is, and this is something I and many others probably who watched the Soviet Union collapse has predicted would happen, that when you have this common market and you have particular provincial governors who are responsible for the allocation of resources from the center, from Moscow coming in, and from their districts going outwards, as shortages begin throughout the whole of Muscovy, all the way to Asia, you will have these obviously you have the centrifugal force, if that's the right word, of the Kremlin demanding the districts and the governors responsible for growing potatoes send these potatoes around the place, in the same way that they were talking, the Soviet Union collapsed for want of a few waters. And meanwhile, you have the governor who is appointed by the Kremlin, but is closest to the citizen and the potato growers. And so when I saw this shortage of potatoes, knowing that they would put any potato on the plate, but as I understand, there are no potatoes on the plate there. Stop me if I only tuned into this late. So if I'm saying something someone said already, stop me. Or tell me after I've stopped to stop me.
Just try to find a way to not say potato as much, but keep going, please.
So basically, I'm arguing from first principle, fake McDonald's will put any Freedom Fry, anything even remotely resembling a Freedom Fry, like we're talking the spectrum of Freedom Fries here, something that that probably does, smash. If anyone from the UK is here, they'll understand. It's kind of this dehydrated potato, dehydrated freedom fry, anything on the plate. And 2, suddenly there's this shortage of potatoes, and they're not caring about conformity to standards or anything like that. They'll put anything on the plate. So with those 2 things in mind, it's a bit and fake McDonald's is a big publicity stunt to show that Muscovy can survive without us terrible Westerners. And then suddenly, a few weeks after fake McDonald's begins, they run out of freedom fries. And Tass says, "Oh, there's no shortage of potatoes in Muscovy." I put 4 and 4 together, and I got 9. And 9 is, this is an early warning signal that there's trouble in I don't know where that phrase comes from, but you know what I mean, and possibly to do with the distribution of potatoes around the place. So I don't
There's
mean to
trouble
overthink it.
within the pale.
Trouble within the pale, exactly. Yeah, so that's my 4 penneth on Freedom Frygate.
I think that would make sense because, for example, just again from the history of Poland, it was now it's become a famous joke, but in under the communism, Poland would import beetroot. Poland is the largest right now beetroot producer, but because of allocation by not by the free market, but by the central government, it just wasn't managed well. And also another little anecdote, there was this joke that why there's no shoes in Belarus, and it would go something like, because there is the one company which produces the left shoe, and then on the other side of the country there is another company which produces the right shoe, but they couldn't manage to build the rail tracks between the 2 companies.
So how can you extend this to potatoes? There's the left potatoes and the right. No, sorry, never mind. Herb.
Okay, I need to take this opportunity to add and actually correct Axel what he said before. And he was absolutely right that the Belgian fries are the best fried potato sticks on the planet because they originate from they're the original fried potato sticks, and they have a lot of experience in doing them right. And the addition is they are enjoyed together with mayonnaise. There's no way you can put ketchup on those. They go only either by themselves or with mayonnaise. That is an imperative. So having said that, the best fried potato sticks are actually called chips by its own creator, and that's Heston Blumenthal, which for you don't know, the people who don't know here, it is the owner of the Fat Duck in England, a renowned star cook, and he has a couple of YouTube videos, like several actually, where he went to his ordeal to identify the best fried potato stick, which he calls chips, or other people call freedom fries. And their trick is, now here, listen, there is a very specific sous vide temperature. You need to pre-cook them to make them thoroughly cooked, and then you need to fry them at one specific temperature to give them the roughness of the texture, and then fry them again at another temperature to give them the crisp on the outside. They have all the great things that go about a fried potato stick in one product, and that is something I really would like you to check out. It's easy to make at home. It is perfectionized, and Heston Blumenthal on YouTube. Please go for it. And now to McDonald's for my last comment to that. The trick about the secret of the McDonald's fries.
May I teach you something? Oh, sorry. What?
Sorry, you can do this, but he's absolutely right. Heston Blumenthal, in his molecular approach, went for exactly that. Try to find out how the Belgians actually got it right. He could have asked a proper Belgian grandmother, but no, he went for molecular research and came up with the same result. I love it.
I think just out of respect to Huda, I think we should also mention the Quebec fries. the infamous ugly, atrocious fries dipped in cheese and God knows what else.
So that is a plain wrong in my opinion. But okay, listen out. The secret about the McDonald's fries that they are serving as the gold standard is not the potato. What McDonald's dumbed down, they ignored all the learnings of the the Belgian potato stick cookers or fryers, with all the experience and ingenuity, and also Heston Blumenthal just went ahead and make very thin strips of potatoes and coated them in sugar solution. So in a one-step frying process, those potatoes become creamy and they get the Maillard reaction on the outside to make them crisp and brown for the sugar that's sticking on them. And that's why McDonald's makes you fat.
Oh my God, Herm's a genius.
No, it's perfect. It's exactly right. And this is why you should never do this, because in Belgium, you wouldn't serve them like that.
I have to say, I never figured
Europeans.
him for.
Go ahead, Alex.
I never figured him for a Thomas what's denier. So anyway,
We will clip it, Herm, don't worry. We will clip this segment and make sure that we pin it somewhere.
The entire potato segment. Can somebody please say potato one more time?
I'm starting to think you Europeans might know something about potatoes.
I have a language question about potatoes, but anyway, that can wait for another day.
Soju was laughing a jolly good head off beforehand. Soju, did you want to comment on Heston Blumenthal, or was it just a derogative statement as to the difference between fries and chips?
No, honestly, I can't speak right now.
I had the same issue. So, Alex, please take it away.
The only thing I had was why do you say hummus, but then pommes frites? It's never sounded right to me. But anyway.
For that,
At this
we
point,
have
I
to
would.
have our Frenchman.
And at this point, I would like to call on Decoding Trolls, even though I feel wrong for calling on an Irishman with regards to potatoes.
Are we going full famine?
Hope not.
To slightly change the subject, and maybe you've spoken about this already, but I've just been for a run and it's preying on my mind. Has anyone else read Strelkov Gherkin's latest wine? Basically in it, it's the first time he uses the word retreat. And I think this is highly significant in the line of the futures out there. It's just unevenly distributed. And some of the listeners here who were here an hour or two ago, I did mention it en passant, but I don't think its full significance was teased out, debated, or perhaps understood. And maybe I'm misunderstanding it, so I'd love to get people's input on it.
I was just about to highlight that Strelkov is a deliberate contrarian actor with a penchant for, or penchant for, in this case, this kind of efficiency horror, this kind of, how should I say, it's never good enough, you know? He's never happy in his messaging, and I accept this. So if he now talks about retreat, what he's doing is he's teasing out the emotional reaction of his audience on the Russian side. So it's a double-sided sword of a message, I think, more than an indicator.
Good to hear that, because yes, I have many times I've warned people on Twitter that he is disinformation directly from the Kremlin, and his purpose is to provoke a mobilization. It's very complex lexemes and memes which he promotes, and not to take him on face value and all that. So I have written on him extensively. I followed him, as many people here have, since April 2014, very closely. I've read everything I could find ever on him, ever. So when I say I think him using the word retreat is highly significant, it's in that context. It's not in the context of someone looking at the surface meanings of the words. and for all of us, he's the only input we have into Kremlin, senior Kremlin advisors, and he's also, as we know, he's a clearinghouse for hundreds or thousands of soldiers' innermost thoughts. So instead of calling for mobilization, which, as we know, he's been doing since early March 2022, he's been calling for a full mobilization through his wines, underneath in his wines. Here, the resignation is dripping, but the word retreat is in there. And I did tweet him last month, and I suggested that his lust for Ukrainian blood was ruining Russia. I copied him in the Yale report to show him some highlights of how it was ruining Russia. And I suggested to him very politely, in a very, I basically told him the Kremlin is threatening him. So I was Decoding Trolls was taken over by the Kremlin briefly. And Decoding Trolls communicated directly to whoever the Silovoki running that account are, that he should start advocating retreat, not escalation, as his lust for Ukrainian blood was ruining Russia, and that there will be a civil war by January, and Chechnya is where it will start, and he will be sent there as infantry, not as internet field marshal. And so now, 3 weeks later, he has used the word retreat in his Telegram posts. And obviously, this isn't in a vacuum, because all of us who understand the front line, the 2,000-kilometer front line, what the Crimea strike means, and just everything, the whole universe of stuff that's going on inside Muscovy, including running out of potatoes, that now we have this voice mentioning the word retreat. And I think that's very significant.
Because he wants to intensify the conflict from his perspective. That's the whole ballgame. He acknowledges the inefficiency of their attack, and he acknowledges their strategic defeat. But in order to reach at least a tactical balance and force the Europeans into ceasefire, they need to increase their posture and mobilize more staff.
John Harris.
Thank you. Morning, all. Yeah, just in response to decoding, that wasn't quite how I read it. I thought it was quite laden with sarcasm, because the context of the word retreat was his considering how they can hold on to their gains in Ukraine with existing forces, and then said they need to apply the proven strategy of retreating to Moscow and Stalingrad and freezing the forces there, basically in order to destroy them. So I took it as heavily laden sarcasm that they don't have the forces they need to actually maintain the gains that they've already made in the Donbass.
But that still means, then, if I may, that the position which we just highlighted, that he uses this in order to mobilize or to strike at the inefficiency of not having mobilized and committed more troops, despite the fact that they may not have them quite yet. But he believes that there is sufficient troops around St. Petersburg and Moscow still, that he would like to have them in theater, right? Because it's not just retreat or a delay, action and fortification. You need more troops, correct? Did I get this right, John?
No, I haven't done that, buddy. Sorry. Sorry, I completely distracted for a second there. No, again, that wasn't how I read it. I read it as him reaching back to the only sort of proven successful strategy they've had as a heavy point of sarcasm, rather than anything else. But I mean, I may be completely wrong, to be honest.
He's
Decoding, come again. Decoding, mic check.
Can you hear me?
Yep. You were just about to answer something to John, so I thought.
Oh yes, he's dripping in sarcasm and irony and nihilism, sentimentality, whining, all of the stuff he personifies this kind of I mean, Dostoevsky and co. always had a character like this. And in there, and as you, John, your interpretation is perfectly is perfectly normal. And Stalingrad, I mean, God, as if Stalingrad was a victory. I'm trying to, as a great optimist, I'm trying to look between, I'm trying to sort of Freudian psychoanalyze him. And just the mere word of retreat there, it's in his brain, and he's trying to work it through, and hopefully we'll see more of it. But yes, on the surface, what he is saying is, let's what is he saying on the surface? So Stalingrad, what he's basically saying, let's do a Stalingrad with Kherson is basically it, and Luhansk probably, and Donetsk, and we'll lose 10 million people to a famine, and we'll declare victory. That's the best he can come up with now, apart from a full mobilization?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fully aware of his, like everybody else, as his function within the Russian information ecosystem. But even with that, even despite that, I think that he's deeply pessimistic, and that's a really good thing, because he's never been sort of boosterism, but his enthusiasm for forward progress, momentum, inflicting violence, etc., is has been 100% all the way through. And he's I think he's very much seeing the writing on the wall. Just even taking into account, we know. I'm just repeating myself. Sorry, it's still quite early at this end.
Yeah, I agree with you, John. I think he's so a few weeks ago, their best hope was to starve half of the world, and then Europe would convince Ukraine to surrender to the genocidal regime, and then everyone in Africa would eat. And now his best hope is they retreat to Kherson. I mean, maybe other people may have studied the Battle of Stalingrad. I mean, I think, what was it? Like they won it, but at a huge cost. Is that it? And so if this is his best hope, then I think we're, as I'd say, in Northwest Europe, we're sucking diesel here, because it just sounds pretty implausible that they're going to be able to hold Kherson for very long.
Yeah, I think it's Strokhov is although his role within that ecosystem, that information ecosystem, is quite clear. I think it's tempting to compare him to somebody like Zhiri, but I think his role may be more nuanced than that. I sort of had the thought in the back of my head that where Zhiri was a wholly owned subsidiary, Gherkin is more an independent contractor, no less 100% tied to the state, but slightly different in his positioning. Would you have any thoughts around that decoding?
Yeah, I don't know the first name you were mentioning there. I agree. That's he is kind of an independent, more independent thinker, and he's definitely tied to the state. Sometimes some of the things he writes make me sick, because basically he's talking about, and we were talking about earlier, villages and people as if they're mere objects on one of his battle reconstruction boards. And he definitely speaks for a particular demography inside the state. And also, I mean, I am convinced because he shares all these videos, there's squaddies writing to him all the time. There's people, he's an information clearinghouse, and it's probably not even a him. It's probably an office that is tweeting under this brand. and yeah. So tell me, who was the first person you mentioned there?
Zhirinovsky. I'm pretty sure Germans could just stand up for this reason.
Yeah, so I'll quickly explain. This is all about shifting the Overton window. Like Zhirinovsky, the ex-head of the Liberal Democratic Party of Russia, who passed away from some illness in early April, right? It's the same thing. It's about shifting the Overton window. It's about making it clear that what Putin is doing is eminently reasonable, because there are people proposing far more extreme solutions. Therefore, Putin is measured and subtle and considerate in what he does. Because you had Zhirinovsky always saying, he was technically opposition, but he was the sort of opposition that always said Putin is doing exactly right, except we need more Putin. We need more of the same. We need to go further. He's making the right measures. We just need to go, 20, 30% further in every measure. And that's basically what Strelkov is doing, right? Strelkov, the hardened war criminal 7 times over, from 7 different wars, is doing exactly the same thing. He's saying, yes, it is correct that we are committing this genocide. However, we need to do it more. We need to do it, more forcefully, with more troops, with more, right? That's what he's doing. He's shifting the Overton window. They're playing the same role in the regime effectively by being kind of opposition, but obviously not really opposition. They're there to move the Overton window to such an extreme that what Putin is doing seems reasonable to people who are brainwashed by the regime already.
Can I inject something here quick? So Zhirinovsky had said something in early 2000s to the effect that he stated that Hitler was technically correct, but the real Aryans are the Russians. So that's the kind of person we were talking about just recently.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Well,
yes.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm hoping, is that so he's mentioning retreat in the sense of let's recreate the siege of Leningrad, and we'll declare victory, and that hopefully reasonable voices in the Kremlin, apart from Medvedev, who promised to explode a nuclear genocide Europe yesterday, basically, is how, as a lawyer, I would interpret his words. That cool heads in the Kremlin will just say, "Okay, we've got to do a goodwill gesture." I suppose that's what I'm hoping. I'm projecting into his mere words, and hoping this is an early warning of that civil war. And I hope I'm haunting his nightmares, along with all the people who died in MH17. The idea of being sent as infantry to Chechnya, the third Chechen war, which hopefully Muscovy will lose.
Oh, let's go into that next, because I want to talk to you about balkanization of Russia decoding. Let's go to John first. John?
Thanks. If we're going on the sort of the psychoanalysis type stuff, which is absolutely not my bag, but something that I think has been fairly consistent throughout his posts over the last several months, really, since the Donbass offensive started to stall. So it's been a long time, but he has been setting up this betrayal narrative that the guys at the front have been betrayed, and they've been betrayed by everybody except Putin is the one person that he doesn't and won't point the finger at. Now, I don't know if that's because he's genuinely loyal to the boss, because if he thinks Putin may fall and somebody was going to succeed him, then it would be very good to discredit absolutely everybody around him, and leave himself as the voice of truth and reason. I mean, there's various sort of speculations you could go into, but I think that I think it's pretty clear that from his posting that he is actually shaping that narrative. So when Russia loses, it wasn't your fault, guys. You were done in by X. And the question is, is his next comment after that going to be, but I have the answers? I don't know. But I think there's something of that in that around his whole messaging strategy.
It would be a great idea for him to manage to stay out of The Hague, if he was, the next leader of Russia. Obviously, that I don't think he stands the remotest chance, because of the way that, well, he's just not high up enough. It would be a really outside shot that he would ever be able to make it there. But it wouldn't be an outside shot that he'd be able to make it to, head of some directorate at the FSB or something like that. That one's quite plausible in the
Dolan,
next
can we
regime.
just highlight what John said before? And this is not an individual; it is an office.
Oh,
It's
absolutely.
a department.
Oh, couldn't agree more. He's the PR guy, and the leader, quite clearly, right? Because what is it, the legitimacy in a mafia organization, the one that's killed the most is the highest ranked, something along those lines. Well, Strelkov
Capo
has
di
been
capo.
but like who becomes that, right? And the guy who becomes that is the one that is the most ruthless, the most murderous, the most torturous, and that is very much Strelkov, right? Because Strelkov has had blood on his hands from Transnistria, from the Balkan Wars, from Chechnya, from Georgia, and now 8 years in Ukraine, and possibly somewhere else as well in between, right? He is as murderous as they come. He is sort of the poster child for a war criminal, of anyone who's not a president or a general. He's the next, he's the poster child for a warlord type war criminal.
Even though he just looks like a harmless guy with a really weird mustache. I mean, how disarming.
He looks like an undernourished Lukashenko.
And I'm sure he doesn't play ice hockey.
Speaking of Lukashenko and freedom fries, does anyone understand why? So potato, they always refer to Lukashenko as potato. Has anyone noticed that in the Ukrainian infosphere? Is that just because he's like an elected farm leader type?
So Belarus is famous for potatoes. You can't really grow much stuff in Belarus. It's kind of like a marshy land. It's a bit too far north. It's not very warm. I'm sorry if any of this comes that feels like targeted actually decoding, just because Ireland, but it's not, I swear. But Belarus has always been famous for making potatoes, for growing lots of potatoes, because it's one of the few crops that can really successfully succeed in intensive agriculture in Belarus. I mean, same kind of goes for Poland. Baltics grew a lot of potatoes as well, similar reasons, and that's why. So Lukashenko, if I remember correctly, he used to run like a big kolkhoz in the 80s, and that one, I bet, mostly produced potatoes. So he was kind of the potato expert. I think he also, at the very least in the 90s, if I remember reading some old commentary, he used to talk a lot about potatoes a lot in public addresses. That's kind of his crutch for a few years before he learned to talk about other things like saunas and vodka and ice hockey in public appearances. But he used to talk about potatoes a lot and do lots of metaphors and similes with potatoes, I think, as well. So it's not just that he looks like one.
If you don't want to use the word potato, you could switch to Polish. In Polish, we have 3 ways to say potato, 3 names for potato. Just a little anecdote. So
there's more in English as well. Tubers, spuds.
No,
there's
but
more.
it's a bit different because it's like a one-to-one synonym. So it's not like it's a much less used word, because we have ziemniak, we have kartoffel, which I think Axel will recognize. It's from German. And then we have grul, which is from the Śląsk area, and all of them are used equally as often. So
And why do the people in Silesia call it grum?
Actually, I don't remember the etymology
I
for
can
it.
tell you, because it's krumm, meaning it is bent. And that is we have the same in German as well, Krummbeere, which is what people call it in southwestern Germany predominantly, because it is like a berry, but it's bent. And the Silesians who imported the potato very late actually called it the same thing, kurum.
It makes sense. I mean, it's a bit related to French, right? From the
I
term
have
also.
Actually,
Yeah.
no, it's not. Krumm is German, but it doesn't matter.
I'm very happy to say I have now learned the etymology for the Slovenian word for potato, because I never knew why that was the way it was. Excellent.
And then for ziemniak, actually, it's ziemniak
Soil.
means from the soil. Yeah, exactly.
Excellent.
And we have this as well in German, but in a different way. But it's the same tradition, which is why it's so beautiful, because it comes from the origin of the product. We call it Erdapfel.
Literally from the
Same
terre.
in French, right? Same in French.
Exactly. People were smart. The peasants were smart. They knew exactly how to name something because where it came from and how it looked like.
Nina, you've just joined us for the day. Finally, now that I hope your app is up to date. Do you have thoughts on potatoes? Or do you want to ask about something else?
I was listening to the potato discussion here, and actually I don't have anything to add to that. It was quite well covered. But I have actually a question for you because I'm going to. What is wrong with my voice now? Sorry.
Oh, your voice is fine.
Okay. So Axel, when is the you call it card or like ad ready for Pekka Toveri to put in the nest, because I I have friends who are waiting for.
We have it ready since yesterday.
But where is it?
I don't know. I can't tell you at the moment. I'm walking around the
Around your
house,
estate.
and I don't.
Estate.
I do.
He's supervising the staff in the northern plantation.
Are you in the eastern or the western side of your estate?
This is now the southwestern.
Southwestern. Okay, so I can imagine it's a long way to come back. Anyway, Axel, I talked to, or others also, I talked to Pekka Toveri yesterday, quite a long phone call with him. It was really interesting, and it will. He looks forward coming here on Monday, and the one line that he said to me yesterday when we talked about Ukraine stuck to my head, and he said, "We must stop Putin now." This is what he said.
100%.
Yes. So
real quick, Nina, you're referencing Tovun, who is a retired major general in Finland and the former head of military intelligence, who, as you said, is going to be speaking on Monday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, and the invitation card, which is floating about, and everybody has this in the bloody thread. Could somebody please just damn well post it?
Could somebody just damn well send a link to me or send it to me?
Nina, you will as soon as it's up, I will make sure to send it to you. How about that? And I'm sure it's going to be up within the hour.
How about that? That's great.
Because
Thank
it
you.
was made. It was made and done already yesterday.
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen it, so but I'm sure I will see it. It sounds like I have no doubt that I will see it, and then I will spread it. Thank you.
Excellent. Going from spreading cards to spreading balkanization. Decoding trolls. Earlier you suggested that we might see the third Chechen war sooner rather than later. If it once Ukraine wins and Russia is kicked out and the regime is destabilized. Now, of course, you know quite a lot about how war looks like. Because that was kind of your job for a while there, right? Decoding. Do you want to maybe expand a little bit on how you expect the post-war Russia, the post-loss Russia to look like?
Before you do this, please, everyone, check the main thread at MryiaReport in about 30 seconds.
Perfect.
Decoding trolls, you can answer. You don't have to fall silent. It's not the regular minute of silence. We do that at 12:15.
I fear Decoding might have stepped away for a little bit. There we go.
What is it with these Irish Americans?
Could be a reception thing.
His reception is beyond the pale.
Okay, now we got Decoding.
Decoding is cooking.
Sorry, I just.
This is the worst ever audio cooking show of all times. Domin, it's like this audio wine tasting we nearly once did.
Yeah, no. Do you know what doesn't work well on radio? That there's a lot of things you can discuss, but not that in itself. Decoding, we have you back. I hope. I can see you unmute. I just can't hear anything from you. I think it might be a Bluetooth headset issue, Decoding, because it keeps flicking on and off your mute button, and some Bluetooth things don't tend to work very well. Harald doesn't like Twitter Spaces.
The Bluetooth, the Bluetooth symbol, of course, being personal rune of Harold Bluetooth.
Yes, exactly. That's why I mentioned Harold. John.
Thank you, mate. Just while Decoding is sorting his phone out, if I could ask a preemptive question of him. It's something you and I discussed on here weeks and weeks ago now. But in terms of a post-conflict Russian Federation actually breaking down, one of my biggest concerns there, aside from obviously the nuclear question, is the likelihood of the spread of Salafi jihadism into those southern regions, Chechnya being a prime one. So if he can hear, I'd be really interested to get Decoding's take on that, because he's more directly familiar with the region than I am.
Can you hear me a bit better now?
Loud and clear.
Great. Yeah. No, I was on the distance. I was on the border of my Wi-Fi. Now I'm back in the Paris of my Wi-Fi, as it were. Well, the first thing I'd say is when I say in that communication with Gherkin, I'm suggesting he won't be an internet field marshal. He'll be infantry in the Third Chechen War. I am trying to do that for rhetorical purposes. I'm trying to decode what I think might move them. And since they pretend to like Russia, and his idea of Russia, and one of the reasons I use the word Muscovy is because I realize Russia has this emotional connotation. It's hyper normalized as a particular model of Russia. And so I want to defeat that. And so I'm trying to think, well, what do you value? You value the Russist Empire, and actually you're weakening it. And I give you the Yale report, because you'll see in there you're really in huge trouble, and this is only the very beginning of it. And therefore think through what's going to happen. But the second principle of positive trolling is ethical discipline. So I wouldn't say it if I didn't think it wasn't somewhat true as well. As a Buddhist, I hope Kalmykia rises up first and declares independence. And I note that Surkov sent a former prime minister, in quote marks, of the Donetsk People's Republic to become the mayor of the capital of Kalmykia, and there was protests about a year ago. So I hope that Europe's only Buddhist republic first declares independence. But Chechnya, yeah, I mean, I think like most of you watching the Chechens in the center of Europe, sent by the person who claims he saved Europe from the Mongols. You know, those guys are going to go back there battle hardened, or at least TikTok battle hardened. And when Putin falls, then so that would be how I would see that. His loyalty, Kadyrov's loyalty, is to Putin, not personally, it seems. And won't
I think
necessarily.
John's question, decoding. I think John's question is leading up to whether the Salafist will have a possibility to infiltrate those Chechens in the diaspora who see no other option as to band together under this banner to fight the existing warlord / Chechen autocracy, or whether there will be a possibility for people more, say, closely associated with the, say, world of thought of Dudayev, who was definitely not a radical Islamist, and whether they could actually then pursue the freedom of Chechnya.
Well, I have my first part of that is a general observation, which is I can't imagine anything worse than, as we saw, that person from Tuva, what he did in what was an idyllic sanitarium on the banks of the Seversky Donetsk River, or the Chechen TikTok soldiers in the very center of Europe. So, in a sense, if it doesn't matter to me what they do, it doesn't matter to, and so whoever fights it out there, as long as it's away from Ukraine, then that's their deal. And I don't subscribe to this point of view that, don't, be careful what you wish for with Putin falls. It could always be worse. And I'm thinking, well, they're occupying a nuclear power station. Every nightmare we have of any, whether it's religious or terrorism or anything, is taking place, as everyone here is aware already. And while things can always get worse, I wouldn't worry too much about whether they're Salafists or anything. And I consider this carefully from an ethical point of view. What am I wishing for here? I'm wishing for the independence of the 82 federal subjects in the current Russian Federation, so that the Russian Federation is so weakened it won't again send Chechen or Tuva or people from anywhere in the Russian Federation into the center of Europe to do what they've been doing. And if it takes that, then as long as we can contain it in our borders, which then let them fight it out.
That is the quilt theory of Napoleon Bonaparte vis-a-vis the central former Holy Roman Empire of German nations. Free a few, make some of them vassals, occupy a few others, and the remainder will rule itself by being in opposition to each other. We just lost decoding. That's terrible.
Hope decoding comes back. In the meantime, let's go
let
to.
Let him hop back up.
Okay.
Maybe we can get John to address this concern.
Yeah, he's coming back.
Because I think both John and I were not driving at worry. We're not really worried about it. We're just this is a realistic concern as to what happens next, as the strategic defeat of the Russians is evident. Am I wrong, John?
No, you're not wrong at all. And it's to be fair, if it's not something that you've paid particular attention to over over many years, then I could understand why it would seem to be a fairly minor concern. But I do subscribe to the theory that things can get worse, that they can always get worse, and that there is the possibility of things getting very much worse if and when the Russian Federation comes apart. That's not to say that that's not something I'd like to see. I think for the longer term security of Europe on a conventional basis, then clearly the fragmentation of the Russian Federation would be absolutely fantastic. On an unconventional basis, where you have large chunks of Central Asia currently either closely tied to or within the Russian Federation itself, and the Caucasus, the South Caucasus as well. I think people have become complacent, speaking frankly, about the threat of Salafi jihadism. It has not gone away. It's roaring in Africa, and I think there is the potential for it to do the same across the span of the old caliphate in Central Asia. That is a consideration for what comes next. And if we are not thinking about it now, very much like if you go back to Afghan, when the Russians were there and the entire focus was, we have to get the Russians out, and we will arm whoever we need to in order to achieve that. And it was successful and it worked. And the second and third order effects were pretty disastrous. And I think you could be looking at that, but on a much larger scale. And to think that won't have a long-term effect on European security, given the diasporas, I think is hopeful. Is probably
So it's
the
pick
best way
your
to put it.
warlord carefully, right?
Well, yes. I think we need to be thinking. I mean, much the same as you and I have spoken about. What happens in Belarus once the Russians are defeated. I think that people need to be thinking through what happens in Central Asia, because it's probably more important than people are giving it credit for at the moment. I am in no way suggesting that it wouldn't be a great thing for Putin to go, for Russia to be defeated, and for the Russian Federation to fragment. I'm saying that there are consequences to that. Those consequences are worth thinking through, and they are non-trivial.
Yep, I'm fully with you. No question. I think even in decoding, whilst he is looking at the shorter time span and the impact on Ukraine specifically, I think is also not wrong. But it cannot be easily discarded. This is something which we have to plan for.
Totally agree with you, John. I've just posted the thing. So again, one of my little campaigns is try and encourage China to invade Muscovy and take over 3 million square kilometers. And yes, I worry about the Buryatis and the Sakyas and all of that. But at the moment, yeah, I'm just trying to focus on Ukraine. But I'm threatening China with the prospect of the sectorization of the Russian Federation's 9 million square kilometers. It took me 5 minutes to do, which is a bit longer than they took in 1869 in the Berlin conference to scramble for Africa. But as you see, I've just posted, I've divided the Russian Federation between certain sectors. I've given the EU the bit, and I haven't forgotten Britain, John. You're in there in the middle, and Canada and Japan and all that. And again, all I'm trying to do is encourage China really to amass some troops on the border and persuade the Kremlin that they need to retreat from Europe. But yeah, it's a really interesting topic, all of this. I responded to a Riddle Russia thing there because I suspect they're Kremlin associated or something like that. And their line was basically like, the Europeans aren't thinking about this enough, but the independent state, it kind of allied the independent states, the states in Central Asia, and the republics and was a bit mixed up. But yeah, I'm happy always to talk about this and think this through, because I haven't. I've just thinking through it generally from the standpoint of freeing Ukraine rather than yeah.
Yeah, if only the Buryati would stay in their home country and not raping and pillaging in Ukraine, and bringing their military families across to squat in houses in Mariupol and Melitopol, right?
Yeah, and as a Buddhist, I'm totally welcome the Buryati, and I love Mongolia. It's one of the most important places for me in the world. But what we see there is in Shoigu and the people the guy who did the thing with the guy with the cowboy hat and all that, are people who are just denuded of all of their culture by communism, and they are the expression of European colonialism in Asia. And yeah, I love Buryati.
Are we now calling the Duchy of Muscovy European?
Absolutely. I mean, I see them, and again, I do this in my tweets to China, because to China, we're all Europeans. Muscovy is Europeans. They'll play.
Yeah, but why would we take the perspective of China when we talk about free Mongolia vis-a-vis China, and the impact of the Duchy of Muscovy as a vassal state to the Golden Horde, and not very European at that? I mean, they missed the Enlightenment, right?
They are on the European continent.
Okay, I take that. But isn't that more by happenstance?
Well, they have more cultural connections to European cultures than to Asian cultures, so we need to face that.
It's always the Europeans who run it. They're either Slavs or they're Nordic. They're Nordics like Putin, or they're Slavs running Muscovy. So totally European in that sense there. So yeah, the Asiatic side.
Yeah, I was obviously trying to tease out a different point. From my point of view, Europe has come out of the 30 Years' War, which, and by the way, somebody said this a little earlier today, maybe it was actually you, in regard to the discussion about culture and literature and the likes, and talking about Dostoevsky and, well, bordering to nihilism, but there you go. The key thing, one of the worst ever things to read, but it's important to read because it's this mixture of description of violence and the likes, is the Simplicissimus. It is a document which is in a novel format about the 30 Years' War, and about someone who actually is thrown into it, is an officer, and sees and commits absolute atrocities. It is worthwhile reading. It exists in English, and you can find it. It's probably even open source by now as a book, but I can only highly recommend it because it showcases what kind of atrocities Europeans were willing to commit, and what kind of war they were willing to fight on the soil of what is today Germany, because that's what the 30 Years' War was about. And the Westphalian Peace and its order thereafter is the basis for what is today's diplomacy and our capacity to generate the state of what then became Enlightenment thereafter.
Aha, I missed that. What's the name of the book again?
Simplicissimus. If you DM me and I'll send you a link.
Thank you.
John.
Thank you. Just while we're on the question of what is and what is not Europe, could I be the first to put down a marker for the hashtag make Constantinople Byzantium again? I think we're missing a trick there.
Make Istanbul Byzantium again, maybe something like that.
Well, if you want to use the wrong name for it, then that's okay.
I'm completely happy with Byzantium. And by the way, that strait should not be under the aegis of somewhat decrepit people such as Erdogan. This should be an international strait and protected by all the powers of that little lake.
Yeah, we tried that with Suez, mate. It didn't work out very well.
Well, domestic politics and your affinity for French wine politics obviously played into this.
Well,
And you
actually,
should have stuck with the Americans on this one and not betrayed them.
well, funny you should say that, actually, Axel, because you've now induced a 2-minute diversion rant. So I apologise, but here we go. In 1945, the Americans basically, as they were dividing responsibilities, left the Brits in charge of energy security for Europe, and that was what was agreed. Obviously, when NASA nationalised the canal, that was a direct threat to European energy security, not just British, Europe as a whole. So obviously the British, the French, the Israelis got together and said, look, we need to do this. The Americans were fully aware of it, and they weren't turning around and saying, don't do this. The implication was, get it done quickly. And the Americans pivoted and said, well, actually, no, you can't do this. We're going to pull the rug out from underneath you. The Germans were appalled. And it was that decision which actually pushed the Germans to then go to Moscow less than 2 years later and begin the hydrocarbon relationship with Russia, with then the Soviet Union, that has bedeviled us, really, or put us, it was the beginning of the journey that put us in the situation we're in today. So yeah, I'll leave that one there.
You're
And
absolutely
can
pitch perfect, John, because I would have put the crucible of this and that little kernel which started it all. I would put it exactly there. And it's not a fault of the Americans, by the way, if I may just say. There I beg to differ. I do tend to believe that there was someone in Whitehall who simply didn't look far enough into the future.
We're talking about Suez here. I looked at the original documents once ages ago. And basically, John, you'll be glad to know, maybe you know this, or maybe you can contradict this, but the English were innocent there. It was the French and the Israelis cooked this up. And as soon as the British found out, they were like, you have to make us a part of it. But yeah, it wasn't your fault, Gov.
No, I'm afraid Macmillan was in this one up to his proverbial.
My point
Fair enough.
exactly.
You'll take that.
My point exactly, and it could have been prevented. It was not necessary, and the discussion could have been had with the people from Washington, and therefore they would not have lost the then still in power parties who were willing to work with the Americans on it. In Germany, I mean.
Right. Well, I don't know much about more than the headlines about what the cause and effect of that whole scenario in Germany. But I do know, because I've been.
They wanted to secure, of course, not just energy. There was a discussion a long time before about the repatriation of soldiers and graves and whatnot.
Right. Okay. But I do know that discussions between the UK and the Americans were ongoing prior to Suez, and the Americans pretty much gave it a nod and a wink, and they pivoted 180. So, and I've looked at a lot of these documents as well, including the cabinet documents. So that's my take on it. And more importantly, bringing this back, yeah, absolutely. We should not have Asian occupying powers on parts of European soil.
Perfectly said. And by the way, John, if you could, please write a thread on this and highlight what this all meant and where, so to say, if we come back to the model of the discussion about the Sleepwalkers as a book, how this one thread of all the decisions made in the past has contributed to the situation as we have it today.
If I wrote anything even remotely seeming to justify any element of colonialism, I would not be welcome back in my place of higher education.
I didn't say that. I did not say that at all. What I'm saying is that at that point in time, there was a possibility to find like you create free trade zones and free ports and joint operations. I mean, unless, of course, it's the Panama Canal, where there's absolutely nothing else to be done at that point in time for various good reasons. But I think there could have been a sensible multinational port authority, if you want to call it this way, to operate the whole dang thing. It, by the way, would have relieved our friends in Egypt a lot of cost.
I think we just lost the coding. Since we're talking about major international waterways, should we go to Daniel, who lives by one?
I don't think you want to talk me about things. I want to talk about Syria and Afghanistan and how it's.
Daniel, we hear you particularly poorly this time around. I don't know why.
Poorly. Let's see.
Yeah, I can't hear you very well. I'm trying to figure out what it could be, but I can't quite make it out. Are you next to an industrial zone?
No, I'm in a hypermarket.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's why there's such a bad reception. When you're outside of the hypermarché,
Okay.
Can we try then? Thank you.
Okay.
And let's try G. Raphael, who hopefully is not in an hypermarché.
No, I'm not. But you've kind of moved on from what I was going to say. I was going to talk about John's points and mention about the South Caucasus. I find that very interesting. But it's okay. Nothing for now.
Oh, very well then. Where should we go then? We were okay. I still want to hear from Decoding about Tatarstan and Bashkortostan trying to make their way out. Not just the Caucasus, not just the North Caucasus, but other parts. And also, Decoding, you highlighted
That's the main risk. We highlighted this.
Exactly. No, I know, but we haven't discussed this with Decoding specifically, and I want his thoughts. As someone who has experience as a ceasefire observer, so to speak.
Specifically, you mean how the dissolution of the current Russia's federation and how that's going to play into how that would happen.
Exactly. Yeah. How do you reckon that would go down, and especially how do you reckon that would how should we say how that would be what risks lie therein, and how best to avoid them at the same time? Not risks within Russia, risks for countries outside of Russia, and what we can do to insulate the rest of the world from the disaster that will inevitably be the balkanization of Russia, but a disaster with a silver lining wide enough and thick enough that we don't really care about the disaster within. That makes sense?
Yeah, well, so I've been using, I don't know that much about it, but I've been using the German and the Japanese post-World War II example of how it might play out. So how do we create, and if you're listening to this, this is, you can avoid this if you just, amass your soldiers on the line around Lake Baikal and around there. It's leaving Mongolia alone, please, China. But so the sectorization of the Russian Federation, and I've posted a little map there of how I see it all playing out. I gave the Caucasus to Turkey, but that was a mistake because I was working on an old map. I'd let them fight it all out themselves. And basically, how can we create like a Germany and Japan of the Russian Federation? So that's what I'd be saying to the good people of random anonymous Russian cities. I would say, look, subjugate yourselves to the European Union, to America, to Japan, to Britain, to New Zealand, Australia, Canada, and we will give you flush toilets or loos in every village, at least one in every village, long before Muscovy will give you this for it. So that's my optimistic scenario. I hope someone with more power than me is thinking this through in Brussels. But given that I hoped this during the entire 8 years of the Minsk process, and clearly no one was thinking through any of it. I don't hold much hope out of it, but I'm happy to discuss it and talk. I mean, that's the only way to avoid total anarchy, I think.
G?
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, the situation that you're describing to me sounds a lot more, I mean, I'm a lot more pessimistic about it, because it sounds to me like what you're describing is a bunch of sort of breakaway republics from greater Russian empire, whatever, when it starts to collapse. And you end up with this sort of power struggle between, on one hand, you're describing the West, but then obviously, inevitably, China's going to be involved in that. You end up with a sort of Cold War sort of situation where these powers are struggling for influence over these breakaway republics, new countries, however it turns out. And that doesn't sound like a particularly good situation to me. Maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Well, yes and no. The thing is, Russia has forever been a danger to everybody around it. At least in this case, the danger to everybody around it is gone. Because, well, it can no longer sustain being a danger to everybody around it if and when, it no longer has this vast empire with which it can threaten everything and everybody around it.
I mean, you're not wrong, but I'd love to see Russia gone as much as everyone else in here. But the question of how that happens, I do tend to agree with John that it could get worse, and there's a lot of weapons in Russia. There's a lot of people with crazy ideas, and it could go sideways very quickly.
Yeah, I just wish they had thought this through properly. I mean, the equilibrium is the borders as they were in Europe in February 2014, and if the Russian regime buys into that, then things may stay the same. But they should have thought this through. And I mean, whatever way we look at it, it's a total nightmare. And we have to create this fortress around with Ukraine as the borders of what's left of civilization. But there's no good options at this point. The Russians having unleashed these forces, we either surrender to their madness, in which case it continues anyway, to Lisbon, which Medvedev has said he wants his Eurasian Union from Vladivostok to Lisbon, or we get it. We keep our Pax Europanicus to confront the Ruski Mir. But there's no good options at this point at all.
John?
Yeah, I mean, I can't agree more with what Decoding's saying there. Well, apart from one aspect, which is I don't think a return to the pre 2014 status quo is on offer anymore. I think too much has changed now, and it's just a question of how we manage the unfolding chaos as far as we can, as far as we're able to, because we have to be realistic about our level of influence and ability to project, particularly when it comes to Asia, which is not easy at all. So for me, the focus would be not to expect anything democratic or cuddly or liberal to emerge from the geographic landmass we currently call the Russian Federation, and to use the opportunity of their dislocation after this war to bring into the fold as many of those people who are contiguous to Europe, who wish to be part of Europe, and rebuild the frontiers and rearm and wait for the next round, basically, be that in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, whatever. Learn the lessons from 1990, 1991, that actually we're not living in the world that many people would like to imagine that we do live in. And although we should not be spending all of our hard-earned taxpayers' cash on arms and planes and what have you, we certainly should be maintaining a robust defensive capacity, particularly robust enough so that were the US ever to walk off the reservation, we are capable of looking after ourselves. I think that is one of the absolute take-homes that must come out of this war. And I'm very, very fearful that it won't.
Decoding earlier, you said something along the lines of, and John, I concur. And Decoding earlier noted something along the lines of, well, they haven't really thought this through, right? What they really haven't thought through is the prospect that they were not going to win. And we touched upon this extensively, back in March and April, when it started to become abundantly clear to everyone, even the Russians, that their push for Odessa has failed, and now they're retreating from Kiev, etc. Right? We touched upon this extensively, how everybody just lied to their immediate superior, and it was a game of telephone where it ended up looking like that Russia has an unbeatable army and that Ukraine will fold in a couple of days anyway, because there are all of these, Russian sympathizers all across Ukraine and in all the security and governmental structures that are just going to hand the country over piece by piece within a matter of hours of the VDV showing up there in the first place. And obviously that was completely wrong. So they never had to even consider, what happens when Russia loses, or what happens if Russia loses. There's their presumption, quite presumptuously, was always, oh, Russia's going to win regardless. It doesn't really make any difference anyway. Why should we consider, these outlying scenarios? But now, right, there is doubt. There certainly is doubt in the voices of soldiers. We keep seeing these translations from intercepted phone calls of Russian soldiers home, saying, "Oh, we're not so sure. Half our company's dead. The other half is wounded. It's just we're just cannon fodder. We're not getting anywhere. We're just in a very Black Adderite fashion. We're just keep doing the same thing over and over again, and just keep getting whacked." Especially in the context that over the past 2 months, Russia has gained 0.03% of Ukrainian territory and lost about 0.02% of Ukrainian territory. They've done nothing. They have nothing to show for it. All they have to show for it are the ruins of Severodonetsk and the ruins of Lysychansk, and that's literally it. They've managed to conquer some ruins that they've themselves turned into ruins. It must be an awful feeling right now if you're rightly so. It must be an awful feeling right now if you're some sort of Russian commander in the field, because you've succeeded in nothing whatsoever, and all you have is a bunch of dead Russian troops to show for it.
One thing we're forgetting, though, is there's really strongly sovereign states in Central Asia who, as we discussed the other day, are doing their friendship treaty and are really pushing back hard against Russia. And I would like to, and we see America, the United States, is reaching out to them, and their human rights envoy was in, where was it? Was it Uzbekistan? Or no, it was Kyrgyzstan actually the other day, and caused the resignation for health reasons of the foreign minister of Kyrgyzstan. And then it would be they agreed to do an agreement, a USAID agreement to help gender equality in Kyrgyzstan. And then the foreign minister who agreed this resigned a few days later. And then sources told, I think it was the Wall Street Journal, that they had resigned for health reasons after an intercession from Muscovy. So I think that basically they were going to be Novichoked if they went forward with this agreement. But they are very strongly sovereign, all of those states, and this war, and so I think that's a positive, because they could be stabilizing forces in there, and they are pushing back, like Central European countries. They really understand Muscovy and how to resist it. So really, we should be empowering them to deal with whatever the ramifications are in the neighborhood.
And this is really this. I think this deserves a little bit more airtime. Like, Russia went into this, and what did in order to expand their empire and to regain imperial control over Ukraine. And what have they managed to do? They've managed to lose the control that they had over Kazakhstan, that they had just reinstated a few months ago. They've managed to lessen their control over Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan and other Central Asian countries. They've managed to lose a lot of influence that they previously had in Armenia. Good job. Really good job. All they've managed to do is somewhat consolidate their control in Georgia. Fantastic. And that's just because they have an appeasement, semi-client government currently running Georgia. Other than that, they've managed to roll time backwards. I see Marius Fossum is among the listeners. Marius, if you want to jump up, since we're talking about Central Asia, that'd be obviously greatly appreciated, because I know you have quite a bit of expertise in that. If you have the time, no worries if you don't. But they've just rolled back everything that they've tried to do over the past 2 decades. And what did they have to show for it? 42,000 dead Russians.
It makes Brexit look like a walk in the park.
Ha! That's certainly one way to put it. That's absolutely true. I really wonder if there's going to be more. There's already been, right, weeks ago we saw those videos from some Russian soldiers on the right bank of Kherson saying, "Oh, let us out, get us out of here. We don't want to be here anymore." I mean, rightly so. They clearly realize what's up. They clearly realize that once those bridges go, there goes their way out. But I think that slowly there's going to be a realization of that on a greater level. We've had the realization of that of the Russian tourists on Crimea, right? And the settlers, the colonists that came to replace the population that Russians have displaced during their most recent invasion of Crimea, right? They're starting to flee, or they've started to flee. So have the soldiers are realizing that they don't want to be there anymore. There's ever more news of kontraktniki, the contract soldiers breaking their contracts early. Slowly but surely, it is permeating, I would say.
Does anyone here know about Stalingrad? What went on there? Because if I'm a soldier in Kherson this morning and I wake up and I read Strelkov saying our best hope is basically for a bit of Stalingrad, what am I going to be thinking there? Am I going to think starving to death, but a heroic victory for the people who come after me, or what does that reference? Does anyone know what that reference means? Am I right in thinking that?
Axel, you're the Second World War history expert here, as you know, for most other things, but certainly Second World War history. Or maybe we can entice John to come back up. I'm sure he knows his Second World War history very well, and the disposition of forces and how that looked like. Because I broadly know that there was I know the Blue Peter version of Stalin. Okay, I'll rephrase. I know a bit about Stalingrad, but I can only explain it to the Blue Peter standard of how Stalingrad went. Is this the one time in the history of this space that nobody wants to talk about the Second World War? What is this? This is a new. This is the first. Okay, then we shall have to stick to the Blue Peter version. It is the ultimate stand. My understanding is that Stalingrad is widely taught here in Russia still today as this, glorious, self-sacrificial do anything to defeat the Nazi, and not just do anything, but to do it in this very gruesome hand-to-hand combat, fighting not just street to street, not just building to building, but the ultimate example of urban warfare, fighting for room to room, for a floor of a house that you would just lose and have to retake and retake and retake time and time and time again, over the course of weeks and months with barely any movements, and all it being this very gruesome attritional warfare, where you kill and are being killed again from room to room, not just house to house, not just street to street, but room to room, again and again, taking and retaking and losing again the same little bits of territory, but doing all of this for some sort of a greater cause, I guess, kind of a heroic last stand of sorts, an Alamo of sorts, but for the Russians. Stephen, did you come up to talk about Stalingrad?
Yeah, I just find it fascinating. I mean, there's a great book, and they made a film about it. Enemy at the Gates. The book is much better, but you just see the Russians sending their troops in with one gun and 3 bullets, and they are forced to charge into machine gun fire, and the few that survive and try to retreat are gunned down by other Russians. It was a crazy last stand, and yes, the Third Reich was defeated there, but at huge cost, and it's the best example of urban warfare that we have going, if you want to go back to World War II.
I mean, we're saying urban warfare enough to hopefully rouse Colonel Spencer and Major Giroux from their sleep.
Absolutely.
Because they'll feel that somebody is discussing urban warfare and they'll pop up and educate us, inevitably, immediately, on the finer points of it. My understanding was that the whole, the urban warfare was the attritional part of it, that nothing really momentous happened for a very long time. It wasn't until, if I remember my history correctly, it wasn't until the German allies, mostly the Romanians, being outflanked on the edges, that anything happened. Oh goodness! Finally, we're getting somebody up to teach us about this properly.
Let me just, before they speak, just repeat what Strelkov said yesterday. So he has 3 suggestions. 1, shoot the entire Politburo. 2, repaint the Kremlin in yellow and black color. I thought that was yellow and blue, which I don't quite get.
Yellow and black or yellow and blue? Yellow and blue would be Ukraine, right? Yellow and black would be Imperial Russia or Imperial Austro-Hungary, actually.
Yeah, well, that's what he's saying. Repaint the Kremlin in yellow, black. And then 3, start implementing a proven retreat strategy to Moscow and Stalingrad in order to freeze the adversaries on the outskirts. So generally, as I've learned, I think in Anglo-Saxon world, if you give 3 options, basically you're trying to hypnotize the person who's taking the third option. If you're German, you're hypnotizing them into taking the first option. I don't know what it is for the Russians, but if I'm a squaddy waking up in downtown Kherson this morning, open it over my cornflakes, reading this, I'm thinking, and listening to your Blue Peter version, which actually I never heard that kind of thing on Blue Peter, but I love your references to Blue Peter, having grown up on it. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this starvation 3 bullets. It's wonderful to hear.
Let's go to Scandi, because Scandi Naval knows a lot about military history and the like, and maybe he'll be able to help us out on this. Scandi Naval?
Yeah. Good morning. Yeah, I wonder if Strelkov is actually the reference to Stalingrad is referring to the fate of the German 6th Army, led by General Paulus, which ultimately got completely encircled cut off from supplies and help, and ultimately surrendering to the Soviets. So is he referring to the fate of the Russian forces around Kherson, that they should be preparing for a Sixth Army sort of a outcome? I don't know.
Sounds plausible. I don't know how educated these squaddies are, but the level of the higher educated Russians, I don't know how they can. How they can. Yeah, that sounds plausible. That sounds a lot more knowledgeable than anything I know about it. And he must be talking about Kherson.
One thing I recall from my history of Stalingrad, though, is the Nazis used it, and it became, personal to Hitler. Had the Nazis just bypassed Stalingrad, it could have been a huge defeat for Russia. But because of how personally Hitler and Stalin took it, they both decided to waste their armies there, and Russia eventually won, but it could have turned out a lot differently.
So maybe the Ukrainians should reconsider naming Kherson as Putingrad.
Exactly. John.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, I think we might be in danger of overreading the Stalingrad metaphor from him. He also mentioned Moscow. And Moscow, the reason they didn't win in Moscow, frankly, was the weather. So I wouldn't read too much into it in that sense. I think he's just giving examples of where a Russian army managed to fix a trit and then eventually reverse the advance of a superior force. And I think he's just using them in that context. I don't think it's a reference to Kherson at all. Obviously, I could be completely wrong, but that's not how I read it.
So, okay, let's go through the 3 points again. So it was retreat to Stalingrad, use the proven strategy, retreat to Stalingrad and Moscow. The second was paint the Kremlin black and yellow, right? And what was the third decoding?
Shoot the entire Politburo.
Right. Okay. So I think that he's being a lot more direct because he's not talking to an audience that's very interested in metaphors. Should the entire Politburo, I think, is kind of what he was getting at the whole time. Let the military and the Siloviki run this, not the politicians. Go, it is just his way of saying we need full mobilization. The same tropes that he's repeating over and over again. Paint the Kremlin yellow and black is a reference to the imperial flag. It's the sort of stuff that Navalny used to go around with back in the day before he realized that that's bad publicity for him, right? A clear restoration of the empire. It's a trope that a lot of Russians that are really, on the far militant, invade everything, restore empire, kind of Russia from Lisbon to Vladivostok kind of idea subscribe to. I think that's what he kind of wants. None of this, soft invasion. We want a total invasion. And the last one, retreat to Stalingrad and Moscow. I think it's just referencing the strategy that they had in the Second World War. Give land and then grind down the ones going in. And maybe that is just, pack the city of Kherson, pack whatever, wherever the other one, the other offensive might come, Izium, maybe, right? Make Izium into Moscow and Kherson into Stalingrad.
Crimea. I've just been DM'd someone, of course, the elephant in the room is Crimea, because this is coming after the attack in Crimea. So is Crimea their Stalingrad, his Stalingrad?
Maybe. I mean, Kherson makes a lot of sense as a Stalingrad, right? Supplies over a river on a ferry. very important for Ukraine to retake, just because it's it would be a big victory. Maybe I think that's what they're referring to, and for Russians, it's the city that they have and they don't want to give up. I think it might just be as simple as that, John.
Yeah, what they don't have around or behind on the east bank of the Dnieper is several million men waiting to envelop the Sixth Army, as it were. If we're really pushing this, they have it. What they have in Kherson is a relatively small force, and then they have, according to one of the maps I saw, something like 20 to 25 quote BTGs in the area of Kherson. Behind that, on the other side, on the east bank of the river. So I mean, again, Stalingrad worked because they fixed the Germans in one place and then enveloped them. Unless Russia's got a lot more pontoon bridges and is hiding several 100,000 soldiers underground, I just don't see it at all.
They're also not going to have the advantage they had in Stalingrad of the water freezing and being able to resupply via train over water and ice.
Yeah, no. The one thing that's not going to freeze is Dnipro Kherson ever, right? It's too warm. It's too far south. Yes, it gets cold, but the river flows too strong as well. No way that's going to happen. Somebody's now going to send me a picture of a frozen over Dnipro Kherson some years back, but I just don't think that's not thickly enough to be able to put anything on it. That's kind of for sure. No, I think it's really it sounds a lot like a last gasp of Strelkov's ideas, right? Because everything he's kind of been working for is collapsing in front of his eyes, and he thinks it's because of a lack of dedication and doesn't realize it's because of a lack of ability. That there never was a capacity, well, certainly not in recent decades, a capacity of the Russian army to try to do this. He just tries to, he keeps trying to push for more and more and more, and all it would lead to, Decoding, I think you rightly identified, is a collapse of Russia if they try to push through with this, as opposed to, cut their losses and just go back to Russia and try to make sure they have enough to keep running a country.
Yeah, that's my hopeful interpretation of it. But yeah, no, I appreciate John's skepticism about that interpretation of it. With the Moscow, I wondered, because all I know is from reading War and Peace, which I know isn't a great source. But honestly, if the Russians actually read War and Peace, they wouldn't have made this error. The retreat to Moscow and then burn it down. It's just insane, absolutely insane. That this would be the only hope that they have, along with starving the rest of the world.
And that's a misnomer in the first place, right? The whole starving the rest of the world. Only something like 1% of wheat ever crosses national boundaries. A little bit more than that for corn, but only 1% of wheat ever crosses national boundaries, right? A tiny proportion of wheat is exported. A tiny proportion. Yes, much of that is concentrated in certain countries in the Middle East and Africa. There's destination countries, but only a tiny percent of wheat is exported. And there is plenty of capacity elsewhere to take on the slack. The reason why wheat prices went through the roof is because in any sort of commodities, a small proportion being traded at much higher prices means the price of everything goes up, right? You don't need a lot to cause large price swings. And actually, spot pricing for wheat deliveries in July was already down to pre-February 24th levels, because the new harvest came in. There were no problems with the new harvest. The new, as in, started coming in, not entirely came in, right? But no problems were forecasted with the new harvest, and the prices were back down to where they were in April. In February, before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So the market already realized that there wasn't really a problem. Ukrainian wheat exports alone are they're very significant among all exports, but they're not very significant among all production. There's something like 0.2% of all production, which isn't all that much, right? At the end of the day, it doesn't really make that much of a difference when you say, starving the world. That seems to be another. I don't know. Would you call it a Kremlin troll? Would you call it a Russian troll, or would you just call it a self-imposed troll that the West adopted out of some unnecessary panic?
No, I think it's clear it came from the Kremlin or originated there, and was the one place I saw it promoted by one of their talking heads on their TV, and it fits the entire worldview, which I think I understand a lot more of it now, having listened to this for the past week, and the talk the other day about how someone was saying that their father, it took them 10 years of living in the West to realize, oh my God, we were a bit rubbish there, weren't we? And that I've thought through things because, they I suppose people are in good faith. They genuinely think that they're on a level with Europe or with America, and so they genuinely think that it really matters to our energy security what they do. And France and Germany kind of have. In a way, I'm beginning to think that the big mistake was giving Stalin the view that he actually contributed substantially to the winning of the Second World War. He should have been treated as one of the losers, and we would have saved a lot of all of this. And I say that because America funded, they wouldn't have won without all the Lend-Lease stuff, the 10 billion he got Lend-Lease, and then they stiffed us for 2 billion of that, which America asked him to repay, and he wouldn't. So just their whole view of their importance in the world. I thank Obama. They should have listened when Obama said you're just a regional power. That was pretty complimentary, it turns out. But as I've said before, this isn't very polite. It's just if you're genociding another country, then I will kind of remind you of your place in the world, and that's what I try to do in my tweets to Muscovy.
Yeah, I really like how consistently you use language there. No, and that's quite right. That is all they are, and they started drinking their own Kool-Aid to a great degree, because the one thing that they do very well, do pretty well, is propaganda, and that's the one export that they could actually rely on. The problem is they re-imported a little bit too much of it and drank a little bit too much of it themselves, and by a little bit I mean a whole lot of it, and they drank so much of it that they now went off and killed tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people, and deported literally millions more in a reprise of what the Russian Empire and then the Soviet Union did many times over. And that's why it shouldn't have come as any surprise to most people, or at least to anyone with appropriate historical understanding. The deportations are something that the Soviet Union and the Russian Empire previously did as a matter of rote, as a matter of course. It is not anything like the first time. It's not even the 100th time that the Russian Empire and then the Soviet Union and now Muscovy, in its most recent reincarnation, is doing this. It's just beyond words that anybody considered this as unexpected. Stephen.
Yeah, it goes back to General Patton. When he was finished with Germany, he wanted to invade Russia. He said, we have the troops, we're going to have to fight them eventually. Why not do it now? And as we see these terrible atrocities from Russia, I think he may have been right. We could have taken the Russian Empire down then before they had nuclear weapons, and this would be a whole different world. Also, the United States, still pays farmers not to grow grain and food, and could come up with that surplus of food if we needed to, with a little bit of time. I think right now, for Ukrainian grain, it's more about income for the country.
it's not just about income for the country, it's income for the farmers, right? Because growing stuff is a capital intensive business. And it takes a lot of money, in cash flow matters here, and it takes a lot of money to get to be able to replant and to be able to do another round of this the next year, and then another round of this the year after. And this is why it's important for the Ukrainian farmers to be able to get in the money for last year's crop, and then to get the money in for this year's crop, and to be able to do that, to be able to then replant this autumn, and have a crop the year after. And this is why it's important to have the ability to export and the ability to get that money in. That's why that is the principal reason why that is important. It's not as though the Great Plains in the US and Canada, and as well as to some degree Australia, as well as to a great degree the European Union can't supplant between all of them together the fallout, let's say, the quantities that maybe can't come out of Ukraine. But yes, it's more about that than it is about the wheat. It's more about, for Ukraine certainly, getting that income in that would otherwise, well, not be able to come in. Decoding, you've been around Ukrainian farmers, and you've seen Ukrainian farming infrastructure. How important do you think it is for them to be able to get the money in? Of course, many that you've seen are now under occupation, which is a whole other problem on top of it, right? With their wheat being stolen instead of being allowed to be sold, instead being stolen by the Russian occupying authorities and various Gauleitos that help out with Muscovy stealing their product and their produce. I trust that there has been an uptick in fires deep inside occupied territories, with a lot of fields being burned down before they can be harvested as well.
I don't have so much of a read on that. I mean, obviously, I'm sure it's extremely important, and the recovery is extremely important. I mean, I do think that the Russians selling this stuff is out of desperation. It's not so much as I used to think it was punishment, and it's because of this. The rumors that Melitopol, the occupiers, were going to start making chocolate. And then it was hinted that they got the cocoa beans in exchange for the grain, which they had stolen and exported, which gave me to believe they're exporting out of desperation, and they're making really bad bargains for it. Something that was it Stephen who just said about the General MacArthur, is that the whole the Korea thing, which, so now you remind me of this. Now I'm on the side of that guy, the general, the crazy general. General Patton. Is it?
Go all the way to Moscow. We shouldn't stop in Germany. We should continue on, is what he was about.
Right. Okay. Well, whenever I've seen that before, I've always thought, what a nutcase. And now, I've only been thinking about this the last few days. I've been thinking, we just, we're partly, we indulge them in this fantasy rather than helping them come back to reality. And, the way Stalin, that picture in Yalta with Stalin and Churchill and co. And they just took the whole thing to heart. They believed it a bit too much. And this is probably a lesson to anyone who's a parent. Just be careful you don't overindulge and empower your child, because this is what happens. Interesting.
And you're quite right, of course, to highlight the Lend-Lease, right? How would the Russian army, the Soviet army, pushing west, have been able to have resupplied without that in the first place? They would not have, and that is something that guess what gets omitted from Russian history books to this day?
All the trucks that the United States gave them.
Exactly, because it. Sorry, Decoding, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I'm really glad I didn't know all this when I was working with Russians, because I would have opened my big fat mouth and it would have made things even more uncomfortable than they already were. Yeah, I looked at the numbers the other day with Lend-Lease. So it was like 50 billion in total, and 10 billion of that went to Muscovy. And yeah, as I mentioned, after the war, the US asked for 2 billion of it back. And they parried and disputed it and wouldn't pay it. And then in 1990, George Bush said, okay, forget about it, it's all right. But, and I often used to repeat the troll that, oh, it wasn't the way, we would have lost the war had the Russians not, held up the Eastern Front, which now I see is like Russian disinformation. And it's a classic thing that tankies are full of. But when we see how many people's lives they wasted in order to win that, and I read Svetlana Alexeyevich's amazing Unwomanly Combat, which is about the contribution women made in all capacities in the Russian army and the Soviet army. It's just incredible, absolutely incredible sacrifice and stories. But again, even they were written out. And I had read that while I was working with Russians, and I would explain to them as they protested against our gender training and stuff. I was like, no. I mean, it was women who won the Second World War for the Soviet Union. They're like, no. Because, of course, after the war, they were told, keep quiet about what you did. We'll forget about all this. And again, they indulged the male fantasy that it was the heroic male Soviet soldier rather than the heroic female Soviet soldier who was written out of history.
Maybe you can help us resolve this a little bit. Why was the export of Russian propaganda, or as you might frame it in terms of trolls, but either way, why was that so successful, and why did, more importantly, Russia manage to inherit all of the positive fuzzy feelings among the tankies in the West, especially after the dissolution of the Soviet Union? Why were none of those positive fuzzy feelings that, say, the various Schultzes and Schröders of the world have following the dissolution of the Soviet Union? Why did all of those end up in the pocket of Russia and none end up in the pocket of, say, Ukraine, for example, or other post-Soviet republics? Like, did they luck into it, or did they do something in the 90s that made sure that they would be the ones that get to keep it?
It must go back to, that's really the story of Surkov, or focused on Surkov and theater studies, and this realization, which my godfather was Robert Kennedy's press secretary. And I spent a summer in DC in their house, and I remember I spent the whole summer reading this book on circuses. Who was the guy who founded circuses? I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, famous bar. There's like a play about him. I can't remember his name. And I read this whole book, and it was really shit. And it was only recently I realized why he had this book, because it was Surkov's realization that politics and TV is all just a theater, like you were talking about the German chat shows yesterday, that basically the whole thing is a theater. And the Russians, and that's what I watched in Eastern Ukraine, them mobilize this idea. You just create the illusion of a theater of discussions and debates, and everything takes place on TV. Whereas I don't think we mainstreamed, our leaders didn't, maybe they're getting it now, but they didn't really mainstream it. Obviously Berlusconi did, and a few others. But so they were able to just create this theater, and we didn't do that. We weren't psychologically astute enough. And perhaps also going back to the post-World War II and Adorno's work on the authoritarian personality, which then went into the Frankfurt School and became quite, until recently, quite niche understanding about the followers of authoritarians. Whereas in Muscovy, and the Soviets, they continued along that track. There wasn't a break. Whereas, of course, there was a break in Europe after the Nazis and Italy, and then we tried to work out what happened. But whereas in the Soviet Union, now that you asked that question, I guess there's this continuity, the cult of personality, and using these psychological tricks to motivate the 30% of any population which are high on the right-wing authoritarian scale. And now we're seeing, say, with Trump and other leaders, we've seen them try to motivate this. And we saw it in Britain recently, but they've kind of, it shows that it doesn't work that well. But in the Soviet Union, it's just been this long continuity, and then Surkov and co reinvented it with their sovereign democracy and all of that kind of thing. But I suppose democracy defeats it. That's the short answer to your question. If you have true democracy, these nascent dictators just get eliminated. And freedom of speech.
So I have a theory in all of this. If you indulge me a little bit, my theory is the following. This is a domestic Russian propaganda theory, but I think it ties into how well it gets taken up outside. Back in the Soviet days, Soviet propaganda had one fatal flaw. Even the people inside of the Soviet Union couldn't possibly believe it, because the propaganda was everything that comes from the outside is just the worst, just absolutely awful. There is nothing good about the West in the slightest. But people inside the Soviet Union couldn't possibly believe that, because the only contact they had with the West was the occasional traveler from the West that, would drop off a newspaper somewhere, and that would end up being, translated and copied in a samizdat fashion. And there was the sort of Radio Liberty, Radio Free Europe that permeated through, and people listened to it, in the dead of night with volume on the lowest possible, and a crackling ham radio. Or a crackling regular radio that somehow managed to pick up those airwaves that went through the anti-radio array that was kind of preventing the Soviet Union from getting much of those radio waves. And all of that just didn't make sense, right? And the probably minority of people who engaged in that, it just didn't make sense to anyone. So whenever some Western music came in, it immediately got copied onto all the X-rays, and the entire population knew that all of that propaganda is actually nonsense. And that's because the little bit of the West they got just didn't gel at all with, this is all just the worst. Because the Soviet propaganda was relatively simple. The Soviet propaganda meant for internal consumption was relatively simple. The difference between that and, say, the 2000s was that in the 2000s, people in Russia could get access to all manner of Western stuff. Western films, Western music, Western culture, Western everything. And that just made it easy. It was easy for them to get access to all of it, all the time. The difference being that suddenly Russian domestic propaganda had to evolve, and did evolve considerably. Evolved in a way where they started, pointing out small individual elements of the West and posing it as decadent and corrupt and perverted, right? And they didn't do it wholesale. They could point out the individual little bits of this much broader the much broader access of that Russians suddenly had to Western culture and pop culture, etc., and be like, look at this. This is wrong. This is a perversion. This is against normality, normalcy, morality, and so on, right? And they could identify it very clearly, very, very fragmentedly. And I think that's why it just took a lot better hold now than it had previously, because the experiences weren't as necessarily as positive, and the propaganda managed to express them as bad, as negative, a lot better, a lot more clearly. The second thing is that now tankies aren't all just on one extreme of the political spectrum. Now tankies are also on the other extreme of the political spectrum as well. Because of this, because the old batch of tankies were the people who loved communism in the Soviet Union, they stayed tankies. The other batch of tankies we have now are people who kind of fell for the re-export of the re-imported batch of propaganda into Russia. They fell for the re-export of, the immorality and the anormalcy that the Russian propaganda that was intentionally intended for domestic use managed to re-export. Thoughts, Decoding Trolls?
I think there's a lot in that, and being able to see how in our societies we criticize, and we have lots of criticism, and to be able to highlight those elements in it as evidence that clearly we're on the downward track. I remember I worked with this person who was a Russian who had been in Afghanistan in the mid-70s, which as an army person, which interested me at the time. Now I know a bit more about the history. It doesn't surprise me so much now, because I said to him, I thought you only invaded in 1979, but obviously they were there peacekeeping before then. And they told me about their growing up. Their father had worked in the merchant navy and had access to American records and stuff, and so they were very nostalgic about getting these in when they were a child in the Soviet times. And this person was probably about 60, 62. So that, they're quite old. And equally others, he didn't talk to me about this, but I know other colleagues were just like, he's always going on about how shit America is, but he put a Jeep engine into his, some car, into his Lada or something, if that's even technically possible. But basically, when it came to buying a car and stuff like that, it was all Western stuff. But then they had this bifurcated mind, and were able to tolerate these two extremes. On the one hand, wanting an iPhone. Did anyone else see this thing? I just saw it on Passant. It's a transcript of a Russian soldier talking to their mother, and the mother's, in the way great mothers, bit of a stereotype here, but the mother's trying to get her iPhone 13 to work or something, and the Ukrainian commentary on it is, you've just found out your son who could be dead is alive, and now you're telling them that you want an iPhone 13. And it kind of, that captures it perfectly. I bet she spits out every time she thinks of the West, and yet she wants her iPhone 13.
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing before I drop down. I've got to get to bed. I just worked 13 hours. But my one hope and prayer with Russia is that when the next generation comes and takes power, the generation that has had the internet and is tech savvy enough to, if they want to, they can find the truth, that it can change once and for all. I think that's the one hope we can have. And you guys all have a great night. I've got to get to sleep. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephen. We're way ahead of you, literally, in terms of time zones, because for most of us, it's the middle of the day.
Yeah, 5 a.m. I just finished work.
Yeah, sorry, it was just a little bit of a joke I had to insert. Thanks for joining us, Stephen. I'm glad that you joined us after a long day like that. let's go on to Alex, and then to Puppy, and then we're gonna have Daniel come up. Alex.
Yes, it is of course the future. Yeah. Just touching on what you were discussing there. Just came into the tail end of the conversation, but something we discussed during overnight for our European audience was this sort of cynical nihilism that powers the Russian political economy, and how there's not really a belief that anywhere is better than Russia. It's just that that other places are better at lying about how bad everything is, and it infuses their the attitudes to the outside world in everything from politics, culture to even invasions of sovereign countries, and how this idea that everybody's just it's all just a lie. It's just that those other countries that pretend everybody has a flushing toilet must just be better at lying about it than Russia is. And something we went through during the evening, but I'm sure Puppy and Daniel and Decoding Trolls and Ben and even yourself, Damon, have some thoughts on this.
Yeah, I don't think about it as nihilism. I think it kind of is kismet, but it's much the same thing. We can't do anything about anything anyway. It's all the way it is. Moving on, and I think that's a big difference between the societies each side of the Ukrainian-Russian border, because Ukrainians keep thinking, "Oh, we can do better. We can fix this. We will do something. We show, make sure that our government is on the right track and pursues a European, more successful future for us." And that is something that some other ones to the east of that are wont to do. Puppy.
Can you hear me well? My check.
You're okay. You're a little bit echoey, but it's not bad.
So I have a little theory, maybe not to complete, maybe to complement Doma's little theory. And the little theory is the following. In most organizations, the successes are often, the specific field of successes are often a reflection of the specific skill set of the very top, right? So a company that has founders that excel at design, for example, will often end up, even if it becomes, Apple, still being a company that overall excels at design. Same with companies, the organizations that excel at engineering and whatnot. And the same is often true, not only for private organizations, but also for countries. So you see countries that have leaders that excel at engineering, ending up as successful in their economy at the engineering. So yeah, we can go. We can take a tangent with historical examples, but I think that we can all think of some, right? Russia and the Soviet Union before, and Russia in particular, has Silovki elite at the top. That the one thing that are traditionally good at doing is essentially propaganda, psyops, and making sure that the whole apparatus stays in place. That's the one thing that they have been. It's their skill set, and it's often a two-way street. It's the same in private organizations because the way it works is that Steve Jobs will hire some good designers, and then in turn they will find other people that are having the same skill set, and it spreads. So the fish not only stinks from the head, but also smells nice from the head. And Russia, for me, is an example of a state that is good at one thing, essentially, or quite good at one thing, because historically had that type of skill set at the very top.
And the one thing being?
Well, the one thing being
violence.
Spying. Yeah, but well, violence is too broad. Many societies have violence as one of the reason of being. But I would say that specific type of violence, they are not good at military violence, quote unquote violence. That's a form of violence, but apparently that is not the one thing that are showing to be able to excel at. But that particular insidious violence, the violence that is perpetrated not by the the military, but by the KGB and its successors. So that type of violence is the one skill set that Russia has shown time and again in their history, recent history. I would say relatively recent history, meaning a couple of hundred, maybe less than that. Certainly 100 years. Certainly from the 20s of the last century. That's the one thing that they were good at. They were able to convince the West that the system, not the West, but a large portion of the West that the system was working. And the same Sinovki, after the fall of the Soviet Union, were essentially the elite in charge, starting from the very top. And it is not that much of a surprise that this is the one thing that they ended up being relatively good at. If you had engineers there, they probably would have taken a different path. I hope there are no historians in the audience, because I know that they hate the counter history. Every time that I mention any possible counter history, my historian friends, they go crazy and tell me it makes no sense. But yeah, let's keep it between ourselves.
I think Ben's technically a historian of sorts, but not too historian. Daniel, what did we get wrong?
About Soviet propaganda or about violence?
Everything.
Soviet propaganda, I tell you in the end, they were very, very, very effective. And who said different, don't experience. And I think communist propaganda was the best. The only propaganda which rivaled them was American. Because they have Hollywood, they have the pop culture, they have great cultural products in general, and was very, very accessible. But to say about Russian propaganda was not working is totally wrong. It didn't work in the 80s because they entered in the huge crisis, economical, political. We must remember they get in 70s the big boom because oil, and after that the talks of Americans with Saudi just ruined their economic incentive with oil. Also, they have a problem with food crisis, which marked them a lot. For my country was also very bad. And if I remember well, in the mid-80s, even Polish people come with their Lada cars in Romania and other Eastern European countries searching for items to trade. So was a crisis in all Eastern Bloc except China. And this affected a lot all the system, but it was not the fault of propaganda. I think propaganda worked very, very, very well. And I remember I was a young communist believing in that shit.
because they don't appeal to things which now look for us logical and important. One discourse which was very present in the 80s was anti-nuclear, anti-imperialistic discourse, and this was very, very well delivered. For example, if I remember well, any political stuff in the shows, we can call it the shows, but was nothing show at television, always were some destroyers or American cruiser launching missiles, a lot of airplanes, bombers, even maybe a nuclear blast somewhere behind. And never you see the might of the Soviet fleet or the Bears, the big bombers of Soviet Union. So was something like we are pacifists and these imperialists are very, very warmongers. Other thing you saw very well, poor people in the United States searching for food, homeless, bad homes in bad neighborhoods. This tradition was taken very well by Russia Today, the RT, and that's why Russia Today had a very, very effective propaganda, because they emulate the Soviet one on this particular stuff, looking the problems in the West. People in the streets revolting, burning tires, the protest anti-G7 or things like that. Detroit and I don't know how will look Louisiana after the hurricane. And that is a good imitation of Soviet propaganda, and that's why it worked. Also, remember when Eurovision, some Austrian undefined gender won the prize, and that was just gold for Russian propaganda from now. And it's very easy to say it was not effective. It was very, very effective. How many revolts did you see in the Eastern Bloc? We have the Budapest, and in the Budapest problem was Hungarians believed in some socialist stuff. They don't want Stalinism, pure Stalinism, which Soviets imposed in Hungary. They wanted something more close to what Gorbachev tried in the late 80s. And the spring in Prague was something similar. The Czech wanted plurality of voices, wanted people to talk a lot, even in the party. So the Communist Party of the Czechoslovak Republic was more liberal, too liberal for people like Brezhnev. And that destroyed the image, and people imagine, wow, will be a breakdown. Was nothing. In all the countries sent the troops in Prague, for example, except Romania, no? And this doesn't look, propaganda doesn't work. And was something which we forgot. All the communist bloc, for example, North Korea lived better than South Korea until 70s. Now we can say, look, South Korea is a very powerful country, capitalistic, democratic even. Yeah? The democracy of South Korea is not similar with what we have in Europe, but we can say is more open society. They have other cultural stuff, not necessarily political stuff now. But in the 70s, you lived better in North Korea. And people who think what I say is a heresy, look up the stats. South Korea was a total military dictatorship. You can do anything. People live worse because in North Korea was not famine. They have a lot of help from the Soviet Union. China will look bad at that moment until the late 70s, early 80s, when, you know, Deng Xiaoping changed a lot. Vietnam was not so bad after so many years of fighting and after invasion of China. Vietnam was never a proud country with problem with food, for example. And they are very proud. They had clear military status. And in Eastern Europe, problem appeared in Poland first because Solidarnosc, and Solidarnosc asked some basic things. Let's open something. This thing doesn't work very, very well, and they get military dictatorship until the first free elections. And I think two things destroyed the system. Economic, they cannot compete. This is very, very clear. In the 50s, in the 60s, Soviet Union was very, they have enough trust in themselves. They will beat United States and their allies because they had a big technological boom. Not all the German scientists go in United States. Some got in Soviet Union. Korolev was not a stupid boy. They start building the city dormitories, and this was a huge boost because people not live 4 families in an apartment. From now you had a young couple, young family, and they get from the state a home, a small one, an ugly one. I live in some communist apartment also, but you get your flat with running water, with toilet, with everything you can imagine. It was a huge boost for them. After that, they start to export a lot of things, mostly like a banana republic, resources, but for them was great. And also they have agriculture system. Yes, was cooperative, was bad for peasants, but for people in the big cities it was totally great until the late 70s. And we have the oil crisis, which made a dent in United States and Western powers. We have the Suez crisis, which again was not good. But America had luck. They elect a guy who was not even close with previous president, but Ronald Reagan was the biggest scarecrow Soviet Union imagined. And also Soviets had very bad leadership. Old guys, former KGB bosses, very old guys, very weak. Politburo was also very old, without imagination. They had Chernobyl, which also make a problem for them. And this problem accumulated for this and made all the system fail. I think before the economic failure was a political failure in the 80s for all the Eastern Bloc.
Yeah, there's two things that really struck me about what you were saying there, Daniel. The first was about Romania and propaganda. I find that quite interesting. For anybody who's interested in in how totalitarian regimes convey their messages to their people. It's truly fascinating. Obviously, truly horrible to have lived through, Daniel. And, yeah,
Alex, I can say something.
Sorry, my point was,
Please.
one of the things with propaganda under Ceausescu was that eventually, like, you know, the best lie is one that has a bit of truth attached, and it just became so totally unhinged from reality that nobody believed it. But I find it very hard to believe that even Ceausescu believed it.
At the end, but I can say something like this. He ruled the country a lot of time, and until mid-80s was very popular. And I don't know if you understand how popular it was in Romania and outside Romania. Let's talk, we said about Praga. So he goes in the balcony of the Central Committee of the party in Bucharest, and he made his very well-known discourse against Soviets. And he said, all the countries must preserve their independence, territorial integrity. The Soviet party must not intervene in national parties, things like that. And was popular not only in Romania, was popular at Washington. I don't know how many of you know, but Ceausescu was very, very insistent. I know how I can say. Nixon wanted to meet Ceausescu, and Nixon had a plan. His plan was, let's talk with Mao to break the line from the Chinese and Soviets, because they have their conflict, was the clashes on the border. And Ceausescu was the man of Nixon. Ceausescu made the stance with Mao because after this discourse against Soviet intervention in Praga, Soviets were not happy, of course. And Chinese, the Mao Zedong, tell the Soviets, let Romania outside. And Romania became a very interesting target for Chinese. And Chinese started to learning Romanian to make economic changes, exchanges, cultural stuff, students. People didn't know this. Nixon didn't go in Beijing because Kissinger was a smart boy and talk with Mao. That was the Ceausescu deal. And even when Ceausescu, after meeting the Queen, after taking the loans from International Monetary Fund, after he even said he wanted to buy anti-tank weapons from United States, which made the Soviets bollocks, even then was the war Iran-Iraq, and Ceausescu was a channel to deliver munition, military clothes, protection gear from Romania to Saddam. Because let's remember, America helped Saddam, not the mullah of Iran. And these things, how I can say, some people know, some people understand home in Romania, but Ceausescu was a deal broker there. And was another aspect we must be very, very well pointed, the Securitate, the security service of Communist Party in Romania, was in the line with the party and was very nationalistic. Of course, they work with KGB, but not so much like Stasi. And the idea was, we are communists, but we don't like Soviets. Something like Hoxha made it in Albania. But Romania had a stance, and there were legends here. For example, in 67, 68 was a big rumor, every Romanian known, which living there, the Soviet army is on the border in now Ukraine and Republic of Moldova. And Romania had, I don't know, some huge laser which melts the Soviet tanks and things like that. But these rumors, totally bollocks, but these rumors don't come from nothing. Because Romanian communists took a stance, and they get the stance, and they had the backup of China and the friendship of the United States. This is very annoying looking behind, because it's easy for me to paint. You know, I stand in the cold, hungry, in darkness in the cities, without milk, without, I don't know, even a loaf of bread was on the tickets. You get half of bread for a person and things like that. No oil, cooking oil, and things like that. This was the 80s, of course. But before that, everybody talked how well was in the 70s. Because in the 70s was no how I can say, lack of food in the stores. You get everywhere food. Was no big problem because they had the money borrowed from international institution with guarantees from Americans. They had a relationship with Near East and North Africa. They build chemical plants in Libya, in Iraq, in Syria. There were Romanians who worked there. Even in Ukraine, the Kryvyi Rog, they made a steel mill. And there was economic prosperities, but in the 80s, things go sideways. And it's interesting, was bad for Romania, was bad for Soviet Union, for Poland a bit. I don't know how bad was for Germans. I remember somebody gone in the tourist trip in Democratic Republic of Germany, and he come here, talk with my parents, if I remember, how interesting was East Germany, how different their city were. And for example, the communist German cars here were appreciated, Walburg and other things like that, or the Skoda from Czechoslovak Republic. And was a universe in itself. 80s was a disaster, but didn't affect everybody in the same way. And for example, Domen was in Slovenia, the best part of Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia lived completely different. They were socialist republic, unaligned, so not in Warsaw Treaty, but they got everything you imagine, from Western music to Coca-Cola. And that's why Romanians don't get access to Yugoslavia, for example. You can go to Hungary in a trip or St. Petersburg, but you can go to Yugoslavia. You go in Bulgaria to get shampoo and rose water, but you can go anywhere else. And was a different thing to live here and understand the system, and other thing to have, I don't know, the son of the ambassador of Moscow in the 80s, and he explains how bad was in Moscow. Of course it was, but he gets the time frame from the 80s. If he talks with a babushka, she will say to him, "Oh, but I have my own flat." In America, you must work for 15 years to get your flat, right? In Soviet Union, the state give you a flat. And this was a huge advantage for propaganda. Now in Eastern Europe, most of the people get their own property. They don't have the problem, we don't have a home, like in Berlin, for example. And these are communist heritage. And is another communist heritage which they were very, very, very proud. How was so the woman in society? We had a bad law which stopped abortions in 70s, which got a lot of unwanted childs, and women would die because of abortions, which were not made it in hospital. But also the woman gets same wages, can get any career she wanted. She can be even leader of the party and things like that. Which, remember, when the feminist movement started in the United States or France, we had the 60s. These problems in the 60s in the West were not in the East, and the East always pointed fingers to the West. Look how they treat their women. Look how they treat their minorities. Look how the Africans live in the United States. Things like that. And always be very, very careful when judge the Russian Federation and Soviet Union. That's why the Russians now talk about Soviet Union like a great thing for them, because it was a society who stand on moral ground for them, and they feel it, they were better. And don't forget that they feel it better. Of course, it was interesting to get blue jeans or I don't know, some Led Zeppelin records. Of course, they wanted this. Or they wanted bananas in the 80s, or which were not missing in the 70s, because, you know, Cuba and a lot of South American countries exported to Warsaw Treaty countries. For now, what make me wonder is why the old Soviet guys with had some experience, which stopped to work in the 90s in press, and I don't know, it was an economic crisis, but they get the know-how for propaganda was not get their heritage, their experience to the Putin regime. With some, like I mentioned before, Russia Today, which in my opinion is the best hair of the Soviet propaganda, with their problems, of course. And I look at trolls, Russian trolls, which make me sick very easy. But they don't get the subtle attitude, the finesse of the language to be enjoyed by their audience. If you look at how they talk now, ignoring reality, you can say, oh, but they do the same when the Chernobyl reactor exploded. Not even the same. Because maybe they ignore a difficult case like Chernobyl, for example, or the thing like the grains crops are bad, so we import cereals from the United States. Just ignore the issue and get your own issue very valuable. Now the people say, oh, sanctions don't affect us. clear lie because they feel the pain for this. And they didn't use the tools they had it. That's why they lose the propaganda war. The propaganda war of Russia in Western Europe and North America is so bad. I never imagined them can be so bad. And you see pointing fingers from China and India, which get their water and say, oh, Russia is winning, and things like that. Even there, I don't feel a powerful statement, a very powerful attitude. We are the brothers, like was in the communist era. I don't see brotherhood from the Chinese. I saw a lot from the Russians. They want to be brothers of the Chinese, but Chinese take them like junior partner. And the Chinese, they have huge problems in China at this moment. So I don't feel it an ideological stance of we oppose the West. If the foreign minister of China say, oh, it's not a fault, NATO push a lot, and America is meddling in international affairs, that is not something which is in the same channel like Russia. Is the Chinese discourse past 5-10 years. And India loves to bash anything is not Indian. And they have that problems too. And they are in big problems. And they are not also aligned with Moscow in ideological political stance. There is no alignment there. And can you say is important what Ecuador or Bolivia says, or I don't know, Uganda and Ethiopia? They are totally irrelevant in this. Russia now is much worse, much bad, and less subtle than Soviet Union was. Soviet Union was a strong, very, very strong opponent. They can claim parity with not United States, all the West. They don't fight just United States. They fight Canada. They fight West Germany, France, Great Britain, Australia, everybody. And they feel they can beat them. Ideological, political, military. Don't forget, when Challenger Discovery fly to the orbit, they build the same shit. They had their rocket, Energia, the best and the most powerful rocket in the world, and things like that. They had the first space station. They had things which was perfect for propaganda, perfect to claim moral authority, technological advancement, and somewhere they work. The cars were crap, but the submarines were great, no? Okay, I think I talk again too much.
It was great.
Yeah,
was
not at all
fantastic.
then. One thing, the other thing I was going to sort of draw out before we go to hands, Ben and George. You mentioned the relationship between North and South Korea there, and I think it's a very interesting comparison to what's happening now between Russia and Ukraine. Not that they are the same, not that it's similar in that there's
is the biggest fear of Putin, is the huge fear of Putin. And I totally agree with you. Sorry.
Yeah, no. What I was going to say is that this idea that, and you're totally right, that in the 60s and 70s, North Korea was the dominant dominant power of the two. It could industrially outproduce South Korea. It had access to foreign currency through the Soviet Union and through it basically played off the Soviet Union with China, and so it had access to foreign markets through both of those. Whereas South Korea was essentially an agrarian nation, kind of struggling to maintain its own democracy, and it was only during the 80s that transition happened. But I've read in quite a few different sort of accounts and things on North Korea, that attitude that, well, we were winning and we were robbed is just one of the dominant attitudes within the leadership of North Korea, like we was robbed kind of thing. And it's interesting to kind of see, well, not the same, but a similar dynamic playing out.
Is a difference. Kim Il-sung was better than Kim Jong-il, and he had better premise to make North Korea to be happier, prosperous, comparing with dictatorship in South Korea. And South Korea took a while to change this. But when they become the tiger of the South Asia, for North Korea was a lot of bad luck because the all Eastern Bloc start to falling apart. And I think it's very easy to say, was the economic failure or was the political failure? Was a lot of crises linked together, layered, and I think was a bit of smarter approach from Americans, was more political. Even I don't like Reagan and Thatcher. For that time, they were the perfect answer, the perfect method to deal with Soviets. Also, Soviets being in crisis. Also, Soviets being in Afghanistan. Also, Soviets having food problems. Also, Soviets cannot get enough currency exporting oil and things like that. But until then, we forget about the war on not cyber, cybernetics. Was a war which was totally win. America started the .com. They started the small enterprises which become now the biggest corporation you can imagine. And Russians ignore that, ignore a lot, even if their university were very focused on physics and mathematics. For them, even now in Moscow University, the queen and the king are mathematics and physics. Other science, not so important. For example, in Romania, sociology and psychology was banned in the 50s, in the 60s. Another thing very interesting was the stance against religion. So communists become your religion, and you treat religion like feudal stuff from the darkness of the Dark Age, things like that. And if I remember well, rural communities were still very religious, but the party member, the people in urban areas were less inclined to go to religion, become a refuge only when the quality of life dropped a lot. So when you have things like that, you need some sideways to go, religion, mysticism, yoga, things like that. And it's very interesting because people usually take the grand scale, not the small stuff. For example, in the 90s in Romania, we have a big problem with criminal elements. In the 90s, the criminality just exploded, and we export a lot of criminals in the Western countries. But this come like a comparison, because people who had 40s or 50s in 1990 will say, oh, in the communist era, there were no crime, no rapes, no robberies and things like that, which was false, because you don't get statistic about how many banks were taken by, I don't know, communist criminals. We have a hold up in 60s, very, very, very well known. People who had initiative, like they wanted to do some stuff, some shady business in the underground economy. They were widely condemned, and they get some televised judicial process. But in fact, here, if I remember well, they started a thing called cooperative system. So if you are a tailor, you get another 2 or 3 tailors, the state give you a small area to work, and you can go there and make some money. And was possible. This happened in Hungary, in Poland also. Small businesses under communist umbrella, probably inspired by Chinese and Deng Xiaoping reforms. I have no idea, but was a good debut. And contraband was tolerated, but you need to pay a fine to security services. All the things are is very interesting if you go in the Western university and they know you come from former communist country. Always they put you to write papers about things like that, what was in the past, because the past is not well understood. It's easy to go in archives, read things, but there is propaganda, there are fake stats. The things happen there. The lived history is more subtle, more nuanced, in my opinion.
Ben?
Sorry, Papia just reminded me that it was lunchtime. I think Daniel is very right, but in a more targeted way. I think one of the problems that Russia is facing today, and which may explain paradoxically its strength at home but its weakness abroad, is the fact that its model is impossible to export. If you think about it, the whole system, the whole Putinomics, to put it to use a title of a recent book, is based on using oil to solve every single using oil money to solve every single problem that you're facing. Nothing that is being built at the moment in Russia can be easily copied and put somewhere else. There's no way for France or Germany or even the United States really to emulate the Putin system. It is impossible. On the other hand, what was going on in, well, particularly the 30s, 50s, 60s in Russia, but which they managed to keep an impression of it quite late, is the fact that they were developing a modern economy that was being seen by many other less developed economies, both in Europe and abroad, as a model that could be followed. And to use another of Chris Miller's books, which is called Saving the Soviet Economy, one of the problems they were facing as early as the mid-70s was the realization that their development model had failed and that they had to find another one. And so they scrambled like crazy for 10, 15 years to try to develop an alternative, something that could work. And very interestingly, one country was looking at this very carefully, and it was China. China did not want to end up like Poland. At the time, Poland was considered as the softie in the communist camp, and because they're widely open to Western capital. If I remember well, IKEA was already producing there, and they had completely failed to adapt, and now Poland was facing a dramatic debt crisis by the late 70s, and it is purposefully against what they literally called the Polish model that the Chinese developed. And in the model fight, the Russians have nothing that compares to the Silicon Valley. Every politician in the world dreams to have a Silicon Valley and believes that if they just did the right policy combo, they could develop it. And the alternative model is Shenzhen. Shenzhen and the rapid development of China is also something that attracts a lot of attention. A lot of people want to emulate it, benefit from the sort of insight. No one cares about how Putin is ruling the Russian economy. There's in terms of propaganda, this is an absolute disaster. I just wanted to give this perspective to Daniel's point.
Totally agree, Ben. Totally agree. The biggest failure, that is it, because the advantage of Soviet Union was they get an ideology which can be believed. They can export that ideology. Their ideology gets a political model, an economic model, and also relations. So the world was communist side, capitalist side, and non-aligned, like India and Yugoslavia. And the Russian export their ideology, and their ideology was very good. It was similar with the religion. You can get freedom, equality. We'll get to the future. And the Chinese example you get, which is great. That's why for me, Deng Xiaoping is the most important people which lived in 20th century in China, not Mao Zedong. I think they were smarter, not just looking at Soviet model. I think at one stance in the Mao era, they look at Soviets like the big brother, because they import from them technology, machines, military stuff, a lot of things, including the ideology. And it was a model not just for Eastern Europe, it was for North Korea, for Cambodia, for Vietnam. So was a talk about Marxist purity there. Who is more Marxist? And always Chinese said, we are more Marxist than Moscow. And this was a debate. And if I can spitball a bit here, I can say now Chinese system is in a bad shape because they quit a great tool which was very important in Soviet Party and all the Communist Party until 1990. The idea you, like member of the party, can go and say, great leader, there is a mistake to do this stuff because I modeled, I tried, I experiment, and I find out if we do that, we get these bad results. And even if you are not taken serious, even if you are in a bad faction, your point of view was heard. Now, the communist regime of China in Beijing, you cannot go to put, they had a box when it was the Congress, you put letters there and said, I think we need to do that. Was a move which was very encouraged by Deng Xiaoping. And Xi Jinping just cut this relationship with low levels of the party. That's why he's a dictator, because he doesn't listen even the members of the Communist Party of China. And that is the problem which Putin faces now, because you don't have a critical point of view. You don't have an alternative, not only politic, but in idea world. You know, when you get people who criticize you, if you had the power to criticize and they don't get summarily killed. Because when you say authoritarian and dictatorship, authoritarian is even the regime of Jordan, for example, or Egypt, right? Algeria. But dictatorship is a one man and everybody look at him like he's Kim Jong-un. Yeah, he's the guy who cannot be touched. His poop doesn't smell, right? No more critics, no more deviations, no more contest on ideology. And for Russia, for example, you said very well, is no example for anyone. And I think Putin is too much in love with La Cosa Nostra and maybe watch too much Godfather than trying to offer a perspective, an horizon for anyone who want to be their ally. So if you are Indian to watch at Russia and say, what they are, they some Saudis with talk Russian and they had, I don't know, less hot climate because they import everything, cars, computers, phones, everything. What they do, even paper, they don't get paper. They don't have toilet paper, paper for fax and printing, which is laughable. And you cannot seduce an entire world when you cannot produce paper. You cannot use your bigger ruble banknote, no?
I mean, the only thing worse is still using a fax machine at this point in life, right? George.
Hey, good morning, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to walk through over there. Okay, here we are. So, my wife, her father was an engineer on a nuclear submarine, and her mother worked. She was a foreman at one of the factories. Actually, one of the factories that used to make the Geiger counters. Anyway, so her life wasn't too bad, but she left Ukraine. She grew up in Kyiv. She left Ukraine in 1991, and her father explained to her that, you know, he had told her this, you know, before the Soviet Union collapsed, that the Soviet Union was a cake with very nice icing on it and very nice decorations. Decorations being Sputnik, a Mir space station. Powdered sugar was the the thousands of pieces of military equipment, empty calories, as he called them. But he said the inside of the cake was made out of a cow pie. Everything was done for show. They had no real consumer economy unless it was under black market and people were bringing in consumer goods from other countries, paying off border guards. That usually happened. He would travel to a port in somewhere in Egypt and bring some consumer goods from there. But yeah, it was a country. It was a bunch of republics, but everything was done for the state and not the consumer. And Daniel just said, yeah, they didn't even have paper goods. I mean, right then and there, everything was done for the state. You didn't have paper goods. You didn't have hardly any variety of food on the shelves. In Kyiv, her grandmother would go to friends of hers that had farms to get certain things that you couldn't find on the shelves, milk, eggs, of that nature. So, and the United States outspent them. The West outspent them. I mean, in the 1980s, Afghanistan helped break their back, but they just couldn't.
Have we lost George's audio?
I think George talked a lot about 80s.
Yeah, but we lost his audio, right?
Poor 80s.
Yeah. Okay. George, let's get you back up. Ben, go ahead in the meantime, and we'll get George back up.
Well, while he's gone, isn't it a good moment to share a few 1980s Sophie jokes? Domin, you start.
No, it's okay. I only have one, and George is back already.
Okay, so where did I drop off at, guys?
Going to farms.
Oh yes. So her grandmother would go to farms and buy milk and eggs and things like that, things that you couldn't find on the store shelves, right? So, and then the United States broke the back of the Soviet Union. Of course they lost their prestige and everything with Afghanistan, but economically, the United States broke their back in the 1980s with their military spending. They just couldn't keep up. And now, if you look at after the fall of the Soviet Union, just look at Russia. I mean, Ukraine, all right, they still have a lot of those, Stalinist buildings and things like that, but they have infrastructure. They have paved roads. Like in Russia, even in major cities, if something breaks, that's it. It stays broken. You have apartment buildings where the plumbing fails, and now you got people in a 10-story apartment block, and they have to go outside and use an outhouse. It's ridiculous. The Putin economy is just like, it's been said before. It's just one huge mafia gas station. There is no money flowing into infrastructure other than, gas pipelines and supporting the Petrogas mafia. And, it's just crazy that the Russians are, nostalgia, it cuts two ways. And the dark side of nostalgia is what you see now is them, yearning for the days of the Soviet Union. Now, for us, it's like crazy. Like, why would you? Well, they were actually better, even though they didn't have anything on the store shelves. At least their roads were somewhat decent, and the plumbing worked. Albeit not the best, but it's been broken now for 30 years, and it's not going to be fixed.
Can I say something, George?
Sure. I mean, sure. Go ahead, Daniel.
In the 60s, in United States, was a program made it by, I don't know, FBI, I think. Everybody who come from Soviet Union was scrutinized, because what you said now and is applied only for the 80s, late 80s, when all the Soviet thing failed.
They were scrutinized because the discourse was usually exactly like this. Everything is broken there. You can find anything. People who want to run, to not emigrate, because you must cross border with bullets fired at you. But a reality which FBI known was you must test the real feeling of a Soviet citizen which want to apply for asylum in the United States. It's very easy in the 80s, 90s, when you exit from Eastern Bloc, going to Germany, for example, was our El Dorado, for example, and go there and saw all the things working, and you compare home, everything crumbled. But that crumbled because at that moment, things start going down. You said about consumer goods. That is very, very American point of view. For me, for example, even I live in a capitalistic democratic country, what America is doing past 1950, for me is a crime against the environment. Consumer economy was perfect for 50s and 60s. Now is just a crime. I don't think it's okay 350 million people to eat, drink more than other billions. Is not okay in any level.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. But
okay, I was not an inquiry about ideology or no. I wanted to say the Soviets didn't see the way of life, the American dream. The point of view was very different. For example, you get your home, you get your job. Remember, in communist system, your job was forever. You don't get unemployed. You don't get fired from your work. Imagine how different is this thing. So until 80s, when rations entered in communist area, because was systemic failure of the food productions in different countries, different parts of countries. The thing was, you go to a same store, same type of store. In my country, it was called Alimentara. Okay, you go there and look like a supermarket in the West, and you get any product. I don't get that part of time because 80s for me was just like for your family, almost anything was missing. But before that, you can go to this store, communist store, and you take your basket and go to the aisles, and you can get anything you want. Milk, sugar, flour, anything, which look okay. They don't get marketing. Advertising was something like eat fish today because it's healthy for you and things like that. It was nothing like eat this brand of chocolate because it's the best chocolate we produce. So advertising marketing was there. But you can go with your salary, your monthly wages, and you can eat all the month. You can go to trips in holidays. All the holidays were very, very appreciated and respected. You can go to mountains, to the sea. You can eat, drink, take a hotel room. Yes, the quality was not like Acapulco, but was not that bad. For example, in the 70s in my country, tourists come from Sweden and Germany because, of course, the prices were cheaper. But then in the 70s started for the worker people party to become a place for holidays. And you get holidays paid by the state. So you get your home, you get the job to the end of your life. After that, after the, I don't know, 30, 40 years you work, you get the pension, the state pension. That's why I want to explain to you, which is a very alien system, but which was loved by the people who lived until the 80s.
No,
Yes.
I'm saying it.
Sorry.
I'm saying it got its people through the day up until the 80s. But remember,
No, mate. You didn't understand me. Imagine no unemployment. You understand me?
oh, I understand. Yeah, I understand. Trust me, my wife and her parents have explained it to me.
Every year you go in the holiday. Every year, even the poorest worker can go in the holiday. Your mother and father was peasants, collectivized with blood and people killed and animal and land taken. But you are their son. You can go to the school and high school and even university. You don't pay shit.
Yes.
You don't go to hospital. Yes, of course they don't have RMNs and tomographs, but you can be treated. You pay shit, nothing, nada, zilts. You can go in the holidays, and the holidays you take from the union and was totally acceptable. And you can eat, drink. Do you imagine? Okay, we don't have the blue jeans, but you can get clothes. Every country got their clothes, their shoes. Was not something like Stone Age. The difference was when the shock therapy come from Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia. Romania don't get the shock therapy of economics in 90s. But the things where you broke all the system, everybody is for itself. Let's start American dream. And the winners are the former party leaders and Secret Service generals who buy all the plants and the mills where you work like worker. And that was not nice. And people started to wonder, maybe something is broken. And until ascension to European Union, when all the things change, institutions, way of life, justice system, free of movement, we have 15 years when our fathers and our mothers took a good side and said, in my young years, I live better, I eat better, my fear for tomorrow was not existent. And we start this when my monthly wages was not enough. This was the Russia of the 90s, which Putin get it. People which 10 years, they don't get pensions. People stay home, 60s, 70s, and don't get the pensions. The pensions was what they worked 40 years. And is very different approach looking from American stance. When you are American, you know how the things work. The state don't come to you and say, okay, free school, okay, free treatment for your hospital. It was very, very, very different. And 80s was the approach when American propaganda just kicked the balls of Soviet propaganda. Until 80s, they had no chance. You saw a mass movement of people trying to break the borders to go to the West was small, was people who were enlightened, read it, very well educated, with high aspirations, who wanted something different, because in every society you get people which try things, but the majority of people look at some things, they look interesting, but like I said at the beginning of this talk, we thought about America with people living on the streets. You know, the bad sides of America. We saw in the movies in the 40s, because American movies from the 40s were okayish. We can see how the New York looked in the 40s, but we had no imagination about how it look a mall, United States. We have no idea how the mall look. We don't saw American movie in the 80s. So we don't even understand why the cars are so big in America. It was like different planets. And judging these different planets from the point of view, I don't know, they don't have consumer goods, is a bit different. Chewing gum, for example, don't exist. Soft drinks were local, but exist. Right, and please, I want Mia to understand. I hate communists with my guts, and my early years for me are a total nightmare. And I love to live in my country now, free and democratic. Don't understand me wrong.
But this is why there is some people still looking back and thinking, oh, let's revert it all back, and that's why when Russia was first invading Ukraine, we saw people with red flags on their tanks driving in.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that's what my point was. My point was not exactly describing what the Soviet Union was, but what people think it was. And right now, with the conditions in Russia right now, look at some of those cities. They are absolutely decrepit and horrible. So that's why people yearn for the clock to go back to the Soviet Union, especially from some of these areas where for the last 30 years, all the things that Daniel described, holidays and things like that, aren't happening for these people. Most of those people haven't left their republic, their hometown. So they just remember, or their parents remember, how it was in the 70s and how it is now. So yes, nostalgia is the common Russian person's enemy, because they think going back to the Soviet Union will fix their issues. They don't understand that the world has moved on from that, and they don't understand that the conditions they're in is because Putin's is just robbing their country blind with like 50 guys. That's the way I see it.
And as time moves forward, right, from now, the sanctions aren't going to be helping that either. And I think that we're gonna move into that in a little bit, because I think Ben has a bit of an update on how sanctions have been influencing Russia. But first, I'm going to go to Patrick, and then to Dani, and then we're going to go to Ben. Patrick?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Daniel, for sharing your thoughts on so many different things. Really generous insights on your part. Daniel, you were making a point, I think a critical point, about consumerism. And I think with respect to the United States, and I didn't quite follow it. And I was wondering if you would maybe elaborate on that a little bit.
I can try summarizing it maybe, and then you can tell me if I'm on the right track. The expectations, the wishes were much less, therefore it didn't feel like deprivation. Whereas now, with availability of more stuff, even having more stuff in fact than you used to have, but it feels worse because you know that there's a lot more that you could be getting. Whereas back then, when you could go to Alimentaria and the only stuff you could get was from there, well, everybody could get that stuff, so nobody felt left out. The same with holidays, etc. Daniel, was that about right?
Yes, we are. And the difference now is for the Russians, for example, but also for Turkmeni, Kyrgyz, Kazakh. They face something different, which made them to feel very, very, very bad. For example, we import everything for cosmetics, clothes, cars, computers, everything is imported. And I think for a while, they feel it a bit integrated in this international system, which even Chinese love it because for them is a lot of money. But after 24th and sanctions, which rhymed with Putin discourse, was wanting to break this chain, this idea we are at the West hand. We need their technology. We need, and for a bit, for some months, they feel it, they can make a payback. We'll get our alternatives. We get replacement goods. We'll get India and China in our side, and we will win this because we are the great Russia and things like that. And Kamil Galev always talk about how important to keep people in big cities like Moscow and St. Petersburg happy and cosmopolitan and educated people to feel all the things are the same. But things are not the same. When you put butter in anti-theft devices, things are not the same. When you search for oil for your Toyota, or even better, Infinity, or I don't know, imagine some luxury car, and you don't get brakes, you don't get tires, you don't get wipers, you have a problem. For me, the analogy was 3 months ago when postal office in Russia, you recycle the paper. For me, that was stunning. Paper is not high-end technology. Paper is something you can make with limited stuff.
Wait, Daniel, does Russia have any trees to make paper out of?
A lot of trees, but they exported, for example, they exported a lot. The thing we do also, and is very, very bad, exported wood, just stumps of wood. So they had 1 or 2 big plans of working for IKEA to make furniture. IKEA shutting down all the shit. You need to get the know-how of the locals with poor management to replace that. And like McDonald's with their buns molded, same happened with wood factories and things like that. And this is very interesting. And for me is more significant even than getting your ass wiped in the airfield in Crimea. To discover your technology is not less than Soviet technology. And you are not on par with what is happening now in technology, industry, everything, financial institution, which for them is totally bollocks. Imagine the stock exchange.
Oh, sorry, I thought you put a full stop there because I was going to go to your namesake next.
Please go, a lot of hands.
Okay, from Daniel to Danny.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the space. Really appreciate it. Love hearing everyone. Thank you, Daniel, for your insight. What I wanted to comment on is kind of the same topic, what Daniel was saying. There's nostalgia about communism, and it's still present in modern-day Romania because people that are older than 30 years old who have maybe grown up during communism remember it with the rose-colored glasses, and even people that are older that lived through the 60s and 70s when communism in Romania was good for them. They prospered, or so they thought, because of course, as we know, communism only works on paper. It started to falter, didn't it? And no system is perfect. Of course, he spoke about consumerism, which was the model that America used, and that comes with its own problems, mostly against the environment, which of course you can argue are very bad problems to have, but which we might be able to solve if we focused on them. But imagine this: communism was easy for you as a citizen. You were born, you already knew that you were going to school, so you entered the first stages of education. Then you found a sense of community, and there were organizations such as the Pioneers, which offered you a sense of camaraderie, right? You had your comrades you could lean on. If you were failing in a subject in school, they'd help you shepherd your way to a successful life. And then you didn't have to think for yourself a lot. It was quite comfortable, but in a numbing way. So you would kind of get born and you went through life not having much of the problems that you have in modern day society, right? You went to school where you were told, you got a job, depending on your skills, of course, but you got a job in the city where you were told, you were given an apartment and told where to live. You were told what you could buy and what you could not buy, where you could vacation or where you could not vacation. Everything was kind of programmed by the state. You had very little to think about, and it was comfortable, I'm sure. You didn't have to worry about tomorrow because you knew that you'll have food, you had a job, you had a home. So it caused everyone to be very complacent. And you know, equality sounds good, and I'm talking about equality in the sense of socialism, right? Everyone gets a slice which is equal, but that only works on paper because you will deal with actual human beings in real life, right? And things like corruption would interfere, and you would see that your neighbor, which is supposed to have the same job as you and the same salary as you, suddenly has more stuff than you'd have because they managed to do a deal under the table and get some blue jeans, right? And cracks would start appearing, and people would not be as equal as you think they would be. And people in positions of power started getting more stuff for themselves. And as quality of life declined towards the 80s, this rift in society started building, right? Where you would see people in positions of power having milk, having toilet paper available to them, having eggs available to them, and you didn't have those things because you did not adhere to the notion of, oh, maybe I can get something under the table. And that's what started happening is everyone started cheating on socialism, right? Because it's only good on paper again. And everyone started doing a little bit of on the side stuff to try to get more resources for themselves. And as things declined and as energy became scarce and people would stand in line for hours in the 80s to get milk and eggs and everything, life wasn't as rosy anymore. But people only remember the first part. When they were just born, they lived their life very comfortably. They went on holiday every year, and that's what they remember. If I tell my parents today how difficult it is to get a job and you have to go to 7 interviews, it would blow their minds. You know what I mean? They don't have that competitive side to them. If you don't fight to be the best in your domain, you will not get hired. And that meant that in the socialist times, there was no competition and therefore no motive to do better at your job. So people would turn up at their factory work and barely do the minimal amount of work so that they met their quotas. And even if they didn't make their quotas, they would sign on the dotted line that they did meet their quotas, because that information would never reach the upper layers of management, right? And you would think, oh, I have our factory has built 500 tractors this month, and in actuality, there were only 250 tractors built, and the iron used for the rest of the 250 were traded under the table to get other goods, etc. So it was something that was deemed was destined to fail, and it did. But of course, people that only lived that time when it was easy for them will have nostalgia for that time. It's just common sense. If they were young, people are often nostalgic about when they were young. Doesn't matter if they lived well or badly, they're gonna be nostalgic because that's how our brains work. Yeah, I guess in Russia, it never changed to a more democratic system where you would understand that you have to be competitive, you have to learn, you have to go to that job interview and do your best. And that never happened over there. Yeah, that was it.
And Danny, now we're kind of tying back to what Alex W was going on earlier, right? About the nihilism that exists within a certain society that makes it much easier for that society to go and wage genocidal war against their neighbors. Alex? Do I have Alex, or am I all alone?
No. I'm here. Yes, absolutely. I think it's very interesting. That idea of that nice orderly life, but it also involves like trade-offs. So conversations I've had about nostalgia, like there was childcare at every workplace, so there's free childcare for everybody. Just because 7 out of 10 people were working directly or indirectly for the Stasi, that didn't matter because you had childcare. And yeah, sorry, that was just something that occurs to me. But yes, that idea that the system is the way it is, and everywhere else can't possibly be better. I think yeah, that predestination kind of thing, that you don't have control over what you'll be doing in 5 years or even tomorrow. I think that leads you to a mindset where you can accept all sorts of cruelty and barbarity because, hey, it's not your problem. It's just the way life is.
Okay, let's see if we got Ben with us. I don't think we do. And then let's go to F Sunflower.
Hi, mic check.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Yeah, very good discussion. So I guess the picture that Daniel drew is very fascinating, right? Of the 60s, 70s, very contrast to greed is good philosophy in Western financial systems, at least, right? I had a question, Daniel. Maybe I hope you can probably shed some light on it. I just came across this Soviet policy in the 1920s and 30s, where indigenization of individual Soviet nationalities were promoted. I believe the term is called Korenizatsia, where there were affirmative actions for the non-Russians, and actually Russians didn't like it. In fact, in Ukraine, the national identity culture were promoted, and it was not to the liking of the Central Soviet leaders. But I guess early in the Soviet era, there was a lot of emphasis, it seems, that the other other non-Russian ethnic minorities and other nationalities should not feel that Russia is imperialistic, and Soviet Russia should not turn into a czarist regime. So I think probably it just lasted 20s or 30s, and maybe after that Stalin's famine and all, it might have disappeared.
No, just the 20s, really.
Yeah. 20, yeah. So I would like to know if let's say the Ukrainian nationalism that we see would also probably have origins in the 20s, right? Where they were actually incentivized and promoted to have their own culture and had actually, sorry,
I think I can speak quite a lot to this, and I think Decoding can speak quite a lot to this, maybe some others as well. I'll be very brief and then pass it off to Decoding Trolls because he's studied this quite a bit. Ukrainian sort of national identity is a lot older than that. Ukrainian national identity managed to survive literally centuries of laws that limited the use of the Ukrainian language in Ukraine by various Russian imperial authorities, and it largely more than in the cities, of course, it survived in the countryside. The decade, the 1920s, was the only non-Russifying decade that Ukraine went through in the recent centuries until the collapse of the Soviet Union. It was only really the 1920s, and this was still at an early stage for the Soviet Union that had emerged from a very bloody series of wars that kind of were between the era of the Russian Empire and the start of the Soviet Union proper. And this was a way to kind of make sure that all of the different nations of the Soviet Union would be on the side of the Soviet Union, that they wouldn't consider it something foreign. However, even in those times, they implemented some, let's say, some kind of subversive Russification. For example, they changed around the Ukrainian alphabet to fit the Russian alphabet better. Maybe someone can talk about the Romanians who lived on the left bank of the Dniester, who were kind of made to readopt the Cyrillic alphabet. Now, Romanian used to be written in the Cyrillic alphabet until the mid-19th century. Details aren't that important. But the point is that the Soviet Union introduced a Cyrillic alphabet for Romanian in the 1920s for those Romanians living on the left bank of the Dniester. That was a much more Russian version of a Cyrillic alphabet, intentionally to make to on the one hand they were saying, oh no, we're promoting the specific Romanian unique culture there, but at the same time they intentionally made it more reliant on Russia effectively and somewhat Russified already. Everything that came since, it wasn't really at all about that. Ukrainians had a very strong national identity regardless, very strong national identity, and a lot of that came from simply what survived elsewhere, especially outside of cities, especially in the countryside. But it wasn't just a situation where that period, that decade would have some great positive influence on it necessarily. Remember that there was still during the 1920s and 1930s, especially since it was very brutally repressed in the 1930s, and many millions died in a Stalin-induced famine in the least famine-prone place in the world, possibly, through natural causes. There was a lot of resistance, and that resistance built national identity a lot more than anything else, as well as notably there was a good chunk of people outside of the bounds of the Soviet Union, and national identity was being built there, just as much, if not a whole lot more, despite not having gone through colonization. Decoding, I know that you've written about this, and I know that you've read a lot about this. Do you have some thoughts on this, maybe?
I'll just speak quickly because I see a lot of hands up. But I love the way you put that actually the 20s was the only time there wasn't the Russification policy. I've never heard that before, but that's exactly right. That's what I would have said. As with everything the Soviets did, they took a concept like nationalism, they emptied it of the meaning and the associations and the signifieds that the rest of us would attach to it. And they then repopulated it with their own mad idea of nationalism. And I got an insight. So their national minorities were actually a way of defeating nationalism. They invented the idea of national minorities, and Ukraine has just passed legislation to adopt the Western way of using communities now, and they gave people the feeling that they could be like a Ukrainian Kazakh citizen, a Ukrainian or a Ukrainian Jewish citizen. I mean, my pet theory is this was all based on their anti-Semitism. I mean, they based the whole thing on that. And then, but Ukrainian self-identity within the Russian Empire began in the 1820s in Kharkov, according to Timothy Snyder. I put it in the I just posted that thing there. But they and the national identity itself sort of formed in villages, and there's still some remnants of it left. But the Soviets, just as we've seen in Mariupol and stuff, just mixed the whole thing up the whole time, constantly, to try and avoid any what we would call, coming from India or Ireland or Wales, an organic, positive sense of nationalism, based on a few centuries culture, and then the invention of folk art and stuff in the 19th century, around which we organizing fictions and recreation of language and all that stuff. The Soviets took all that, and they, as with everything, they just spoiled it. And then in all the way through the 20th century in Ukraine, in the so-called eastern parts of Ukraine, where people supposedly are native Russian speakers. Actually, in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, you can see in some work being done, the university students arriving to Dnipropetrovsk University, one of the top universities in the Soviet Union, within some work I read, that within a year, they stopped using Ukrainian language and started using Russian language, because Moscow was seen as kind of the London or the New York or the New Delhi or the Bombay or Mumbai of the Soviet world. And that was they created this mythos that you were basically a provincial if you aspired to speak Ukrainian. And a lot of Ukrainians were convinced of this until 2014. We've seen the biggest de-Russification. But yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Nikodi. And just for clarity, I was talking about the Moldovan Soviet Republic that existed before 1940, before the Soviet Union took a good chunk of Romania, historic Bessarabia, half of the historic Kingdom of Moldavia. So that's that's the one I was highlighting earlier to avoid all confusion. And also, I'm being reminded to remind everyone that the areas that the Soviets occupied, after 1939, those tended to be that the Baltics, be that Western Ukraine, be that western part of what is now Belarus, that was then Eastern Poland. A lot of those places were much more developed industrially, economically, etc. And also the Warsaw Pact effective colonies that the Soviet Union held in Poland, East Germany, Czechoslovakia, and so on. That was that contributed greatly to the economic potential of the Soviet Union after the Second World War, because they got to take all of these places that were a bit more industrially developed, as well as with a much more a culture more prone to engineering, let's say, so especially the Czechs being a high point in there. Right. Let's go to Ben's going to let me know when he's back. He's going to attend to family a little bit. Let's go to Joe and then to Puppy. Joe.
Hi. two short comments. So first of all, it just happens that today is the anniversary of when under the Russian partitions of Poland, Russia introduced a law that forbade the usage of Polish language in Polish schools, like Polish all throughout the country. So any kind of governmental organization, schools, and so on and so forth. And it's like you say, it's the use of language to suppress any kind of cultural identity and to control people via those means. A second thing considers just the communist system in general. So I don't think like the West recognizes how it fully works and perhaps over analyzes it, because it's just a system that is supposed to make you very dumb and very absolutely ignorantly blissful. So you have a job, like someone said. You work actually in Poland. There was an obligatory work week of not 5 days, but 6 days, till I believe till late 80s, like mid 80s. That's when they started changing it. I think in the 60s, and then it was like every second Saturday that you were supposed to work. But more or less, your day is occupied because you work almost all week long. You go home. Okay, you don't. It's not like investment banking. You don't work 10 hours, 12 hours a day. But so you go home at about 5. But then you go home and you waste another 3-4 hours going throughout the city, standing in queues, in lines, trying to buy foodstuff for your family. And yeah, like someone also mentioned, toilet paper. It went to the absurd extent when a roll of toilet paper was like a Louis Vuitton. You can find photos of people walking in Warsaw with toilet papers, like 6 rolls of toilet papers hanging around, like a handbag, and it was almost like a status symbol. I mean, it was you were the lucky one who managed to get the toilet paper. So yeah, bottom line is it's you don't, under communism, you don't think much because you just don't have the time to think. You have much more pressing matters like yeah, bringing food onto the table and wasting your time in queues, and that's it. You don't have access to foreign media. It makes you, like I said, ignorantly blissful. You don't have much worries, but you also are unaware you can have much worries. So that's all I wanted to add to the previous speakers.
Thanks, Joe. There's some interesting points in there. I really like the assessment of how you just didn't have time to think in the first place. That's I think that's a wise point to bring up, and a way that a society could propagate more effectively, or the motives of the society could propagate more effectively. Papi.
So I had some quick thoughts to offer on the previously mentioned apparent paradox of Russia transitioning from communist system to an ethno-fascist one, and still preserving the same core funds, right, internal and around the world. It sounds paradoxical, but bear with me 1 second. I hope it does not get too philosophical. Just to stop me if you feel that it is too philosophical. So here's one thing. Humans, by and large, like a few things. They like material possessions, they like power, and the systems that work best are the ones that are able to channel those basic human tendencies towards prosperity and freedoms, right? And there are a few different ways to do it, and I would say that Denmark and the US do it differently, but they're both quite successful at it. the similarities between Denmark and US are greater than the differences on this metric. And we have seen time and again in history that communist and fascist countries have more in common than US and Denmark have. So in this sense, communism and fascism, various types of fascism, are just simply not systems that are able to channel the basic human tendencies towards a greater good expressed in terms of prosperity and freedom. They tend to be instead conducive to dictatorships that often, history permitting, in fact, become hereditary dynasties. The point is that I could myself be living a happy life in Denmark or US, and I would frankly be much less happy in a place or a system where collective freedom and prosperity are not incentivized. And I frankly don't care if you call that particular system that is not incentivizing freedom and prosperity, if you call it, communist, fascist, or, there are different ways to express this type of dictatorships, the religious dictatorships. So you can call it North Korea, you can call it, Mussolini's Italy, you can call it Iran. But in the end, there is a very, very clear core set of similarities. And frankly, one of the things that I would like to mention that I blame on the French, I'm looking at you, Ben, is that they invented the system where members of the legislative chamber sit on the right or on the left of the chamber, depending on whether, well, let's put it in modern terms, on whether they sympathize more with Denmark or with the United States. That is really not the point. The guys that in those chambers get inspiration from Mussolini or from Lenin, to this day in Western countries are typically sitting at the opposite ends of that same chamber. And they should, based on this metric, really be close to each other. So if you look at it this way, the evolution of Russia from Soviet Union, Russia from a communist country to an ethno-fascist one is not that much of a big leap. I don't think that the continuity based on that is that shocking. And the fact that you have non-liberal sympathizers, both inside Russia and around the world, that are sympathizing for both Russia and the Soviet Union, so both ethno-fascist country and the communist country, is just like, well, of course. I guess this is possibly one long way to say the center must hold, which is a recurrent theme of this space. I would object maybe, however, a little bit with the topographic idea of center. I would rather say that liberal democracies must hold. That's all I wanted to say.
I'm happy with you there. Decoding? Decoding, if you just muted yourself.
Oh. On the left-right thing, we do attribute this to the French Revolution. However, I discovered this is a troll, and it goes very deep into Indo-European culture, way actually beyond ancient Rome, where, of course, sinister, meaning the left, was pretty sinister. And as we, I think generally speaking, everyone here opposes tankies. Those of us who've just learned the phrase even opposed them before. Although I was reflecting earlier, I mean, I wasn't to some extent a bit of a tankie until the invasion of Crimea. But anyway, let's leave personal confessions out of this. So the idea of the right and the left goes back to as some of us will know from etymology's sake, right is straight, and it comes from, again, ancient Ukraine, because Reg and RG, Reg Vida, for our Indian listeners, of course, 1000 BC in India, and then around 5 centuries later in ancient Rome, right, and begins to mean straight. And it goes really back, and the only thing that can explain this, and now we've got the genetic evidence and other forms of evidence, the archaeological evidence, that the leader would hold a staff, a straight staff. In Irish mythology, you have the very straight sticks being what signified the king. And that developed into maces, which to this day in the British Parliament, as the Parliament comes in to sit each day, what they call a mace is there to symbolize the sovereign. And it's this idea of right, rig, straight, coming from stick, and as opposed to sinister, left. And so the French Revolution was just intuiting or using this ancient Indo-European trope, which comes from ancient Ukraine. So we can blame it all. And I reflected the other day as I watched a farmer with his stick trying to keep some cattle in the way. And if we know something about what I call ancient Ukraine, which is 3,500 BCE to around 2000 BCE, we know that cattle and horses were the key to the economy there. So I just reflected, oh, maybe that's where the whole thing came from, because as part of their chiefly complex, which they exported as far as India to the east and Ireland to the west, was this idea of a patriarchal king, a reg, a local leader. And that replaced the old Europe idea of a much more egalitarian society, which is reflected in archaeology with all the people in a village buried together instead of one reg or king or ri, as in Irish, in ancient Irish, who was buried on their own in a mound, covered in a mound. So that the left-right thing. I was also reflecting on a conversation. One of the reasons I like this talk space is it reminds me a bit of sitting for 7 hours in the car with, some complete stranger from a really strange country like Hungary or Romania or even Russia, God forbid, and them explaining, you have chats about things. And I remember one Hungarian colleague who was a very senior, who had been retired, very senior military officer, and he was always very mouthy, as we'd say in Northwestern Europe. Not my idea of a communist era army officer. And I once asked him, I was like, how did you survive in that system? I mean, did you just become mouthy after freedom, or what was the story? And he told me a very long anecdote about how in his village in Hungary, the children were chosen. And there was a woman he described and maybe this will either chime with people from Romania or Hungary who are listening, or Poland. There was basically a spotter in the village, which was a very sought after position, and only someone very loyal to the party would get the job. And their job was very early on to sort out who were going to be the mouthy people. Probably most of the people in this listening space would have been isolated straight away at the age of 5. And basically her job was to spot them and then crush them. And he said his way out was somehow he got noticed very early on, and he was sent to military training facility, which meant he escaped this localized suppression of all spirit and things. So basically, anyone with a bit of spirit in them, as they say in Ireland, was noticed early on and crushed through the system. And he described how most of the people, all of the people in his village who were left in the schools there, he was sent to a military boarding school and escaped this system. They're all now alcoholics and totally humiliated and crushed. And I wonder, does that chime with anyone? That's one of the mechanisms that stuck in my mind about how do they create these this set of people who are just crushed by the system and have no time to think.
If I can add just to the crushing, I'm not aware of this system in the very early years of development, so for school young school children, but certainly for university students, there was a very well working mechanism whereby if you were spotted in any way of opposing the government, participating in any kind of opposition activities, you were just kicked out of university. And not only you were kicked out of university, but it was called czarna lista gończa. So it was like you were put on a special list available to all academic institutions, whereby you were denied re-entry to university anywhere in all of Poland. And what's more, you going abroad was not necessarily an option, because prior to joining the EU, the diplomas were not recognized. So you would have to get notification of your diploma, or that you completed some kind of courses. And of course, the government would not give out your grades if you, for example, if you concluded a year of university and your idea was that, oh, maybe a way out after I'm being kicked out of university would be to go abroad and so on and so forth. That was also not an option because of denial of you wouldn't get your papers. One more thing, I think somebody also mentioned it, passports were always taken away. So whenever you wanted to go abroad, so it's another just mechanism of oppression and of making you blissfully dumb, because you wouldn't be aware of what's abroad. So in order to go abroad, you would have first of all to apply for passport. So they would check, for example, if nobody from your family had any kind of activities connected with protests and so on and so forth. And next, after getting a passport, you would only be handed out the passport after submitting your travel plan, and also saying which borders you would be crossing at what day. And if you were late with your return, you would never get your passport ever again. So you had to, every time you would come back to Poland, you would have to return the passport. And if you didn't return the passport on time, then you would never get the passport ever again. And no member of your family and distant family would also be able to get a passport as well. Same applied also for what I said before about university. So if you managed to get kicked out of the university, the ban extended also to other family members. So what was the effect of this kind of ban on people who were opposing at the university level? More or less, you were suppressing the intelligentsia again, because by definition, if you were at the university and you had the brains that perhaps something is not working well, then, I mean, once you get kicked out of university, you end up doing jobs that are, you're submitted to a kind of like a brain drain. So what happened actually later in Poland is that there were quite a lot of smart people doing very manual work because of this mechanism. So yeah, that's another oppressive mechanism that was put into action by the communists.
And fundamentally, one more way to disenfranchise as many as possible, right? And to make sure that those who can't do anything, those who might have then some political power, that those are also loyal to the regime at the same time.
Yes, and also you would suppress those who wanted to protest, and those who were spying on, helping out the government, spying on people, those would get sort of like an extra credit. So you would get a better apartment, better jobs, so on and so forth. So a very, very wicked system.
Absolutely.
Just quickly, since you mentioned the passport, and now I remember this anecdote this Hungarian told me. It again reminds me of the significance of what Ukraine did since 2015. By the villages, the first thing they did was reinvent their schools and invest the extra money they got from their decentralized budget on making the schools a positive learning environment, like, as they put it, Europeans. And then also this really boring thing that I didn't notice the significance of until older people. I heard the stories that they used to have to travel hours to get a passport, and now they could just, the leaders, the elected leaders of these villages would proudly show me the administrative services center, and Estonia helped them with all the computerization, and they could just print the passports there, and there wasn't any bribes, or it was just a normal, modern way of doing it, and that was fine. And I suspect in Muscovy, and actually reading what's going on in Melitopol and Kherson at the moment, where you now, if you want to change the number plates of your car, you'll get your 10,000 useless rubles. Then you have to get this useless passport, etc., etc. Where they make all of these things contingent. They haven't changed. They're the same model. Oh, they're terrible.
Yeah, it doesn't change. Russia just stays the same for centuries, and it's always, I'm mind blown by why people are so surprised by what we are seeing right now with Russia and what they are doing. I think part of the problem is that in the Western system there was not enough education placed on part of Russia's atrocities. You just in the Western system you don't really get in history lessons, you don't really get a good dose of what Russia has done and how the system works. And I think right now we are seeing the effects of it, that Western Europe kind of woke up a bit too late.
I'll tie this back to something I keep saying, right? There was this assumption in Paris and Berlin for decades that Russia is a normal country and should be treated as a normal country. Russia is not a normal country. Russia never has been a normal country. Russia imposed normalities on its various colonies through time that pretty much everywhere else would have balked at, right? And it was a false assumption that Russia is a normal country and that it can be dealt with as a normal country.
Yeah, but this normalcy was imposed partly also because the history was forgotten, and Russia also invested hugely in the West forgetting history. I mean, you don't have to look much further than the Katyn massacre, right? The Russians, first of all, not saying about the atrocities, later started lying that it was Germans. So I mean, they are masters in terms of manipulation and blaming others and just burying all the dirty little pieces of their own history.
Oh, absolutely, right. Until very recently, Russia didn't even admit that Katyn was committed by the Soviets, and we all know what Dmitry Rogozin said when Morawiecki, Fiala,
He said that
Janša.
Kaczynski will get the next Katyn if he continues with his rhetoric.
He invited
right
him
now
to Smolensk. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, where his twin brother died. So that's the level of people that we are dealing with, unfortunately.
Precisely. F Sunflower's back. F, do you have another question for us? Sorry, it takes a while, but I think we dealt with Korenizacja pretty well, so I'm guessing you came back for seconds.
My turn, is it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to share this rather mixed experience of India's flirtation with communism or socialism. I think most of you would know that Indian society is deeply structured around caste, and the caste system had these four functions primarily, right? One is the Brahmins who were the knowledge keepers. So they would generally be the teachers of the village, advisors to the king, ministers, administrative functions of the state, etc. So they would dedicate themselves to knowledge gaining, intellectual pursuit, philosophy, spirituality, etc. You had the Kshatriyas, who are the warriors, who would either be kings or military personnel. The third was Vaishya, who were the merchants. And the fourth were, everybody else, right? Which is you could be a porter, plumber, or any of those skilled or semi-skilled set of people. The fifth were the people who were called untouchables on those times, where they don't have a caste. So they would basically be outcast and do the kind of jobs that generally require activities that would bring them in contact with bacteria, etc., which probably, scientifically looking back, probably they were trying to avoid pandemics, etc. So they were kept outside the village, and they would do the activities of cleaning the village and stuff like that. So in a strange sense, India's, at least in some parts of India, the transition of society to some extent to modernity from this deep-rooted caste-based society had some influence, at least from this communist thoughts, right? So the people on the blue collar, the blue collar part of the society, it did have inspiration from Soviets, and even up to 2004, communists had a very good representation in the parliament. It did held back India economically for about 30-40 years, but at least in some part of India, a large amount of transformation to modernity is somewhat socialist influence. I wouldn't say communist, but socialist influence. 1971, India abolished privy purses. The privy purses were financial allocations that were done to upkeep the living styles of the royalty, the Indian kings. So in 1971, the federal government that was formed was, formed with the support of communists in 1971. And one of their first demand was, we have to get rid of this special status for the princess, and while they had no formal titles, the titles were abolished at the time of independence. But 1971, we got completely rid of any sort of state sponsorship of royalty. We had affirmative action. So the affirmative action in India is one of the strongest probably in the world, where 50% of educational institutes, in the educational institutes, 50% of seats are reserved for the non-upper caste, as they call it, anyone other than Brahmins and Kshatriyas. So affirmative action in government jobs up to 50%, affirmative action in almost all educational institutes up to 50%. So I believe that in a transitional stage of the first 10 years or 15 years, I guess at least in India, and I'm sure in other countries also, transition from a feudal state to a somewhat of a meritocratic state. At least India had some positive influence, but of course we just lost some 60 years of economic development. We had terrible famines in 1970s, very terrible, and as you know, any communist system, they cannot respond to change, right? So that's the most unfortunate part of having everything work on a license permit kind of a place. That when change is needed, you cannot bring the change, and the system would try to cover up the failures, and it just leads to disasters. So just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we've I don't know. I think it's beyond me to try to draw parallels, because I would undoubtedly say something that would come back to haunt me because I don't know enough. But Decoding probably knows enough, and then I see that Nick has joined us as well, and maybe we can talk about something non-nuclear this time around. Decoding.
So I see F, Jataka tales. So for those of us who haven't studied Buddhism, the Jatakas are the stories of the Buddha and his life. And comparative mythologists, which was invented by this guy called Dumézil, a French chap, worked out, as well as many Celtic scholars, that the number and quality of similarities between the Jatakas and Celtic mythology, as written down around the 6th century for the first time, but embodying much more ancient literature and poetry. The similarities in quantity and quality were just so much that they had to come from a common source. And what F has reminded me of is the caste system, which he has just described, is a reification of a common structure of which began probably as a religious structure in eastern Ukraine and spread outwards, westwards, and eastwards. And it became preserved in the Rig Veda, which are some of our earliest texts, as that evolved from Iran, ancient Iran. And it's preserved in our days of the week, for instance. So we have Tuesday, Mardi, Mars, which is, and this was the genius of what Dumézil noticed. He noticed this common structure throughout the whole of Indo-European culture. And the common structure is so you have the two aspects of rulership. You have the magical element, which, as I've trolled, I'm just going to say I've tweeted about, because Zelensky, when I talk about Zelensky being a 21st century troll and Putin being a 20th century troll, what I'm really saying is, and I think I've just copied it into it there, is that both of them operate in the magical realm of sovereignty. So you had this idea of the king, the Ri, who was the one person preeminently buried under a mound in eastern Ukraine. There's 100,000 of them still, and that practice spread westwards and eastwards, and is embodied, for instance, in the Buddhist stupa, which is a recreation, a man-made recreation of this mound, and the burial of the magical aspect of sovereignty. And then you have Wednesday, Mercredi, or Wooden's Day, which comes from the Germanic and the Scandinavian. That's the magical realm, and you have the normal realm of sovereignty of laws, which is Tuesday, Mardi and Mars, and then you have Thor, Thursday, the god of war. So as F was talking about, there was the second function in society, the army. And at a certain point in many cultures, in many Indo-European cultures, the army dominated or didn't dominate. And then you have the third realm, which is thought to be a remnant. And that's Friday, which comes from Freyr, Frigg, which is a remnant in Germanic culture and Scandinavian culture. It is thought of old Europe. And the only old Europe culture left in Europe after the Ukrainians spent their 2,000 years converting us all to Indo-European language is Basque, of course. And so Freya Frigg represents this, it's often called the maternal or fertility or farmers, but basically normal householders, really. And this structure, which we understand because it's reified in the Indian caste system, is common to all Indo-European cultures and in their mythologies and religions. And as I've just explained, it's even reified in the days of the week, which we just say. I mean, the Mardi and the Mercredi obviously come from the Latin, and ours in English come from the Germanic. But we have this. We even have this structure in the way the days of our week are named, and the idea of So it's just you just triggered me there, F. And this is a theme which is very close to my heart. And believe me, I didn't start off trying to prove that literally our entire civilization comes from Eastern Ukraine. It really surprised me. But everywhere you look, this common source, whether it's in linguistics, archaeology, the structure of society, the structures of our mythology, it's there. And it's really interesting. And it's why I think India should stop buying Russian oil. You should be buying oil from the source. And I'm not suggesting for a minute, F. I don't even know if F is Indian, actually. I'm not suggesting F is supporting of that policy, but they should be buying, they should be suffering with the Ukrainians, the mother culture, as it were. Anyway, there.
Thanks, Cody. From one Irishman to another, Nick.
It's an interesting story, but in French and Spanish, all of the days of the week are named after planets. And my understanding is that they were named after planets essentially by the Babylonian. Planets, moons, or the sun. And that all of the planets, the days of the week were named after planets by the Babylonians. And it happens that in English usage, we absorbed 3 of the days of the week from the Vikings: Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, from their gods. But I don't see how that works. Independent of the rest of the discussion, I don't see how that works in any other language apart from English. English has this strange mongrel, as usual, structure of the days of the week. But in French, the days of the week, with the exception of Sunday, which the church named, are all directly named after celestial bodies. They just got rid of the sun day and made it dimanche, domingo in Spanish. But the other days of the week, lundi the moon, mardi Mars, mercredi Mercury, jeudi Jupiter, vendredi Venus, and samedi sabato in Italian is Saturn. So Saturday in English. So I'm not quite sure I think the story may have been extrapolated a little bit far when it comes to the names of the days of the week, and it sounds rather Anglo-centric, English language centric to me.
Oh, the days of the week in all Slavic languages, they come from rather from Christianity, because it's the Sunday is in Polish it's niedziela, so the etymology is niedziela, don't work. In Russian, the names of the week are also very similar, apart from I forgot which one, but one of these sounds a bit different. But so niedziela is don't work, so coming from Christianity, and this originates from the Christianization of the Slavic region of Europe. And then poniedziałek is Monday, which means after Sunday, poniedzieli, after Sunday. And then wtorek, which means Tuesday, is wtóry. It comes from, or etymology is from just the number 2. Środa is the same as in Russian, środa, number 3, because it's in the middle of the week. Czwartek is Thursday. It's czwartek from 4, which means 4. and Piątek is Friday. It's also etymology from number 5. So we're just counting down from Sunday, and it works in pretty much all of the Slavic languages.
And Portuguese.
Oh, great!
Yes, the weird,
well, you know,
the weird Latins, as they call themselves.
Poles and Portuguese, they have very strong ties somehow. There is a very much love between those two countries.
Whenever I'm in Lisbon, because of the sound shift that took place in European Portugal in the 19th century, I learned what this. I can never understand people in Portugal. I can understand. I don't speak Portuguese, but I can understand Italian, Spanish, and French. And when I hear people from Mozambique or Brazil, I go, oh, they're speaking a Latin language. If I listen carefully, I'll understand some of it. And when I'm in Lisbon, it always sounds to me like Polish. It's like they abolished vowels at the end of words. And I'm starting to learn how to understand that. But what you just said, that there is actually a connection. I wonder if the sound shift was caused by Poles going to Lisbon or Portuguese people going to Poland and coming back and saying, hey, we don't need these vowels at the end of words anymore. But by that time, they'd exported the language to the colonies.
Yeah, I seriously, I doubt so, but it's an interesting observation that I also noticed, that it's a language with a lot of similarity to Polish, with a lot of those sounds. But the love between the countries, I think it's actually, I would associate it a bit more to the cultural values. That's I think that's where it originates from, and also a bit history, because it was also a small country with a big neighbor that necessarily wasn't very friendly. I'm speaking here about Spain, and Portugal also has quite a strong association with Catholicism, so that's another connection.
And Portugal makes better wine than Spain, and Poland makes better vodka than Russia. But really,
I thought you were going to say that Portugal makes better wine than Poland.
That too, I can also say that. That wouldn't be a lie either. No, but what I wanted to note is that Portugal, like Poland, has done an amazing job taking care of Ukrainian refugees, and Portugal took in a very disproportionate number of Ukrainian refugees, judging by its geographical location as well as the size. Just a little bit that I wanted to highlight. I will jump to Spring because I think she wants to note something on Portugal, and then we go to Decoding to defend himself against Nick's accusations of jumping the gun a little bit. Spring?
I think accusation is a little bit strong. I'm sort of pointing out. I was going to say alternative facts. An alternative interpretation of how that situation came about. I don't think alternative facts is a very happy term to use.
If I can just add about Portugal and what it has done for Ukraine. So actually the Polish, the ambassador of Portugal in Poland has made very early on during the war, has made multiple efforts also to visit Ukraine and to make sure humanitarian aid from Portugal reaches Ukraine. So I know that he was very, very much involved very early on. And also there was very early in the war, there was a very large group of medics from Portugal who flew to Ukraine. So certainly Portugal has been there for Ukraine also from day one.
Spring, how will you live down such praise?
Oh, thank you for the kind word. I get a bit speechless when in this situation, but many thanks for the kind words, Joan. Coming from a country that's learned to admire Poland from early years, I was lucky enough to have a teacher at university that was a lover of Poland, that somehow transmit that love for the country. So I'm a big admirer of Poland and his own history. That was not easy, situated where it is. It's not easy for any of the countries in those areas, but it's weird. We have the weekdays very weird because we don't follow the lunes, martes, like the Spanish, the Italians, and the French. So we are going to segunda-feira, terça-feira, and that is means like it comes from the Latin. I don't know where it come from to Portuguese language, but for me it's always a nightmare. I have to think 2 or 3 times before then when another Latin country people tells me the weekdays, because I have to translate that. Okay, they have different systems, so I have to think twice. In English it doesn't happen because it's well in my head. But I was laughing, I have to confess, I was laughing with Nick because it's nothing in common. We are lucky enough for to hear a lot of times that none of the Latin speakers understand us. So a bit like the same with the Romanians, because it's a bit difficult for me to understand Romanian. But I think it's because also the drift of the Portuguese language was also a way to survive from Spain. I don't know. For many years, I think I thought about it, that was probably a question of survival. Although I have to highlight that there is a very weird thing. When I'm in Catalonia, if people is speaking a certain distance, it almost sounds to me that someone is speaking Portuguese. And it's what Nick said. It's we hear a lot of times that we sound like a Slavic language. That we have exactly. Joanne also said that we have a lot of sister. And so many times they ask us if we are from Russia, if we are from Poland, and but no, we are coming from Portugal. And
And
one
don't you just
thing,
love it when they ask you if you are from Russia, right?
I don't find it very funny when they ask me if I'm from Russia. No, I don't like it at all. And it's true that we cut a lot the vocals at the end of the word. It's true. I say that it's an economy of time. If we cut them, we can speak. I am joking, of course.
I mean, it makes perfect sense to me. It's efficient, right? Although Romanian does sound an awful lot like Portuguese, I have to say, similar consonants. Okay, let's go to decoding, and then to George and to Papi. Decoding.
Yes, I mean the thing about the stars is, so the way it probably worked, but they reflect in each other the whole time. You start off with a human who is celebrated after they die, and they become a god, and eventually that god is there's a remnant, a mnemonic created of that god, and at a certain point of time, the Romans fixed these mnemonics on certain stars, and they passed through. And the real failure of Christianity is it did not get control over the days of the week. And as we know, in the French Revolution, they tried to do the calendar, but they didn't manage it. And so it's the structure, the days of the week in all the different languages are mnemonics for these really complicated religious ideology, which itself is a reflection of how the ancient Ukrainians innovated to organize society. And somehow we have all ended up speaking Indo-European languages from Portugal to India. And through the process of that spread, more came than simply the language, sometimes the symbols, but also the religious ideology. and Nick's, the wonder you have at maybe the Polish, someone came from Poland to Portugal. That's it. I mean, for centuries we've been trying to work this out. How are these mad similarities arriving between, say, India? But it's a really deep sense of similarity. So in the English context, you have, the Archbishop and the King, and you have this kind of the magical part of sovereignty, of leadership, and then you have the juridical, the King, who's the rig, the Reich, the right, who's holding the straight rod. And this has subsisted and consisted over thousands of years, and happily, loads of boffins have spent the last 2 centuries trying to work it all out. And madly, it all resolves itself in eastern Ukraine and the moon and the Muni. So the measurement in ancient Ukrainian, or what they call Proto-Indo-European, moon essentially ends up, it resolves itself as measure, and the moon was used to measure, is the way I understand it. And then you have all of these words containing this component, from menopause to monarch to communism and there's a whole universe of these words which contain this essence, mana, which means power. And it's really fascinating. It's a phenomenon. It's an empirical phenomenon. And it's all about Eastern Ukraine. And I'm hoping people will be interested now because they're interested in Ukraine. No one was interested in it before because they weren't interested in Ukraine. And they just saw, as Steinmeier said in this, I tweeted about it, how Museum of Prehistory, and I have a problem with the phrase prehistory because it's no longer prehistory because we know so much about it through DNA evidence and comparative mythology and archaeology. But in any event, Steinmeier, I go, on my way from Ukraine at the end of January 2022, knowing the invasion was coming, I stopped off in Hal to check out the Prehistory Museum and see where these Yamnaya ancient Ukrainians were. And I spent 30 euros on the museum catalog, and in it, who's fucking there? Steinmeier, who's been the bane of my existence since February 2015, when he and his special advisor agreed on the second Minsk agreement and sent us chasing tanks and fields and rainy days. It was just a nightmare. And so I open it up in the preface. I'll tweet it now into the comments here. In it, in the thing, Steinmeier talks about how, a mysterious people came from the southern Russian steppe and settled in central Germany, and I'm like, oh my God, this is how deep your lack of understanding of Ukraine comes. He is referring in 2022 to the southern Russian steppe. The southern Russian steppe is Ukraine, is Zaporozhye, occupied Zaporozhye. And this is precisely the territory where we now know the Yamnaya, who were the first to speak an Indo-European language, were, and they forged the language. Then they went to the Dniester and the Bug, and then they went. And this is what I tried to get the German ambassador to Ukraine interested in, as a kind of thing to say, look, as a teachable point that, look, I know you look at Ukraine as a kind of like the America of the world, compared to Russia, but actually our mother is Ukraine. And if you want to start the mother culture, it's in Ukraine. And for Steinmeier, his Soviet era idea of history, which he's just imbibed straight from Russia, and even after 8 years of being totally involved in Ukraine, he still thinks of what is legally Ukraine as the southern Russian steppe. And that's apart from the historical bit. And not only that, but the boffins in Hallstatt, in the museum there still, because they're just looking at it archaeologically, not linguistically or through comparative mythology or these other things. So it goes really deep, and it's really relevant to geopolitics. And you're hearing it here first.
And it goes through all sorts of places, right? A number of writers being described as Russian writers, artists described as Russian artists, even though they were from say Ukraine or from other places as well that were part of the Russian Empire, perhaps at some point, but that doesn't make them non-Ukrainian. George.
Yeah, just a correction for everybody on here. The names of the planets came from Greek mythology, and we use now the current. We use a Roman nomenclature for those planets, and the word planet, planetis in Greek, comes from the ancient Greek word for wanderer. So just to clarify that, in obviously, and still in Greece, we still use the names that are of the 12 gods for the planets. I know there's only 9, we've kept those names. Days of the
only
week are
8, George.
just numbered. What's that?
8.
8, George. 8.
8, 9.
Pluto is back.
Pluto's back.
Pluto
back. Don't mess
Pluto
with my
is
Pluto.
back.
Yehuda, don't mess with my
Pluto is
Pluto.
back. However, in ancient times, we only knew about 7 planets, and 2 of them weren't planets. There were 7 heavenly bodies that were known to move around relative to the stars: the sun and the moon. And don't forget, everyone thought all of these revolved around the Earth: the sun and the moon, and then Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. And we needed a telescope to see Uranus. Insert joke of your choice here, but it wasn't until the 1800s that we found.
Actually, Nick,
in most, hold on. In fairness, the people that hate Ukraine and support Russia, the majority of them do still believe that those celestial.
Okay, I think you could have got a call because that's too quick for.
No.
There we go.
No, there I am. I was saying that most of those who detract from Ukraine on Twitter happen to also be flat earthers. It's a fun fact. I just wanted to point it out. So the jury's out, Nick, on for some people about what circles what.
You missed a Uranus opportunity there, Yehuda. Really?
I did, but I haven't. Oh, we'll go to the park. Yeah, that's why I couldn't say it.
Family friendly.
Can't corrupt them at this age. We got to wait for the more adult jokes later. But yes, I'm glad you've doxed Uranus for all of us to see. Thank you, Nick.
hey guys, really quick, and there was one guy that actually knew that the planets revolved around the sun. That was Archimedes, but his works were lost till discovered in a text in the early 1900s in France, in a book that had been repurposed by a Byzantine monk to write prayers in, but it was discovered in the early 1900s, and with modern technology, they've been able to decode the original writing in that book.
I could be very mean to George
Thank
and
you.
compare him to a particular film character, but I am surprised and confused
It's
now
true,
additionally
though.
because there are so many Yehuda avatars around, but now Yehuda has V's avatar instead.
Yehuda, is everything okay now?
Yeah, listen, I'm still getting some silly comments, and we're still getting noise from some bad types. Just for the record, I guess we're getting people demanding answers with funding, and then they close their replies so no one can reply to their question. So I find it really weird. I don't know.
And just
I feel
just an FYI, I had sent a message to Doman. Sometimes things are damaged in transit, or they're, for whatever reason, a specific lot or something wasn't tested at the factory. Somebody's oops. And there's no way to knowing that till you put the batteries in and turn something on. So, what they say, shit happens, and unfortunately, we rectify it moving forward, and that's all we can say from that.
Yeah, I think it's clear. And again, I'm not going to talk about people, or even I won't even speak about them in the third person because they're not worth it to talk about. But it's not worth
to detract. But it's interesting that all of this smearing came from one misguided person who's probably duped into writing a post, and someone else, the same person that obviously was causing issues, had retweeted, or not retweeted, but quietly sent that post to something like, we know confirmed hundreds of our listeners, and then used it as, aha, see, it's true. And then he's gotten them by proxy to repost it, but they're closing off the replies. If you want to know what happened to Maria Aid Shipman, go to their website. They have it on their page. It's not.
Okay, audio crash.
Uh-oh, Twitter box.
Twitter box, right? Okay, you could have got Twitter box. We'll drop them down, bring them back up. That's what you need to. Oh god, another Yehuda's requesting now, but this one's not. This is so confusing. Yehuda, you got Twitter box. You need to come back up. There we go.
I don't know what Twitter box
You were,
but
Twitter box is what we're calling the audio issues now. So you're saying if you want to know, go to the website. They have it on their page,
They have it
and then
on
you cut off.
there. I mean, it's much ado about nothing. I know they don't like saying that because they're perfectionists, but it's it just, we have people who listen to our space who one unfortunate, I think she's been duped listener in our space, retweeted it but closed the replies. I want to know what happened to the money I sent. Well, they're telling you, and if you ask, I mean, usually maybe some people aren't very good at Twitter, but when you say I want an answer and then you close your replies, guess what? No one can answer you. Like, we're not trying to be difficult here. I'm not trying to be mean, but let's put it to bed. You want to make a feast out of a nothing burger. I guess you can. It's getting silly. Tom made a comment. Hey, can the people who did the stop our look? It's not about both sides. It's not one side is doing nothing. We're not commenting as a group. If our supporters, we can't tell people what not to write or what to write. If 100 people are mad and they want to comment on lies and say, hey, this is nonsense, that's on them. I mean, I'm not. The reason why we don't want to do it at Maria Report is because we just don't want to add fuel to the fire. And in a way, I'm not doing that here. I'm just explaining, just clarifying. We might have to do little, clarifications here and there for some of our listeners, because I'm getting messages well after the fact saying, hey, what happened? I get it. I wanted to finish it all off in one day yesterday in like an hour, but it looks like obviously not everyone is on at the same time. So it's even more of a reason to listen and stay tuned for up and coming latest and greatest on Ukraine. But yeah, George is right. I'll just briefly say it. Out of the thousands of shipments successfully brought, super happy. There was one order of 30 NVGs that didn't get to North America for acceptance testing because the Ukrainians wanted it right away. So the aid organizations, which we love to support, decided to send directly to Ukraine and basically test on delivery, and that's when some of the issues came up. Instead of just saying, "Oh, it's not the best," and move on, Maria Aid said, "No, it's not the best. It's not what we wanted, and we're going to tell the whole world about it because your money is important to them." Wow. Okay. And unfortunately, in a perfect world, normal people and reasonable people would say, that's great. Wow, thank you for being so transparent. Strange people who, you have to question their motives. In it for themselves, propagandists, fake supporters have eaten it up. And it's not that many. It's not many. I'm not going to lie. If you look at these posts, they have 5 likes, 15 likes, and a handful of comments. But it is hurtful to people like us at the report who are here to give you and give us, we're giving our souls up here, not our lives, but our time, and we're doing this to help Ukraine. So when we help another organization called Maria.org to buy things to save Ukrainian lives, and then we even see a handful of comments, it's kind of it hurts. No, we can't stop them. It's a free world. if you want to openly lie or you want to be blind to the truth when all it takes is a question, a comment, when Melanie Lake rather, when she was on, and she wrote all these responses to, disingenuous types of, I believe, to be completely disingenuous people, asking preposterous questions, making the most outrageous claims. She answers them, but do they have anything back to say? No. Organization is shocked by the allegation. Okay, anyone can say anything. Yehuda eats babies, and he dances naked in the street at night. The reports are that you do that. What am I supposed to say? The reports I do that. Okay, say what you want. It's a free world. Shame on the person that doesn't even do the slightest bit of verification or fact checking. That's what leads to disinformation, and that detracts from the work we do to help Ukraine. If we have to keep, saying these little general reminders, no problem. We're not going to go into the whole story about bad behavior, and we're onward and forward and all that good stuff. So we're very happy. I have good news. I should have started with this, Doman.
Woohoo!
Yes, very good news for the audience. Please listen up. Remember yesterday I talked about some great things that MryiaReport was able to do on the ground vis-a-vis drones, UAVs. Well, I have received the videos.
Okay, you got Twitter box again. You said that you have received the videos, and then we couldn't hear anything after that. So you'll need to jump back up, because I want to know what's in the videos. As is probably everybody else.
And switch me and Alex for just 20 minutes, because I think that position is
We don't have access at this moment. I think.
Problem.
You got the videos. You said.
Yeah.
I'll just keep bringing you up as much as needed.
We got the videos from the field of MryiaReport. We got the pictures and the videos, and these are special forces individuals. They have balaclavas on, or gaiters, they call them. And we don't know. I don't know if they want to blur the face as well, even though it's just the eyes. But the videos have a direct shout out to you guys from the special forces, operators and senior types, thanking MryiaReport and MryiaReport for all the work that we don't do the work. We're the trumpeters of Ukraine online. We're just a group of many trumpeters, those who spread the good word of Ukraine, and they thank you for supporting MryiaReport and MryiaReport for purchasing the equipment and making a great product for the Ukrainians. And he says that we need more of these, and they save Ukrainian lives. And I can't wait for the video. I'm not allowed to post it because, again, I don't know the protocol. But if you go to the MryiaReport website, I think we retweeted it. We have pictures of the UAVs on the ground, and they're flying, and the MryiaReport representative who went all the way over from England with the equipment. They're British manufactured, made by John Bull. And is it Sir John Bull, Nick, or is it just John Bull? Anyway, he go ahead.
John Bull is a mythical character, so I mean, he will never have received a real knighthood, but you can give him a real knighthood, fake one if you want.
Well, all right then. Well, Sir John Bull there produced these drones, Ukrainian technology, and maybe some other people's input, and off they go. So I just want you to know, those are your dollars at work. And we're very proud of that. Okay, wait for the videos. We'll retweet it on the MryiaReport page. And yeah, over to you, Doman, before I get chicken pox or whatever it is, Twitter pox.
Twitter pox. It's a no. I'm not gonna make a joke of being sensitive. I want to jump to George first, and then to Puppy. George.
And let's see if there are any questions I can answer about the shipment, if there are any for.
Yeah, I have a hunch George wants to talk NVGs.
Oh, I mean UAVs, but go on, George.
George, you're muted, George.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
There we go. Back in the day, we had a shipment of, I think it was 6 NVGs sent to us out in the field, and yeah, they were 5 of them. I think it was four out of the 6 were non-functional, and that was because they had been damaged in transport. Especially the older ones, they used to be a little finicky, and then they started putting them in the hard hard cases with the foam liners. I'm sure some of the other veterans remember those. So yeah, things happened. But about the UAVs, I saw something that blueprints were being sent to Ukraine to arm certain of the Octo drones with Laws rockets. I don't know if you guys saw that development.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't get into. I'm not part of MryiaReport, so I don't know all the procurement parts of it. You know what I mean? I don't really delve myself into it. I know that there are special EW. So for in this case, the EW anti-EW capabilities of the drones is what's really important. And for everyone else who, if you're not familiar with the term, we're talking about the ability of the drone to not be detected by Russian electronic warfare capabilities, and that's a very, very big deal. And so what's really special is that little special things, and pardon me if I can't really get into it because I don't know what's known or what I'm allowed to share, but let's just say Ukrainians are very, very happy, and it's something that that we want to continue to do. It's a signature program. We here at the report, at least, we want to continue to support MryiaReport. We don't want to take credit for what they do, but they're doing some really good stuff. And as for the NVGs, for sure, anyone who's ever had to use NVGs, often they can be tested back on, by the weapons techs and the techs on base. By the time they get to the field or in operations, they're finicky. There's a special gas. What do we call that gas, George? Starts with a T.
Is it
Tritium?
tritium?
Yeah.
I think it's tritium, but I might be
It's
mistaken.
tritium.
But
It's the same. It's the same in our scopes on the rifles. It's a delicate material, delicate gas. Anyway, the point is, it could happen. I don't know all the details about that MVG thing, but I think what George is trying to take home point, if I might say, George, is that it's not the end of the world, right? This is a shipment here. It doesn't prove anything, and it was a mistake that was caught and rectified. So, accusations that people's lives were lost because of stupid people, stupid Westerners who don't know what they're doing, or steal, or the story developed into stealing money. It's shocking. Shai, would you think that the tech who packed those NVGs for when you were deployed, George, you think that tech was making money somehow, or you think maybe they broke?
well, if the cases had come and there was nothing in them, yeah, maybe I'd say maybe they're on maybe they're on Fritz's a pawn shop shelf or something. But no, it's just ridiculous. It's absolutely
ridiculous.
And you're talking about thousands of pieces that have been shipped. Things get like I said, damaged on shipment or whatever. Out of thousands of pieces of equipment,
and it's not even 30. It's like 4. It's not even the full 30. It's apparently max maybe 5. They don't even know the numbers exactly because I guess it wasn't even that big of a deal. I mean, it's a big deal. I shouldn't say that. I don't think it is, but I'm not the one responsible for it. I just think it's like, whoa, okay. But yeah, you were saying, thousands and thousands of things shipped, everything perfect. A shipment of 30 and less than 20% of that is problematic or didn't work or whatever. I mean, wow, like call the presses, straight. So breaking news, something broke or something isn't to standard, and it amounts to 0.03% of an NGO's output. Okay, you've done the world a great service with your reporting, and I'm putting little bunny ears up. Reporting. Over to you, George.
You know, and meanwhile, Amnesty International, you know, is putting out their bullshit. And then, just to follow up on those goobers, I saw a report today that that when they were going through the filtration camps and talking to people, you know, they're doing their research, if you want to call it that, the FSB had to approve of what research they were allowed to do. So that's not research, obviously. You know, you can take the word research out of your stupid, you know, press releases or whatever the hell you want to call them, or your reports. Because when the FSB is controlling what you're putting out, that's no longer research. That's just propaganda.
100%. Yeah. All right. So here we go. I'm getting all sorts of requests, and I'm not going to say who. I will donate $1,000 if we stop talking about it. Done. We will not. We will not talk about it. I will wait. I'll ask Alex if he can. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not. I'll take your word for it. Whoever offered that. Yeah. No. We're happy. We're strong. We're moving forward as a team. And then if there are any questions about UAVs, though, in particular, please ask away. And if not, I will just head back to the listeners' booth.
Oh, I'm trying to get the UAV folks back on today sometime. We'll see what we'll be able to do with their communication situation and the like. Bertrand versus Puppy, do you have any questions for Yehuda by any chance, or something else?
Oh, well, I had actually raised my hand for the most completely useless topic, which is etymology of the days of the week, which took half an hour of time in this space, and I will reserve that particular topic for another day. It's an interesting topic, but it's not for now. So, since I had my hand up and I am having the microphone now, then I will take my chance to say something else, which is orders of magnitudes more important, which is the following. reputation for an organization that has less than stellar credentials, then you are eluded. So when someone
list. So hopefully that will help people, particularly when the space has crashed and you have to go in, and then you won't even see it in what I call the microphone list until it gets rebooted. So I hope that will help a few people.
Yeah, I can confirm that Nick doesn't follow lots of people. He doesn't even follow me, and we've talked for what 100 hours now here, Nick.
What you can do maybe though is what the host could maybe do is say, when you occasionally, when you do a housekeeping announcement and please follow and please retweet the space, you could perhaps add that to the script and say, if you follow the MryiaReport account, then the space will always be there at the top of your home screen.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll do one better. If you really want to be sure that you're always notified when we have guest speakers when they show up, etc., or that you make sure that you see all the announcements but don't have to go check the MryiaReport account all the time, you can also click that notification bell that's to the left of the follow or rather unfollow button, because you should all be following the MryiaReport account, and they will pop up in your notifications. We've had a bit of a talk, and we will not be posting lots of stuff on the MryiaReport account. So it's only going to be, the important things that people care about, such as the space is on. Here's the link to the space. Also, sometimes, Nick, by the way, sometimes it doesn't work for people, and they still don't see it in that little bar up top. The easiest way to do it is just go to the MryiaReport account, and the pinned tweet should always have a blue card on it that you can click on that says start listening. Or there's a purple halo around the avatar on the account, and you can just click there as well and start listening as well. Sometimes there's a bit of a glitch and one of the ways doesn't work, but if you're aware of all of the different ways, that's usually good, because one of them will work. The benefit of you all knowing that we're going to be here 24/7 for as long as it's necessary is that you always know that the tweet should be on, right? Sorry, that the tweet should be on, that the space should be on. So if it's not on, you can always just wait a minute, because that means we've just crashed. But you should always know that at the @MryiaReport account, there should be some way to get to the space.
One limitation of spaces is that every single time a space reboots, it gets a new, we don't see the URL, but it gets a new URL. And so it's not possible to have a space's address permanently pinned. So you would have to repin the tweet each time it restarts, is my understanding. So that's a bit of a shame. I mean, obviously it would be nice if spaces were searchable too. But yes, through the MryiaReport account is the way to go.
So just since we are in the geek corner, just one better is the following. You can actually have the link to the MryiaReport on your home screen, at least if you are on Android. So if you have the link on your home screen, you don't even need to, open Twitter. The icon is there. So when you have your home screen on your phone, you just tap on that particular icon and you are in. I guess I might post some step-by-step instructions, but it's very easy, but might make sense to have one step-by-step guide that is probably worth spending a few minutes on. I will do that.
George.
Yeah, so, a really quick question. You guys were talking about water filters. Is this for the guys on the front line, or is it for the general population because they're having issues with water? Can you just clue me in really quick?
Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure what I was referring to either.
Okay, because there's ways to make a simple water filter even from like things inside in your house, and that's why I was wondering if it's for people that villages that are in the front line that have lost their ability for piped water, or is it for the soldiers? I can send whoever was interested in that a DM with the instructions on how to do it. It takes literally 5 minutes, and all you do is you use a like a 16. I guess excuse my my non-metric, but a 16-ounce plastic water bottle you can use to make a crude filter. That actually works for a while. So,
it also works. Alcohol. Not recommending it. I'm saying.
Yehuda, there are children listening. Come on now.
I didn't. I could have mean. I meant rubbing alcohol. No, certainly.
Don't do
Horrible.
that. Don't.
Could be a reason why beer was drunk a lot in the Middle Ages, right? Better than what they had in terms of water.
Yeah. Because
Could be.
Could be. That's why. Is that why they drink a lot of beer in Germany? Because of the quality of the water?
I don't know. That I do not know. I think they just like their beer.
Where's the other Axel at?
Probably drinking beer somewhere.
Oh yeah.
It's 11 a.m. somewhere, as they say.
Well, hold on a second. It's on the East Coast. It's 9:20. So in Europe right now, depending on what part, it's 3, 4 o'clock.
In Newfoundland, it's 9 minutes to 11. So that's probably close enough to 11 a.m.
Okay.
I'm not in Newfoundland. What's wrong with
No,
you?
but are you sure that Axel isn't?
Oh, he could be in Newfoundland. Yeah, we don't know. Let's spread strange rumors. No.
Has anybody ever been? Have you been to Newfoundland, Yehuda?
I've been to every province and territory in my great country.
You're very lucky. The closest I got to Newfoundland was Nova Scotia.
Yeah, Canada's beautiful. After the war, come visit. We'll host you. We'll have a big MryiaReport / Maria Aid barbecue, paid for by ourselves, of course.
Of course, that would be great. Yes,
100%. And then off to Ukraine.
Well, hopefully next summer. We're me and my wife's family are planning a pretty big party. I think her uncle's gonna try to invite anybody who non-Ukrainian born that picked up a rifle to fight for them.
100%. So just for the audience, there are no UAV questions, no problem. We're hopefully going to try to get more of the UAV people who are working with the Maria Aid team in Ukraine to come on and share their experiences, answer some questions or any questions they can reasonably answer, all things considered, and that would be great. And it's great for the room that people get to hear what how this works, how aid gets to Ukraine and the stuff that it does. More importantly, the effects that are brought to bear. That's really awesome. So other than that, we have hopefully a new lineup of speakers next week, and we're going to have our regulars pop in and answer some questions, military related. People are asking, what's going on? I'm getting a few questions in the inbox. Where are we at? Well, you can have an order in the military that says, at this time you will, advance and you will, destroy the enemy at a certain grid coordinate or within an area of a certain within an area of operations, or more precisely within certain control measures. You're gonna do something there. Another order is to set conditions. You can set a condition. You can set the conditions for the next order, which is the actual advance. And those setting of conditions can be destroying bridges, can be attriting the enemy. It can be destroying logistics and supply and ammunition repositories. This is what the Ukrainians are doing now. They are setting the conditions for future operations, and they're not just going to go and guns blazing doing a thing without having the ability to follow through. So you're seeing, when you've heard, because basically I think the insinuation was, what is Ukraine doing? Because they said they're doing counterattack. They're making progress, but they're tightening the noose around the enemy. But you want to obviously increase survivability, and since the Ukrainians have time now, the Russians don't have time. It used to be the other way around. Now the Russians are in fear of this war dragging out longer, because they lose more money. And why that's important is the Russians are artificially propping up their country, their economy, because no one's trading with them, or trade has gone down. So there are naysayers that say, well, trade hasn't completely cut off. You're right, it hasn't, but it doesn't have to for it to be effective, right? Think of a factory that makes pencils, and that pencil factory gets wood, and it gets 1 ton of wood a day, and it processes it and gets in the system, and it makes a certain amount of pencils. Let's say it makes 1,000 pencils from a ton of wood. Well, if you cut that wood down to 30%, it can still make pencils, but not that many. Now, if you say 300 pencils, let's say it makes, so it gets 0.3 tons instead of 1 ton. Is the factory working? Well, yeah, it's technically working, but are there enough pencils being made to send whoever buys those pencils? Well, certainly not. So the hit isn't immediate, it's gradual, and then it builds up, and then it builds up. And then eventually, to keep those machines running, you need maintenance, and you need this, and you need that, and you need workers. And to run the factory, which is made, it's not scaled to scale down that much, it's made to scale up. If it's making only 30% of what it used to, eventually that factory can't operate, because it can't cover its cost to operate. It's built on a model that considers it's getting a ton of wood or even more. So people sometimes look at the sanctions and they get depressed and say, well, this country is doing, okay, that's fine. You're right, not 100%. But when a business is running, and industries are businesses, and industries run countries, when they're running at a far lower capacity than they were designed to run, eventually something's got to give. Maybe they have to break up into smaller companies. That takes time. Maybe they have to, change. Maybe they have to find other markets. That takes time. That's what Russia's doing. So I figure that the calculations done by Mr. Putin when he started his illegal genocidal war was, this will be over in a week or two. Americans will get mad. We'll have all of Ukraine because everyone will have just capitulated. And I got $600 billion in my pocket that I can use to make the price of eggs and bread and cookies, cheap vodka, the same price. That's not going to last forever. So the Russians, if you remember, even when it came to May 9th, they were so eager. You will take every. They work on these ridiculous, bizarre timelines. They don't make sense. They don't serve Russia's end state, but they do it anyway. So you don't have to have World War II style Ukrainian, thousands of Ukrainian vehicles and hundreds of tanks flying over the ridge and pew pew pew. The Ukrainians can go slowly, methodically. Why would they do that? They want to preserve life, so they can gain territory in Kherson by just inching up, and in the process they shape the enemy. So in other words, they can inch up in certain areas so that they can create an opportunity to hit a Russian position on the side as opposed to in the front. And they're doing that slowly but surely. They keep moving around and they keep advancing, and they're just firing for effect. Boom, 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 HIMARS, boom, boom, Gimlers, M777s. They are pounding the Russians to the point where when they do get to the Russian soldier in the trench, he's got maybe a piece of, one tin of canned beef or whatever they eat. He doesn't have many rounds. He doesn't have a lot of food or water left. because everything gets blown up. And a demoralized and a broken enemy is a far less dangerous enemy than someone sitting there good to go. Say, no, I'll stay here. I got 10,000 rounds for my platoon. We will hold this position and we will die if necessary. If the Ukrainians drag that out, starve out those Russians, make their lives miserable for a month or two, when it comes to roll up on them, guess what? I'm done. My own country can't even supply me. Now we got a superior Ukrainian force. All right, guys, we're not going to win this at all. Just give up. And that is strategy. So don't ever wonder for a minute if the Ukrainians aren't fighting the fight. They are. They just don't have to show off. Hope that helps answer some of those military questions that I've been getting in the DMs.
Nick, do you have a follow-up to that, by any chance?
Just in what Yehuda was saying about, when the Ukrainians meet the Russians, I presume some people, not everyone, may have seen the video that's circulating of what I presume to be a Ukrainian. I mean, it could all be staged, but a Ukrainian soldier walking into a Russian camp and waking up a guy who, for some reason, is sleeping under a bright red blanket. Yeah, it's quite impressive. The Russian does not look happy.
Good morning.
And the camp does not look very happy either. But maybe you'll tell me it's been debunked as a fake.
No, not that I heard, and it looks legit. And you want to know something else? Frankly, I mean, I don't know the rules of engagement. If they were to have done it differently, I'm not sure they were forced to make them surrender. They would have had a fire picket. They could have done a lot worse, but they instead captured them. Again, it speaks to the courageousness and the morality of the Ukrainian army. If that was the Russians coming up on Ukrainians sleeping, which they would never do, I suspect, they would have murdered all of them in their sleep. And but hey, we know who's the good guy in this war.
Well, the thing that strikes me is the sheer incompetence to allow that to happen.
There would be what's called the fire pickets. There would be, a very seriously good number of soldiers that would be up. They would be in observation posts around the area in which the Russians were bedded down, and their hide or their biv. I think George can say what Americans call it. You would have to have. There would have been at least, if it was a platoon, you're having at least a section as as fire picket guards, as you might want to call it, or even more. Section would be fine for a platoon. I don't know if it was a company or platoon strength, but they would all be. You'd have shifts where people sleep 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours usually, relax, and for the sleeping portion, you would have enough soldiers to guard, and they wouldn't be they wouldn't even be where they are. They would be out and about in more, tactically placed areas, and that's just not. They all just went to bed. All right, I'm so tired, Sergey. Me too. All this raping and pillaging has tired me out. Let's all go to bed at the same time and wake up at the same time. You'd have to be a total moron. This is like stuff that new recruits. Right? This is stuff that new recruits learn in basic in the first month. It's ridiculous. We do this when I was at battle school. We start with a two-man picket, a two-person picket, and these are just with unloaded rifles. They could be in an armory. We don't care. And you train them. You don't fall asleep. You give them a reflective vest. All right, who's on fire picket? The course candidates themselves organize their picket, and and people will go down. Some people will go down at I don't know 2,200 hours, and then they'll wake up in 2 hours to do a picket for an hour, and then they'll switch off with the next few people doing it. It's basic soldiering 101. Russian soldiers in the field, in enemy territory, in Ukraine, an entire platoon just decided one night they were just going to go to bed. Absolutely bonkers, George.
Yes, and I was going to say it is bonkers. It's crazy. Like you said, Yehuda, in basic training in the U.S. military, everybody pulls what they call fire guard, and you're like, fire guard? What the hell is fire guard? Like, the building isn't going to self-combust in the fire. Well, that's where the training starts. Everybody pulls 1 hour of fire guard. It's so you can learn how to pull guard duty. You're out there for an hour, 15 minutes before your shift, or 10 minutes before your hour's up. You go and you wake up the next guy, and he shows up, and you switch out through the night. And unfortunately, we had the unfortunate pleasure one night. The guy didn't wait. He went and woke up the next guy, and he didn't wait for him to show up. And drill sergeant came through the barracks, and there was no fire guard. And we did PT at 3:00 in the morning in knee-deep snow for a good hour. So yeah, that was a lesson learned, and no one screwed that one up anymore. But earlier to your point, Yehuda, like during Desert Storm, all right, the Iraqis didn't have a river to cross, to get supplies. But once that air campaign started, like in mid-January, holy hell, for like about 5 weeks, they couldn't get any supplies. Like, we were blowing convoys up, whatever. They couldn't get food, they couldn't get ammo. So those first frontline units, when we rolled up on them, they just surrendered en masse. Like you said, they had enough. They had been bombed, starved. They had very little fuel for their vehicles. Remember, this is in the desert. At night, you have to, it's cold at night. They would have to start their vehicles to keep themselves warm. And they were just. It didn't take much to just sweep them off the front lines. The units that were in the back. Most of the Iraqi, the Republican Guard guys. They tried to put up a fight, but of course they were blasted to smithereens too, because their T-72s were junk even back then. So yeah, I don't expect in another month that those guys in Kherson are going to put up too much of a fight. If all the bridges, we heard, am I right on this, guys? That the road bridge that passes over the dam, that was severed now. So they only,
That the reports.
Yeah, so they can only cross through the pontoon bridges. Yeah, good luck with that. So, but Nick, yeah, the discipline is here. Here was a telltale sign. And Yehuda and anybody in the Western military, your buddy gets hit, you drag them to safety. That is instilled in you. We do not leave our wounded behind. And from the beginning of this war, we saw the Russians that didn't give a shit about the guy next to them. And they abandoned their wounded, and it was every man for himself. That is a completely undisciplined army, and is an army that cannot not win a modern war.
No, they cannot succeed. Period. They're not. It's just you can't. So and I'm glad George, echoed what I was saying. It's something instilled in you in the first month of training. It just is. And yes, there's collective punishment. If the platoon fails one place, everyone's doing PT in the morning. That's not punishment. It's working out. But this is something that the Russians. It doesn't surprise me anymore. I really don't know what the whole world was worrying about Russia being really strong and powerful. It makes no sense. It's Mickey Mouse. And I'm not trying to be rude. And just for everyone's, so fire guard in the States, we call it fire picket in Canada and in Britain and in the Commonwealth. It just means you're the guard. But in a tactical setting.
Yeah. So well, in the United States, I'm sure they did the same thing in Canada and all the other things. And people that haven't been in the military understand this. This is in basic training, you're training, and the goal is to train you that you're not an individual anymore. You're part, seriously, of a team. And if one guy or a girl or screws up, you can cost not only the mission, the lives of those to the right and the left from you. And that's why when one person makes a mistake,
the whole unit has to amend for that mistake. It's built. That's one of the ways they build that unit cohesion. So everybody knows, hey, I can't just drop my guard here. I can't get lazy at this point in juncture.
Everyone has a battle buddy. You pick a battle buddy, or and that's your battle buddy. They take care of you. You take care of them. That's how we do it. All right. I think Gunny or someone had their hand up, or Nick.
Yeah, hi all. Yeah, that fire picket thing. I've got very happy memories actually doing an exam, and I'm looking out the window and the fire trolley rolling down the hill, chased by the fire party. 8 sailors had lost control of it, and it rolled all the way down and through the main gate, which is quite funny. Look, the sanctions thing. An immediate measure of the sanctions is Russian tanks. It's pure and simple. If it's not working, why have the Russians managed to produce 6 or 8 T-90s since the start of the war? 6 or 8 T-90s plus an armored recovery vehicle, tracked armored recovery vehicle. That's all I've seen coming out of their mega factory. 6 tanks in 4 months. Sanctions are working. An army is pulling out T-62s. Now, if you look at the T-62, when that was accepted from prototype stage, there were armies in the Middle East driving around super Shermans, Sherman tanks, upgunned. That's how old this piece of crap is. The really good video out a couple of days ago, Ukrainians inspecting a T-80, which on paper looks like a good tank, and taking off for contact explosive reactive armor, and there's no explosives in it. It's just 2 bits of metal, and they've had to backfill it with rubber because no explosives, which work really well against a Javelin. So, if you don't think that sanctions are working, and you think that driving a tank that's got its design genesis in the late 50s, and photographs of Russians queuing up to buy the last bits of shite out of H&M in Moscow, if that's not proof, then really, I don't know what is. It's not going to be that instant social media effect that everyone now seems to demand. And you can tell today, things seem to be quiet, and people are kind of scratching their heads going, well, it's really quiet. It's not. There are people in trenches and shell scrapes up and down the line who will be under indirect fire at the moment. It's just that we're not seeing anything dramatic happening. For us, that's dramatic. But if you're under 152 fire, it's going to be pretty dramatic. We're just not seeing it. So, personally, I would use today's kind of what to us seems fairly quiet, and maybe just take a little bit of a break and just chill out. These things happen in campaigns. There were stages, say down the Gulf in '91, where we would be sat around with our thumbs up our asses thinking, well, it's really quiet today, and then 90 minutes later we'd be in full NBC kit with a gas mask on in the middle of a minefield. So as Yehuda said, there are pauses, there are things happening well away from the cameras, well away from reporters. We're just not seeing the really, really dramatic stuff. You guarantee something will probably happen next 12, 24 hours.
Gunny, what do you think about the comments that people made when we saw those bits of armor being taken off and opened, and then there were 2 sheets of rubber in there? There were people suggesting that there is such a thing as non-explosive reactive armor, and that the rubber thing could actually be a legitimate solution. People who did not appear to have Russian flags in their profiles or something were saying that there is this is a different way of doing it to deal with a different threat. But I have no way of judging.
Yeah, there is. There's 2 types. So they were taking contact, what it's called contact. They were taking contact ERA off, which has an explosive, and it's got the 2 plates, and the idea is it disrupts mainly heat, high explosive anti-tank, but it can kind of deflect as well. If you're lucky, the plate goes the right angle, it can deflect sabot rounds. There is a non-explosive passive armor called Real Act or something like that,
and that is a chunk of rubber. But mainly it was deployed on the T-62. If you have a look at the modernized T-62 turret fronts, they've got these chunks of additional armor on the front, and that's all that is. It's 2 sheets with some rubber inserts, but it's very much a 1970s attempt to make additional armor. It's not laminate or anything like that. And these days, you know, if you seriously think 50 mil of rubber and 2 5mm plates of steel are going to defeat a tandem warhead on a ATGM, you know, prepare yourself to go in the air 50 feet and rotate quickly and then fall down in bits, because you know it just doesn't work. It's probably less effective than the stuff that the Allies trialed in the towards the end of World War II. Because if you have a look, we actually trialed applique armor with silicon and sand and a couple of other bits and pieces chucked in it, and that actually worked. So this rubber stuff is nonsense. But yeah, they look like contact bricks, and they've just got no explosive in them, so they're absolutely worthless. There is a video.
Okay, so if we're seeing it, it's because it's old. It's not because somebody at the factory sold the explosive bit off to the Ukrainians and then just stuck some rubber in and hope no one would notice.
So let me just jump in there, because I posted it. So let me just send the Gunny follow up, if you don't mind. Okay, so I'm not a tanker. I have some friends that are, and what it appeared to be was where if you notice, there are large gaps in the compartment. So first of all, the rubber portion or whatever it was very, if it was rubber, it was denatured. It was not, you know, if it was 50 years old, I wouldn't be surprised. And things have shelf lives, but it was the gap. So I have an armored buddy. He said it looks like it's supposed to be reactive, but the charge part is missing, because when he opened it up, there was half of it was empty. He goes, so that's the part where it's a debate. Was it were there explosives in there, or were there supposed to be? He suspects yes, and it's a dog's breakfast. He said he's seen stuff like this at the regimental museums. That's how old, like he can't even really assess it, because he's like, it's not modern. I mean, it's a Civilization 2 where one player is like 100 years like behind the other. It didn't make sense. So I just wanted to say, because I posted it there, Gunny. So go ahead, Gunny.
Yeah, I mean, if there'd been explosive in it and it'd been taken out, I'd expect to see residue on the blocks of rubber. I don't know about you, Yehuda, but they look really clean, and you kind of pour the explosive in. I think unless they mold it, and there was nothing. So yeah, it looks like they just put the brick together, put the rubber in, and the plates, and then just didn't bother with the bang stuff. I've also seen a video. I don't know about this, but it looks like a T-80, and it looks like they've put anti-tank mines on the frontal arc. Now, some people say that this is the Ukrainians just trying to devise a quick way of killing an abandoned tank. I'm not buying it. It looks superficially intact, and the Ukrainians like to recover armor. So it might be that the Russian tank crew thought, well, if explosive reactive armor stops heat rounds, why don't we strap some anti-tank mines on the front, and that will be just as good. And this Ukrainian drone drops a grenade on it, and the result is quite spectacular. I mean,
it's worthy of Baldric, isn't it?
Yeah, I kind of like the concept of it. Well, ERA blows outwards to disrupt a heat round, therefore anti-tank mines blow upwards, so they would disrupt a heat round. but they've strapped an awful lot of them on there. So yeah, what would normally be quite a spectacular explosion. I expect the TC is still in orbit around the moon, to be honest with you, because that was just astonishing, to be honest.
If I remember correctly, George was in armored, and now he can educate everyone as to those things.
Okay, so really quick, that NERA, that's what it's called, non-explosive reactive armor. So it was tested out in the 60s. You guys are right. United States, the British really went ahead with it, and so did the Russians on the T-62, mind you. and the British gave up on it because they realized it was worthless. It was starting to develop maybe in the late 50s, early 60s, but by that time, anti-tank weapons had gotten to the point where this stuff was pretty much useless. And the Russians put it, I believe, someone can check my numbers. I think they put it about on 150. So it was pre-production phase, but they never rolled it out as a production. Now, what happened was what you're seeing on these posts, not Yehuda's posts, but on some of this other stuff, is the Vatniks found it, right? And they're like, oh, well, this is what this is. And other people picked it up. No, it was never put into mass production in the Soviet Union. Excuse me, I said Russia and Soviet Union, because it was pretty much worthless junk against anything. Even a Laws rocket would go right through it. Okay, and that's what it was tested on. They got some Laws rockets from the Vietnamese and in the 60s, yeah, it was because a Laws rocket can go through about 12 inches of homogeneous armor at about 100 meters. So yeah, this thing was useless, and from what I see, those are supposed to be reactive armor boxes. They don't look like that non-reactive stuff, and they're just trying to
yeah, that's was my armored, because okay, when I saw it first and I retweeted it, the compartment, the box was bigger than what was inside. So in my mind, although I'm not an armored guy, this didn't make sense. Sent to one of my buddies, goes, that's supposed to be reactive, and it's filled with I don't know what. That's what he said. He couldn't. It looks like, like paper, like sheets of rubber that look denatured or denatured rather. So
yes, and
that's.
And on the Nera armor, and I think it was like Gimpy said, he said the British name for it. I forget now. Yes, it had it had spaces between the rubber blocks. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
inside there were spaces.
Didn't know what it is.
It was Stilbury. Stilbury.
That's right.
Yeah,
thank you.
Fitted it to the front lock of Chieftains.
Yes, and they realized it didn't do anything except for like maybe some like small arms fire and stuff like that. And I think that the
maybe rain.
yeah, maybe rain. The thinking on it was, if you have infantry next to the tanks and someone's hitting your tank with, let's say, a 20 mil or something like that, this is non-explosive, so your infantry might not catch some shrapnel from the explosive armor, the contact armor. But like I said, Yehuda, you're talking about the space in front. I'm talking about this Nera stuff had spaces between the rubber layers, right?
Right.
And this had nothing like this. This is just this is just say, oh yeah, you have non-explosive reactive armor. Just go out there and and do your job.
It didn't even. I guess a stupid thing for me to say, and you're gonna get mad, is when I saw it, it didn't look military grade to me. In other words, it could have just been really old. I'm like, what? It looks like a stack of rubber sheets, and the ease at which the person just flipped it like a deck of cards. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, what is this? It didn't look like it was purpose built, and it didn't look like the container or the box or the compartment was meant for what was inside. Either way, it's a gong show. I mean, I'll bet you there'll be war studies for the next 50 years talking about the mismanagement of Russian kit, because it just doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. And we're not trying to we got an American, Canadian, and a Brit all on. Yes, we support Ukraine, but obviously we have a respect for our profession of arms, and we're not lying to you. It just doesn't make any sense. Like Gunny, I mean, we're talking.
No.
Gunny's talking about Centurions, like super shirts.
Yeah, this is what's killing me. This is not going to stop an RPG. Remember, those T-62 tanks, they're going to. I mean, the Ukrainians should save their javelins for the good stuff, if there's any
Oh
of
yeah.
it left.
Well,
Because
remember John Spencer, what he said. Were you here, George? He said when he
no,
did
I
his
missed it.
when he did his walkabout of the battlefield there and the defensive positions, he was hearing from all of the soldiers and commanders that they weren't using javelins and NLAWs for the first week or two. They were using their RPGs, just
And
the
they were
RPGs
working
from the
perfectly.
local. They were blowing up tanks. They blew up 100 tanks in one very small AO, right?
Yeah,
Go
because
figure.
because you're talking about, especially in wooded areas, right? It's like, I don't know if anybody goes hunting. You're not going to hit a deer from 500 yards in a wooded area, right? It's going to be, it's the same thing. I know it sounds crazy, but it's the same concept. You're going to hit that tank. You can, in a wooded area, you can get up to like within 100 meters of that monstrosity, and an RPG will do the job. And and now they're rolling out T-62s, these MPLBs. I mean, come on, the BMP-1 is a 50 cal goes right through it like Swiss cheese. So they're rolling out absolute garbage, and
Yeah,
it's not going to take long.
100%. I think Gunny, if you want to go, Axel wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I just had a very brief question. Do we actually know whether they had the same issue already with those NIRAs in Afghanistan?
Axel, they weren't
used.
They weren't put in production. They were tested on their T-62s and maybe the T-64, but I think it was just the T-62s, and I think it was about, from what I read, about 150 vehicles had it put on, but when it came to testing, and they were like, "Oh shit, a Laws rocket can go right through it. What the hell am I wasting my money and time for?"
It was a non-starter. Non-starter.
Oh, Dad, what's that?
Did that answer your question, Axel?
Oh, absolutely. And I was just wondering, because if they had tested it in Afghanistan, then of course it would have been even crazier that they would still be applying it. The second question would have been for Gunny and for you, whether we heard anything about the missile strikes on Odessa.
Negative for me. Gunny?
No, nothing from me. I was also going to say as well, we're not seeing any reports. I've seen no footage of the Russian active anti-tank missile systems, which everyone was talking about pre-war. I've seen stuff of the Israeli system because I think the UK is going to fit that to Challenger 3. But the Russians have got an active protection system, haven't they? And all of the Javelin strikes, etc. I've not seen any indication that these active defense systems have even come on or even been fitted, actually. They are fairly prominent on the turret roof. So they don't seem to be using them at all.
Yeah, maybe they fitted them the wrong way, so they're actually blowing inwards. Could be an explanation.
Well, it is about the same size as a Smeg washing machine, so maybe they took them off in expectation of doing a little white goods thieving thing. You'll be regretting that now, won't they?
No, yeah, 100%. Go ahead, Alex.
Sorry, my Twitter had a bit of a fit there. Yeah, with regards to active protection systems, I'm not sure which one you mean, Gunny, but we haven't seen Drozd, which is the old one. The only real sign of that I've seen is the knocked out T-80s, like the 2 or 3 of them were ever fitted with it at the beginning, sort of in March sometime, as opposed to Arena. We haven't really seen the T-90Ms in action at all, really. I think I've seen one video of it actually in action. So yeah, I don't think the active protection systems are that widespread. I think they're fairly limited to certain units, so it's not necessarily something we would see a lot of. I think that's probably why we haven't seen them in action.
Yeah, but I mean, their guards mechanized units have been
Yep.
up at the front. So is it Stora? Is the
Yeah.
other one? The
Store
other
is the stock kill. Sorry.
Yeah, but
So that's
if you have a look at the engagements, you see absolutely no indication from any vehicles that any kind of protection system is on, because the active ones are supposed to use a millimeter wave radar, aren't they? Plus a laser warning system. So they should be keying in at least a few times. You never see them pop in smoke, the thermal smoke or anything like that. There's just no indication of anything. It's a round goes up from the ambush. It's in the air 4 or 5 seconds, and even in column, where if there's 10 MBTs, you'd expect at least maybe one of them in a guards unit to be equipped with it, and there's just nothing. Tank blows up, and then they all kind of leg it, go backwards, drive into a lake or whatever their immediate action drill is, and that's kind of it, really.
my personal
Backwards,
favorite is
drive into a lake. But I'm
my
laughing
personal
because
favorite.
it's true.
My personal favorite is the troop that just decided to drive off a cliff. But that was yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant active, like hard kill systems. You're right. I haven't seen any particular evidence of any like Stora type soft kill systems either, because you would expect to see like the missile just decide to go its own way, and you've not really seen anything like that. So yeah, no. I mean that's presuming that everybody knows how to use them and all the relevant parts have been issued, etc., etc. So
Yeah, no, it's very strange. Don't.
So a couple of things. First of all, Special Herson Card just posted something really interesting, saying that there are simultaneous reports of explosions in Melitopol and a bunch of places in Kherson Oblast on the left bank of the Dnipro, most of which, around 100, some well over 100 kilometers beyond the front lines. And I would love any comments on it. And then I'll ask some of you about Stormers and what you can tell us about Stormers, because there's lots of questions about those.
Well, why don't we talk about the extended range HIMARS then?
What's an extended range HIMARS? Is it a truck with a longer wheelbase?
Yehuda, what would be an extended range HIMARS ammunition?
You have to do that while I'm eating. Sorry.
If only we had someone who likes missiles and guns.
Can I just say I admire your pedantry, Doman, of noting that HIMARS is the vehicle. These things are important to nerds.
Pedanterie? Well, there you go. Gunny, did you read up on the extended range HIMARS ordnance?
Yeah, sorry. No, only briefly. When we get into the world of rockets, it all kind of goes a little bit over my head. So I'm over my head. Yeah,
that's like 3 usernames ago, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a long time ago, like 24 hours.
I hope they do go over your head, because if they're not going over your head, you're in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. This is why I wasn't a particularly efficient missile engineer. It's all just fucking black magic to me, to be honest with you. Yeah, I mean, I did a little kind of tweet about Odessa and it being SF, and it's just not happening. So, yeah, it was a ballistic missile, or rocket strike of some kind. I don't know enough about that prototype Ukrainian system. There doesn't seem to be much on it. That said, I wouldn't rule it out completely, simply because the old maxim goes, just because Wikipedia says only 1 or 2 prototypes were built, doesn't mean only 1 or 2 prototypes were built. It might be in kind of back strength.
Are you saying that not everything on the internet is true?
Yeah, I know. It's terrible, isn't it? I love it when people quote Wikipedia at me, especially about stuff that I worked on. So yeah, I mean, have the Ukrainians got at least a battery's worth of this kit, and they're gainfully employing them? Yeah, I see absolutely no reason why not. I think there were enough indications prior to the invasion that they probably ramped up development and production with some outside help of systems like that. And it wouldn't surprise me if they've got at least one formation of these. But yeah, could it have been ATACMS? We simply don't know. And the idea is to disrupt and confuse and to sow confusion in the Russian mind. And if it gets the Russians reacting and taking precautions in the face of an ATACMS threat, which actually isn't even in theatre, then that's kind of happy days, isn't it? Back to taking the initiative. Or it could be ATACMS, of course, and in which case we're just going to see more and more of this. It's interesting, though, that we're not, we're not being deluged with apparent strikes, so they're obviously husbanding it and probably enjoying the enforced disposition of Russian units, and they'll probably let them settle down, move all their air defense assets around to try and cover key VPs, vulnerable points. And then start hitting other targets. So, but the other indication was it was never a special forces Odessa, because why would the Russians reposition warships to extend the radar coverage out to sea? If it was blokes in black with black masking tape across their eyes, running around setting charges in the middle of the day, which in itself seemed quite unlikely. You don't put frigates out to seaward to extend your air defense zone because SOF hit your airbase. That screams to me the Russians knew straight away what it was, and then got ships out to try and increase their detection ranges. So that for me was very telling.
Thanks, Kenny. Let's go to Hi Walker. What kind of question do you have, Hi Walker?
I thought Marina was before me, but I just wanted to answer to Axel. GMLRS is not in production yet. It's not with US even. Lockheed is still producing it. ATACMS, it's neither confirm nor deny, but we don't know if it's there in Ukraine. So that is just my response to Axel.
Hi, welcome. Why do you think I asked the question? How could something get to 108 kilometers behind the front line if and when there's no extended range?
Definitely, I totally
Riddle me
understand that.
this.
Totally understand that, and look, it's that thing that it's not being confirmed either by US, neither is Ukraine admitting to that, which is great. I think it's a great strategy because it's put Russia in a complete turmoil on what do they have? Do they have it? Do they not have it? They're speculating, and that's a great psyop war strategy, and I think they're doing great, right? So yes, I wouldn't want to speculate on it, but I think from a strategy point, it is great. Yet I do believe yes, they do have systems that are capable of long range now, but they are not ER. That's just something that I wanted to clarify because they're not in production. They're not in service.
Hi, Walker. So they say. We never know.
I agree. Yes, I see what you mean.
Gunny, what kind of a gun or what kind of a thing the British Army could have supposedly already delivered could that be?
Well, I mean, the 105 thing, me and Ocean knew about quite a while before. I personally, I think rapiers in theatre as well. That's not been publicised. That's just a sneaking suspicion of mine. We've got a lot of rapier lying around. It is actually a good system. It's been.
So, what is the rapier?
It's like a short range air defense missile system. So it's pretty old. You're talking kind of 1970s. We started binning it not long ago. We decided to just go down the Star Streak and the new system, which is taken off Sea Scepter. I can't remember what its land-based name is. But yeah, again, unless you work for a defense company, you don't know what's in production and in theatre. There were things fitted to our ship in 1991 none of you know about. I won't go any further, but I'll tell you they were fitted because they were there. You don't know about it. There were things fitted to tanks in 1991 and 2003. There was kit used in Afghan. There is always stuff used in the military that you, the taxpayer, have no idea about and you won't get to hear about possibly ever, or at least it'll be a little while. So just take it as and it is easy, I know, especially when you follow a topic like this war so closely, to think that you're well informed about weapon systems. You're not. You're told what you can find on the internet, and the internet is both a source of knowledge and misinformation. I've seen stuff on Wikipedia about equipment that I worked on that's frankly made me laugh out loud, both in terms of underestimating its capability and overestimating it. So yeah, I would just be wary of everyone saying, well, you know, it couldn't have been this bit of kit because it's not even in production yet. It's still in trials. This is a full-on peer-to-peer war. It is the finest of testing grounds. You can shoot something on ranges against UAVs and things till you're blown in the face. If you get the opportunity to trial it against a pair of Su-25 safe flying low and fast over the forward edge of the battle area, that's a far better testing ground, and lots of Gucci kit is going to be getting trialed out there. The weapon designers and manufacturers will have been wetting themselves over this. Unfortunately, that's a fact of life. War is a business for companies. They make money, and the Ukrainians will be getting their hands on lots of Gucci equipment that we'll probably see rolled out across NATO over the next few years, hopefully. So, you know, while it's a war and it's a desperate war and it's a tragic war, it's also a bit of a proving ground, rightly or wrongly. And you've got to look at it as this will speed up development of certain systems that might have been kind of low rate development and manufacture, and that will help save lives in the future of NATO armies. And that can only be a good thing.
%100%.
Oops, sorry.
Okay. All right. Decoding or macros? I don't know who's next.
With Leclerc.
There you go.
Leclerc?
Leclerc, indeed. I note that Domin has posted a special case on cats last post about things going boom. And I just thought I'd point it out to everybody. It seems to be in rather a lot of places. And Special Hers on Cat has been very kind to note the distance from the front line of all these places. I'm not going to read them out because I can't pronounce them all. And so I encourage you to go and have a little look. It seems like there's something going on.
Yeah, indeed, that's what spread the discussion about the extended range gimblers, because they're a little bit farther away than what gimblers are supposed to be able to fly. So it's very interesting to think about what it might be, whether it's possibly lots of very coordinated partisan action to really put the fear of partisans into Russians' hearts, or maybe something else. Maybe something that flies through the sky at a great speed and has a big old bomb strapped to the end of it. Something along those lines. But let's wait for maybe a little bit more information. I'm very curious to hear what it is in the end. Decoding.
I just had a smart-ass question for a dog. Having spent 7 years listening to former Warsaw Pact military people tell me about the amazing weaponry which the Soviets have and the Russians have, and all of these knowing kind of, oh God, you should see what they can do, and all this kind of stuff. And now having witnessed that it's not even a paper tiger, it's like I don't know. But is the exception that proves the rule that that is there anything the Russians are hiding from us, do you suspect, about their weaponry? Like, is there a secret weapon? Because clearly, to a secular viewer like myself, it really looks like they've got nothing. And by contrast, I'm learning all the stuff about HIMARS and all that. I mean, it's just amazing the kind of stuff that we have and Americans have or whatever. And I speak as an American as well as an Irish person. Yeah, so do you suspect they're hiding anything? Are they a secret weapon? Or, is it just complete and utter? Like, what were they doing? Like, I feel for Putin, because he must be asking, what were you doing for the last 40 years? Where's your HIMARS? I mean, because as some people here point out, this is old tech. But anyway.
He knows. The capo di capo knows. Always expect that. It's a Potemkin village on their end, and they know it. And they know that we should know, respectively, the best of us should know. And they ain't seen nothing yet. Don't forget. There's no F-22s. There's no F-35s. There's none of the real good kit in theater.
Dog, is there anything you suspect that's been hidden from us? I mean, I agree with Tom.
No, I don't think so. I mean, in terms of armor, T14, T15, we haven't really seen a martyrs on the line. No one's exactly sure how many they've even got. There was a suspicion at the last parade. They drove past them and they went around the block to give the impression that there were more than there were. I would say I don't think the Russian military of today is probably at the same level of aggressive training as the Soviet era military, to be honest with you. All the accounts say they were very, very aggressively training. Their accident fatality rate on exercises in the sort of 70s and 80s was absolutely horrific, because they really went for live fire kind of stuff. So whereas we would, you might do training just firing blank ammunition, or tanks might do individual shoots down at Bovington, or trainers, a tank company maybe. They went for the big brigade, even divisional sized, massive live firing, chucking everything at it, and were extremely aggressive. So they seem to have lost that. I was thinking about this earlier, and I'm kind of coming round to this was never intended. I think they thought they could carry this off by other means, and then just drive in, have a day's fighting, and then it would be done and dusted. I don't think the theatre commanders, all the way down to regimental and battalion commanders, really were given any plan. So in the military, what happens is you say, right, we're going to do this. And you plan for that, and you plan for any alternatives. So even something simple like, I don't know, like having a range day, taking the boys and girls out for a shoot. You produce your range letter the week before, you look at the PAMs, you book the ammunition, you book the transport, you book the bag meals, all of that kind of thing. And it's all laid out. And then you have a backup plan. What if a range is shut? What if the weather's bad? It's a training day. Okay, we'll do this. So you get your subsidiary training letter, and you have it all laid out. That's for something really simple, like a range day. this was an invasion of another country, and it just looks like probably everyone was just thrown a flanker and told, right, you're gonna have to go in and you might have to fight your way through. And I don't think any of the staff either had the noddy to pre-plan for opposition, or they were just so overconfident by the time that they got the nod that, right, you're gonna have to go in anyway. Everyone just kind of, oh shit, you know, there was probably some very frenzied 24-hour, 48-hour before attempts at planning at the staff level, and we know that their equivalent of staff colleges is nowhere near as good as Western militaries. So yeah, I think this is an invasion that probably had the absolute minimum of planning, and they've just been trying to wing it ever since, thinking that you can do that. And even trained militaries struggle with off-the-cuff, short-notice deployments, but we're kind of trained to be thrown left balls, you know, and kind of, right, you've got 24 hours. I want you ready to go. That's why we have readiness battalions. Say, like, it used to be called Spearhead for the British Army, and that meant that you would have a Bergen by your front door, and you might get called, and then you're in the back of a Hercules, and then you're away. The Russians just aren't like that, I don't think, and that's what this whole thing stinks of. Just an off-the-cuff mission, no planning, away you go, no good intel, no idea of the opposition, panic at the first signs of opposition, trying to work around it, making a balls up of that, then trying to improvise, probably no coordination between formations, bad comms procedure, no ComSec, you know, just no thinking about close air support, nothing, no interconnection, and nothing that we were seeing in the 70s and 80s. When actually, if you look at it, they were actually pretty good at this thing. Combined arms is something the Soviet army really got to grips with in World War II. You know, if you look at operations like Bag Ration and Uranus and operations like that in World War II, they kind of rewrote the manual. They took what the Germans did and rewrote the manual on it and turned it into massive combined arms. And they just seem to have chucked that in the bin and then gone for this BTG thing, and lost all sense, and basically just sniffed glue for the 6 months prior to this operation, and now they're reaping the rewards in spades, aren't they?
All right, yeah, yeah, Axel.
No, I was just about to make a joke, but forget it. Doesn't matter. Flogging a frog foot to pull a flanker. That's what they did.
All right, yeah. So just sum up that point there. We're looking at probably a good estimation that the Russians were not expecting the fight that they got, and you had varying degrees of competency from negatively competent to mediocre competencies. Anyway, yeah, Decoding had his hand up, or Doman. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still just curious. What is a Stormer HVM, and why is it important? There's been some publications coming out of Ukraine of one of these things shooting down some drones and possibly an SU-25. But what is it, and why should we all be happy that the Brits gave the Ukrainians some of those?
It's a track Starstreak. So it's an 8-round Starstreak launcher, but it's on a light track vehicle. But yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, I saw that they've killed a few drones, haven't they? And at least one fixed wing.
So it's kind of like mobile air defense, mobile modern air defense kind of thing. Is that sort of a Gepard of the future?
Yeah. So Starstreak is your is a man pad. So one soldier carries it, and it actually, as it approaches a target, it separates and becomes separate munitions. Interesting. If you look at some of the the British Army, the artillery people, some of them have got fairly low opinion of Stormer. They kind of think it's not particularly wonderful, and they were kind of, you know, well, good luck running that out in the field. I think again the there's always a difference, isn't there, between if you use stuff on ranges, using it in real life tends to be very, very different. Would I want to be a Russian pilot fighting my way through to the target and then being confronted by a Starstreak and a Gepard? No, that's not going to be amazing at all, is it?
Sounds pretty amazing to me. I'm not a pilot though, so decoding.
Yes, a dog. You've arrived at the same conclusion that I arrived at from different means about the model of invasion, and I've just posted the US very helpfully a couple of days before the invasion. The ambassador to international organizations in Geneva published a letter setting out the model of invasion, which involved rounding up, murdering about 10,000 intellectuals, elected leaders, and basically anyone who would show any resistance. And obviously what we saw in Bucha and everywhere else, including southern Zaporozhye, I long for, but I fear for what we're going to discover after they are liberated. And the model of the Russia's takeover, and this is why I, as a mere political stooge, could offer advice in a security and political military security organization, because the key to Russia's invasion was the Hromadas and turning the village leaders into pro-Russians, and so that they would hand over their villages. And within 24 hours, that was what I was watching most closely, because like everyone else, I was terrified. I'd heard about the big bad wolf for so long, and I had monitored and reported and met these leaders. I watched very closely the pro-Russian political parties that Muscovy had invested billions, and I'm not exaggerating here, billions of dollars. So Medvedchuk, who would have been the puppet king, he and his wife were given oil well concessions in February 2014. We knew about this years before the paperwork was revealed. And I wrote about it. A colleague of mine, in fact, discovered this in like 2016 in Luhansk. And again, no one really listened to us, because all they thought about was like Minsk and all this sort of stuff. But they didn't wonder how this one individual, who was pro-Russian, leader of this pro-Russian party, which was founded by Paul Manafort in February 2014, who was Trump's jailed campaign advisor, from the ashes of the Party of the Regions, which obviously collapsed after Yanukovych legged it to Rostov, much to Putin's disappointment. And this opposition bloc, which was founded by Paul Manafort, planned, we've seen, thanks to the first impeachment and the Mueller report, we've seen all the memos. I longed to see the product of his work, and joyously I got to see it all in court publications and all that, funded by four of the largest oligarchs, Akhmetov, who owned Azovstal, and a few others. And their model was to gradually seep they thought, this pro-Russian party. So Medvedchuk, he established a media empire, and basically now he's been done for money laundering, because it was all Russian money filtered through this oil refinery, which had the monopoly on the supply of oil into Donetsk People's Republic, and he had an oil petrol station network in Glushko. If anyone here was in Ukraine, Glushko, and then he and all the money sloshing around everyone in this party, the party of the region's successor opposition bloc. And within 24 hours, it was clear most of them weren't going to betray Ukraine. It so happens that most collaborators had some association with this party. But for instance, in Kherson Regional Council, they voted within days of the invasion unanimously not to collaborate with the Russians. So these were the people into whom Russia poured all its hopes, its entire model of invasion. So the invasion, it was the Potemkin invasion. The military aspect was a sideshow, and everyone was supposed to run for the hills, and then the Wagner state assassins would round up and kill, do what they did in Bucha, basically anyone showing any resistance, and hey presto, and that's why and it's so clear that model was gone after 24 hours. Anyone watching who understood that, and then we were on to Plan B. So Strelkov talks about Plan A being Kyiv, and then Plan B being the east, and Plan C being Kherson. But actually,
Hello.
Plan A was this
Hold on
this
a second.
model
Hold
of
on.
takeover
How are you?
political
One
control.
second. Hey, excuse me, Kapil. Have you noticed people are having a talk? Why don't you
Sorry.
put your hand up? Yeah, put your hand up, please. Mute your mic. You've been on the internet before. It's not your first rodeo. Mute your mic, put your hand up, and give some respect to Mr. Decoding. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I've probably spoken too much, so Kapil, well, back to the chair.
No, certainly not there, Decoding. That was great. Did you want to finish your point off? I don't want to interrupt you.
Well, I'll keep on flogging this horse, because it's so fundamental to me, and it's so clear to me, because I had that privilege of spending it, that you'll hear this again and again eventually, until people will go, oh my God, he's banging on about that again. So I'm happy to, and I just posted the thing in the messages on this talk, which is this letter from the US ambassador to the international organization setting out. And again, when that letter came out, I was like, okay, this is what I knew was going to happen, what I suspected was going to happen, what I saw from people I came across through my work, I felt they were involved in. And even then I tried to alert people, and people were just like, no, this isn't going to happen. France and Germany and the UK at that point, 20th of February, they're like, no, they're not that bad. And you're just like, oh my God. So,
all right, let's get some buy-in from some other people there. Highway or Gunny. I had to drop Kapil down here. He wasn't following the rules. Please follow the rules. If you're new to the speaker's channel, we got Matlub there. Matlub's nice. He knows to not interrupt and put his hand up like a decent human being. Let's go to who? Did we lose Highway? Oh, we lost Highway. All right. Let's just say it is a sunny day. Maybe I'm feeling generous. Axel, do you just give me a moment? Axel, do you mind?
Easy.
Okay, that's amazing. Okay, let's find out what was so urgent that Kapil had to interrupt everyone. I'm sure it's something very important to share, since he had to interrupt 3 times. Kapil, go ahead. Would you have a comment or question about Ukraine, or what our gracious Decoding had to say?
Sir, this war is wrong and it destroyed your Ukraine's country.
Thank you. Right. Is there just something else you wanted to add, that you condemn Russia and its genocidal war, and you hope that other countries around the world, like maybe India and Pakistan, give more weapons or any weapons to Ukraine to help them fight off the Russians?
No, this
something
weapon war is wrong for world, because it accumulate our air. It's wrong for.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. I appreciate it. We'll take it as a comment, and we'll go over to Matlub. If you have your hand up, do give your hand a raise. So, and thanks, Kapil, for war is wrong. Not other than that, great. We know that. Don't invade countries and murder people. I think that's what Kapil really wanted to say. So I'll speak for him. Highway, you had a question, and then we're gonna go. Or sorry, did Matlub have his hand up there? Matlub. All right, Matt Lube is having mic problems. He's going to come back to the panel. We're just trying to be a little inclusive, get some different voices. Please have something to say, though. We really want to hear your opinions. This isn't Eurocentric or Canada-centric space, but if you have a question, why don't you try to fit it into the course of the conversation? It's we work hard to curate and moderate these discussions, and it's really nice if you could kind of maybe I don't know, think of something that's flowing with the conversation. It's a good thing. Highway, is it Highway? Hi Walker.
Hi guys, sorry, I had a bit of a connection issue. I thought it crashed or something and I had to drop off and come back. Sorry about that. I had a question to a dog. Look, my question is very specific. If you can't answer it, it's fine. It's basically about NASAMS. NASAMS are in Ukraine now. HIMARS, the operations has been very cleverly strategized. They're actually operating in the night to prevent the airborne logistics of recon being discovered, and they've been excellent. The strategy that the special operations of Ukraine has been doing is excellent. But with NASAMS in play, would that change? How are they going to be deployed? Are they going to be helping frontline, or are they going to be used more defensively? That is probably my question, but I'm happy if you don't have an answer to that.
And just point of clarification, they are used in the daytime too. They have been, so you know, the HIMARS. Go ahead. Whatever that question is it for you, Gunny?
Yeah, I'm not going to cheat and do exactly what I said other people do. I know very little about NASAMS apart from the launcher can accommodate different types of missiles. So say you can put an AMRAAM in there, you can also fit a very short range surface to air missile. Personally, I suspect it's why the Odessa Air Defense Commander is having such a veritable shoot fest on incoming crews. Even the stuff launched by Kilo's fairly close in on a low trajectory shot. That to me screams the systems in theatre, and is probably tied to a very, very good air defense system to which it's talking to via data link. You can probably work out for yourselves what that surveillance system might be, bearing in mind that a continuously operating air search radar kind of invites being shot at by the Russians. So I suspect they're getting their data from somewhere else. It's coming over tactical data link, and systems like NASAMS, possibly Rapier, are being employed. And that's why they're getting these kill ratios. Sometimes six to 8 out of 8 cruise missiles, even with low warning. So if it's in place around Odessa, I haven't seen any definitive figures on Russian close air support. I heard there'd been a bit of an uptick the past 10 days or something, but they're not pressing very far over the forward edge of the battle area. They're basically going after frontline units, and then that's it. They're kind of shooting and scooting and scuttling back. So that says to me they're very aware that there are probably new systems in place, and they don't want to be getting too far over the front line. As to the actual systems capabilities, as I say, mate, I could Wikipedia it, but that'd be cheating. So all I know is it's phenomenal.
All right, good answer. That's the one we'll take. We're going to go to Rebecca, and then Mystical and Brian. Go ahead, Rebecca.
I think it's counterproductive to mock speakers. He wasted far more time telling us how stupid he was than listening.
Okay, I don't need a lecture. Thanks so much, Rebecca. We're actually avoiding troll talk today. I didn't mock the speaker. I checked their timeline out, and I knew where it was going. So I'm saving the room some time. If you want to send me a direct message to admonish me for doing that, that's fine. But we don't need to hear it in this space. Thank you so much. And we have a lot of hands up. And yeah, so you might be mad at me. You could send me a message, but it's not fair for your concern with the way I spoke to someone. Just so you know, we actually have a team of people that review speakers that want to come up to talk. And you know, when we get people saying that we're not bringing an inclusive group of people, then I like to bring them up. If you think that there was some benefit to the conversation where someone comes up and says war is bad, I knew the next step was don't harm Ukraine and that just surrender, blah, 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 blah. I used to kind of engage in it, and then people said, please don't, because we don't like it. So I'm trying to respect the audience, and obviously I've upset you in the process. So for that, I apologize. Let's go over to Brian, and then we'll go to Mystical Gold.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Yehuda. The purveyor of exotic names. This is the purveyor of outrageously exotic accents. Thank you very much to Decoding. I wanted to express my appreciation. That is a narrative that I haven't often heard about, the mystifying aspect of how this entire action was begun and on which premise. I had heard, it was a few months ago, you probably know the gentleman who is often puts up YouTube videos, Bo of the Fifth Column, and he engaged in some educated speculation as to why on earth the initial phase of the invasion went the way it did, as though they were expecting, they had their own fifth columns ready to go, ready to rumble as soon as they crossed the border, and then suddenly discovered, oh no, we bugger that one up. No, they aren't. His speculation on that was that the criminal kleptocracy which Putin has fostered is bearing strange and wondrous fruit, and the people who were supposed to buy off these agent provocateurs pocketed the money, sent the word upward, yeah, we're good to go, but it wasn't. But thank you very much for Decoding, for expanding on that.
Thank you, Decoding, and let's go over. I'm sorry, I think was it? Gosh,
It was meant to be.
Highway. I thought it was someone else. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mr.
Oh, that's who. Yeah, Mystical dropped off. Okay, we're having connection problems. If you're also sometimes, just so you know, you might say, well, how come I'm trying to connect and there's only 4 speakers and I think you're allowed 10 speakers and 2 co-hosts. A lot of times we click people's names and it shows it connecting and we can't even add anyone after that. It's just because of Twitter. Definitely, whenever there are a whole bunch of people that want to speak, we want to get you up. We want to bring you in. Obviously, it's a tightrope. Sometimes we get people who are just being silly, you know, from an adult, as I said earlier, which previous speaker was very upset about. I know the person said war is bad, you know, but we do get a heads up. Usually people say this guy is not a serious individual, and it's usually troublemakers who just want to try to do the whataboutism. Or the strangest argument I hear from the trolls, I think everyone will agree, is that why doesn't Ukraine surrender and give up? I don't understand what plan. I don't even know how that's a serious question. Just please, you know, this is lowbrow propaganda. You'd have to have half a brain to fall for it, or even half a brain to spout it. Let's go Decoding and Mystical. Please do try to come back up. Sorry about that.
Thank you, James. Is it James? I couldn't find you there. Good. Yeah, this is so obvious to me. I assume everyone else knows it, but even people in my own organization who were paid to know it didn't get any of this. And new things are coming out all the time. So they had the model from the top, this party, pro-Russian party. And now we recently discovered this guy called Derkash, who actually started the entire Hunter Biden troll, which led to Putin's, to Trump's first impeachment. And I love qualifying his impeachment by the first, by saying the first impeachment. Recently, we learned, anyone who's here who's been in Ukraine,
It's because he did it so well. He did so well the first time. He wanted to go for a second round. You see,
absolutely. And anyone here who's been in Ukraine will will recognize on the outskirts of cities and in certain nodal points throughout the city, you would often see a car with a security. It was 2 security guys. Even in the middle of winter, they'd be there with an electric heater, in the covered in snow, and basically, if you would pay these companies to protect your apartment, and the idea is if someone breaks in or someone comes to raid you, these guys would suddenly wake up and in their kind of Lanos, their kind of car would come and pick it up. This guy Derkash, we recently found out, whose father was SBU chief, was head of the KGB in Ukraine in 1999, and then he had 2 sons who are both a piece of work, who are both, I mean, basically they're proper Silovoki in the sense that generally Russian secret services this is an inherited task. Their great-great-grandparents were in the empire for the Tsar, and now they last to the Soviets, and now they're still in. So Derkash, he basically established one of these security companies, and their job was to rise up and take over places, and the complete utter failure. And the moral of this story is when you're corrupting people, make sure that the people you corrupt are incorruptible. And if the Russians have ever learned a lesson, it's that they just choose the wrong people to corrupt, because they're just too, not only are they weak, they're corruptible. But we also had this model in 2014, and we know this because of a massive leak of emails, which the Surkov emails, and Surkov was Muscovy's, what they in Russian they call them curators, which I love, because in English we think of curators, kind of a nerdy type person going around a museum going, oh, put this painting here and this sculpture there. But in the Russian world, a curator is basically the puppeteer behind the scenes. And Surkov was in charge of Ukraine he's now under house arrest in Moscow for corruption, strangely enough. And he was curator for Ukraine, for Russia, from 2006 to about February 2019. And when his job was taken over by a guy called Dmitry Kosak, who's from Kryvograd, and I watched very closely, who basically left the inner circle on the 24th of February. And I've posted his Kozak, who's from Kryvograd in Ukraine. His teacher, after the invasion started, wrote this heartfelt plea saying, Dmitry, what did I not teach you? I've done a tweet on it. I'll post it in a second here. It's just so, emotional. And so Surkov, he was in charge of this whole operation before, and we saw it in 2014, especially in Odessa, where it was the criminal class but basically they all got burnt in that incident, which Putin still goes on about. Putin was talking about the incident where they, in a tragic incident, most of the pro-Russian people who had been corrupted in Odessa were killed in a burning theater. And when Putin was talking to Macron on the 20th of February 2022, because we've seen the transcript, Putin refers to the Ukrainians just burn people alive, which
And just for context for the audience, there was a riot. I was once explained the details. There was a fire. The doors were locked from the inside, by the pro-Putinists, and the fire did take a bunch of people's lives. But how Russia brings it up is that the Ukrainians purposely burned people alive. I guess Putin was a little jealous because he hadn't done it first recently. So go ahead.
Yeah, quite. And a British MP actually and a Ukrainian journalist did a great analysis of the Surkov emails. And if you ever look at Herson Katz's timeline and you see their, I always imagined it was a female, but anyway, their pinned tweet. It's a he. Okay, we confirm that. Fair enough. Did anyone see the joke on Ria Melitopol today about how Steven Seagal picked the worst gender in the world. He picked Russian. But anyway, I think that's a really clever troll by them, because of course I'm sure Steven Seagal doesn't believe in gender. But anyway, analysis of the email. So they actually have the price lists. So, we can do an effigy of President Poroshenko, this size or this size. This will cost $1,000 and all of that. And it's fascinating. So the other moral of the story is capitalism. You can't create a revolution through capitalism, it seems, because this is what the Russians can't understand, that in Ukraine there is certainly paid protesters, but most of the protests are spontaneous, as we saw with the Maidan and all that, and that, so it was a really complicated, probably a 200-page document in Russia. I suspect we see also what we saw with the corruption of the Democratic Party, where it was discovered that the GRU in the military intelligence service, not in coordination with the FSB, who really shouldn't have been involved in America anyway, were both broke into the Democratic Party's server. So I'd say there's a great amount of chaos as well. But the plan involved, everyone, criminals, politicians, you name it, and it was clear that failed very quickly.
100%.
Decoding very quickly. How many Oompa Loompas would Mr. Poroshenko be able to put in chocolate, dip in chocolate, and then muster as his own army of corrupt individuals?
Well, I'm kind of pro Poroshenko. I mean, he's a man of his era. He's a man. He came of age in the communist era. Obviously, President Zelensky and everyone who came in, they just, I'll put it this way: President Zelensky to Putin, 21st century troll to 20th century troll, is the same relationship to Poroshenko. They're like poor Poroshenko he had all these posters up. There wasn't one poster in the whole of Ukraine for President Zelensky's presidential election. He did when the Servant of the People Party went. Not one. Poroshenko must have spent zillions on the posters, and the accusations of corruption of President Poroshenko. And I've read a lot of the publicly available transcripts of his things. Even there, I forgive him. He was really it was really complicated, the stuff he had to deal with, and with Russia invading and all of that. So
I gotta jump in there. So not a Poroshenko. I mean, I'm not a Ukrainian voter. However, the populist electorate. I mean, they made it clear by an overwhelming majority, who they wanted to be. And Zelensky, I wouldn't call him a troll. He employed the techniques that were best available and the most effective. So he did what he did to win it. To overcome a sea change, a cultural change of corruption, so you have to upset the apple cart. So he did. I think whatever you think of him, when he first got elected, and I was watching videos of him wearing latex and heels. Obviously, I was jealous. No, obviously, I was like, that's strange. You know what I mean? Like, wow, that's a segue. I think that's what you need to definitely. You had to have some kind of massive change, and having there's nothing more symbolic than having a change that represents an upturning, an upheaval of the political system. Poroshenko's whatever. I don't know the man personally. It doesn't matter. But there had to be a huge shift from business as usual. And it's not going to end with Zelensky, but it started with him. And I think, I could go into certain things about Poroshenko. I could talk about what I think of him in specific. I mean, trying to weasel around in front of buildings with a tactical vest and a body armor, and make these pronouncements as if he was, somehow, I don't know. In normal countries, when you lose elections to that effect, you retire and you try to be a statesman or woman, and you speak from the sidelines. I don't like him at all, Decoding, to be honest with you, because I think his actions speak for him. And his role was to offer supporting fires to Zelensky, not to try to weasel around and upstage him, and that's not acceptable. Yes, he was handed a poop sandwich, but so was Zelensky. I guess the age difference, cultural difference is what made it count. And Ukraine today is run by the next generation already, and that's a good thing. So I don't want to get in a back and forth. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. I have mine, you have yours, and that's what makes the space meaningful. We have different views, different points of view, even amongst friends.
Oh, I'm a solid fan of, I've been to Zelensky's, where he grew up, the actual building he grew up in. And when I use the word troll, I mean any emotion-moving communication of body, speech, and mind, and tied in to these two aspects of sovereignty, which are common to all Indo-European cultures from India to Ireland, are the juridical, which is Tuesday, which is Mars, represented by the god Mars and the planets and all of that stuff, and Wednesday, Woodenays. And Putin operates almost completely in the magical realm. So when he occupies a nuclear power station, that's about fear. That's about magically creating this emotional impact in tens of millions of Germans that put them in control. And when I call President Zelensky a troll, I mean it in he created the most successful TV production company in the post-Soviet space through his mastery of provoking human emotions in readers. And as many of us here will know, the stock in, it's quite bawdy humor what he did. And that is the quality. So whereas Trump is also, he operates almost solely in the magical realm, as did Boris Johnson, compared to sort of Poroshenko is just kind of the staid, boring, and many prime ministers like Macron, he's completely in the juridical realm. Whereas, of course, both Putin and President Zelensky are legally
you mentioned
educated.
so much. Yeah, you've mentioned so many different things. I don't want to get down a rabbit hole. I think Macron lives in a magical realm, a different kind, almost one of delusion, in terms of his strength and efficacy and influence. But anyway, let's not get into a European breakdown and a world leader breakdown. I think it'll take away from the discussion. But I consider a troll. Kapil over there is talking about war being bad. That's what I call a troll. I think yours encompasses almost every open-minded human being in the last 50 years. So unfair. Those goalposts are too far apart. Let's go to highway. Highway. Why do I keep calling it highway?
Can I just say, because this is very
Real
fundamental.
quick. Yeah, real quick.
So yes, trolling involves every single communication, and then it's positive, negative, or neutral. And I invented an evaluative framework, which I stole from Buddhism, to determine whether it's positive, negative, or neutral. And so I'll just leave it at that. That's the whole point of positive trolling and decoding trolls. It's every communication of body, speech, and mind. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
All right, no worries. High walker, not a low walker. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yehuda, I just wanted to say maybe we should limit the political discussion, especially about Ukraine. I think leave it to Ukrainian people. That's just my opinion. I'm just expressing that. No disrespect to anyone here, but I don't think we should be discussing Ukrainian politics here. It's for them to decide. Coming back to the point that I wanted.
They did decide. That's all. They already decided. That was my point.
Yeah, thank you. My question was to probably Axel. You are a nuclear physicist or physics interested person. So my question was around Zaporizhia, the nuclear power plant, and the drama that surrounds it. My belief is that it's a false flag that Russia is playing at the moment. Regardless, I don't think the risk of it is Chernobylistic level. It's a modern nuclear power plant, even in the worst case scenario, it is not going to be as much as of a risk, that it is being played out and it's being worked as into a drama. And that's something that I probably want somebody with nuclear physics background to talk about it. And I probably am asking you this question about Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and the risk that it really entails.
All right, let's go to Axel Doman, cover for me for a bit. Welcome, John. Colonel Spencer, friend of the show, great guy. Please give John Spencer a follow on Twitter and take a look at his books. He's got some amazing work out there. And just so you know, with the help of a couple of us, but he obviously the lion's share of it, but we had a couple of friends meet him. He went to Ukraine to go and record for posterity, probably some work that's going to be and articles that will be studied in staff colleges and for those war historians in the future. Great, excellent analysis. You couldn't find a nicer guy to be so smart and for sure an unabashed supporter of the people of Ukraine. And we want to welcome you, John. Thanks so much for being here.
Hey, thanks, Yehuda. I love you. Interesting. I'll have the latest article from my Ukraine trip published this Tuesday in Soldier of Fortune magazine, because it's really like a travel log with all the great friends that Yehuda and MryiaReport helped set up to support my trip to study the Battle of Kyiv. I'm on a road though.
That's okay. We forgot.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Sorry. I'm on a road headed out to the cabin for the weekend, so if I'm in and out, but I'm happy to be part of the group. But the signal gets kind of wonky out in the woods.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no, I'm just joking. It's only been a month, so we're still getting used to the adjustments. All good, my friend. Okay, so Axel was going to be asking. I'm not sure if Axel's a nuclear physicist. That's news to me. Wouldn't surprise me. The guy's so damn smart. But let's wait for him. And Doman, you got this. I got to do some stuff here.
Sure. Okay, well, we do have Axel up. Very good. Axel, did you hear the question earlier?
Yes, I heard the question about Zaporizhzhia power plant and nuclear power plant. Now, we obviously had yesterday the head of the department of Cambridge University nuclear physics side, Eugene, with us, and also with Mark Nelson for that matter. And they both went through the whole process. The long and the short of it is, we've argued this here, I don't know, since pretty much the night when, so from a European perspective, when the whole world ignited as to the occupation of Zaporizhzhia power plant. The risk of the Russian false flag operation or the Russian provocation, the Russian fear porn addressed to the Western European populace materializing in what could be a real event is extremely low. We went through the various iterations as to why and how, but the long and the short of it is that Russia cannot execute this without significant effort. One of the most likely versions of igniting the plant would be a tactical nuclear weapon. You cannot easily create the kind of Chernobylisk, as you called it, impact, which would then materialize the fear which the West has at this point in time, predominantly the German electorate. And as a consequence, it is highly unlikely that the Russian army or Wagner Group, as its expedient, so-called deniable Spetsnaz, atrocity-committing, horrific, completely unwarranted mercenary army, were to conduct. It's highly unlikely that they will do anything but bullying. It is perfectly possible that they will execute some of the good stuff, some of these wonderful patriots and hardworking engineers and very, very well-trained people who've suffered greatly already on site. There is no indication, there is no promise that the Russian army and its mercenaries would not commit horrific acts. Can they hold the plant? No. Can it be taken easily? No. Will it be a battle which obviously will create a lot of, shall we say, anxiety in the West? Absolutely. As soon as the battle ensues, as soon as Ukraine conducts an operation to free the plant, Western media will go into overdrive, which is the time when you, as our community, as our audience, having in mind what Mark and Eugene, what before Benjamin and Mark, and what before a number of other experts have said, in this poker play, in this narrative play, there's only one thing which you need to know. The other side cannot afford to execute its threat without the nuclear wastage, meandering, if it's aerosol, and if it hits properly, their own Muscovy duchy, because the winds go that way. They also have nothing to gain from executing their threat. They only have to gain from people falling prey and appeasing that threat.
I think that's very well said, Axel. And I just wanted that thing to be out. Look, I've not attended the MryiaReport spaces for a while now, so I'm not sure if this has been discussed, but I wanted that word out because I honestly believe this is bullshit, and it's more for them to lose out of this than actually going that. And even if they go there, it's not the end of the world. And I'm out there to fight that bullshit, if it comes out from Western media or whatever, so I just wanted that, and I thank you for expressing, clarifying that very well. Thank you.
Yeah, you got to remember, controlling a nuclear power plant in a non-permissive environment is really it's crappy on both sides. The Russians can't pretend that this isn't a major issue for them. It's a huge issue. I don't care how motivated your troops are. If they're seeing a nuclear reactor, I mean, they got to be wondering what's going on, right? So it might be hard to take, but it's also very hard to hold, just as Axel said. Thanks. Go ahead.
Right, let's go on to the coding. And after that, I have some questions for Colonel Spencer, seeing that a lot seems to be going on around Kherson the last 6 hours or so. The coding?
So I look at this from the perspective of an international lawyer trained at Cambridge University. I also went to Oxford. But so since World War II, we can understand that propaganda is itself an instance of genocide. But the Genocide Convention, which most of our countries are bound by, gives a legal duty to prevent genocide in all of our states. And in public incitement to genocide is unlawful. It's a breach of international criminal law. So that's one source of law. The second source of law comes from both the International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia and the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. And these are relatively recent judgments, and they still haven't gone into the mainstream. And a lot of the debate about hate speech and stuff doesn't take this on board, that it is actually unlawful to threaten publicly genocide. And the Cecil case is which maybe Doman from his Balkan thing will know more about than me. But the bottom line is a man made a speech in a village in Serbia. And as a result of this speech, which threatened to replace, on the surface, the words were relatively, they can be interpreted many different ways. But basically, as a result of the speech, all the villagers left and Serbians took over the houses of the villagers. And so when I look at the photographs today, allegedly, of the people leaving Enerodar and at the checkpoint in Vasta Livka, which is a place I passed 100 times when there was no checkpoints, listening to the words of Medvedev yesterday threatening what I interpret as a lawyer genocide against Europe by hinting in that arch way about blowing up nuclear power stations in the rest of Europe. What adds credibility to the threat is that the forces he is controlling as deputy head of the National Security Council of the Russian Federation is they are occupying and have, as we understand it, mined parts of the reactors themselves. So there's often this image. So I don't need to know anything about nuclear physics to know that this is a public utterance promising genocide, which has credibility because his armed forces, for the first time in world history, are occupying a nuclear power station. And there doesn't have to be, as we know in law, the material risk of what they're threatening taking place, but the intention on their part to create this fear in others is in itself a breach both of international criminal law, as set out in the CESL, and the other is a Rwanda judgment, and set out in the Genocide Convention. And so when we talk about the physics of it and all of that, that's all very interesting. But I'm still at the first fence, which is here we have a state, the deputy head of the National Security Council, as well as that general guy we saw whose children apparently live in Ukraine, who's in charge of the Russia's forces in Enerodar, having occupied the actual power station, because there's, they're there. This is the mad thing about them shelling it. I mean, they're literally they're there and they're inside it. So what are they? Yeah, it's just crazy. But anyway, so it's a breach of hate speech. It's a breach of the Genocide Convention, and merely threatening. And this is the thing which the Russians have achieved in our culture so much. They are now sneaking in what is genocidal language into our everyday that we don't even notice it. We don't recognize it for what it is. And anyway, that's all I had to say.
No, that's good. No, we just want to grab some other. Hey, you're an international lawyer trained at Cambridge. Is that what you said for the audience?
Yes, Trinity Hall, Cambridge.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that was my plan B. All right, we're gonna go. I'm just kidding. We're gonna go to Nick. I read that as a joke. Let's go to John. Sorry, John was waiting there. Go ahead, John.
John Spencer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, so I found this interesting. So I just listened to an Angry Planet podcast from one of the original lawyers from the Nuremberg trials about the likelihood that the International Criminal Court would have anything to do with Russia, and there's precedents about a nuclear armed state committing the long list of war crimes and genocides, and could you bring people to justice? It's a fascinating, both historical and reality. On this, I personally agree with those comments, but I agree with it in a perspective on, look, the framework that's set up to bring people that do genocides and all that is being tested now with Russia.
I think we lost John there. He's going through bad reception. Give it a second. Decoding can't go anywhere. John's got some points for you there.
More of this that's like the Zaporizhia, like the UN getting involved and we want to demilitarize zone around this new. How they implement that? What does that look like?
Decoding. Did you hear enough of that? John, you broke up at the end. I don't know if decoding could figure out what you were saying because you might have connected the dots. I couldn't.
I heard when I heard that about the UN, the demilitarized zone, my first thought, and you looking at this in a military way, was this is I mean, that's basically asking the Russians to surrender, but it's putting it in a nice package. They're giving them a way out. They're doing what Macron wanted to do. That's what that looks like, because they're the ones who occupied it. And I was disappointed because I think I didn't read it in detail, but I think the UN Secretary General, he kind of made equivalence between Ukraine and Muscovy, and I would you know, fair enough. He's got to get us out of this. But yeah, it's in effect it's a surrender if Russia leaves there, and that seems to be what they're trying to troll the Russians into doing by packaging it as a managed retreat. But Medvedev's rhetoric yesterday about, there may be an accident in other European nuclear power plants is just, it's not just nuts. It is actually unlawful. If you see Europeans as a gender or as a species or as a protected category, which we are.
Okay, unlawful or not, it's irrelevant. This is a conflict. This is a war between good and evil. We need to actually take out all the stops and push back. When they threaten us with a nuclear holocaust, even if we know that they can't execute the threat in Zaporizhia, but then allow their aging alcoholic has-beens to speak for the regime to make these threats, this is the moment where it stops.
Yeah. No, I think we're clear. I think for the audience, I think someone who brought up, I have literally zero concern for a nuclear meltdown at a plant. The Russians, if they're dumb enough to say it, it's just because they're apparently dumb enough people in Europe to believe it. It's time to bash on. That's about it. I mean, again, it's right beside them. There is no benefit to them. Not only is there no benefit to let a nuclear reactor fall apart, there is a huge detriment to their environment, to their people. People die, to their soldiers, everything. So yeah, let's go ahead. I think it was Nick, Fargan, and Gunny. I like Wendy and Tom. Go ahead, Nick.
Fargan was certainly ahead of me.
I just want everybody to, if you could name the specific number of times where Russia has insinuated nuclear threat in the last 6 or 7 months, I'm leaning towards 25.
763,409, if I got my count correct.
I thought Nick was next. Sorry.
And I feel like I may be desensitized, and I'm starting to think that whenever Russia wants to portray strength by threatening us with nuclear holocaust, it sounds pretty weak to me.
We had this discussion. We had this discussion last night, did we not, with Mark Warner?
Nelson.
Yeah, and he said much the same thing. And I think at this stage, the most of Western public opinion won't even begin to take nuclear threats seriously unless they hear Putin personally making them, and with some specifics. I don't think anyone is taking the crazy people on the late night talk show very seriously anymore. I don't think anyone is taking Medvedev very seriously. So they have, to some extent, cried wolf too often on that. Back in early March, I used to worry about this. And now I realize that if they were going to do anything in the nuclear line, they would have probably done it by now. So and also as we discussed yesterday, and I was a little bit more hawkish on this than some, but if Russia wants to create a nuclear radiation catastrophe, that is in effect the same as using nuclear weapons. And people will see it in the same way. So on the one hand, yes, it will create the same level of fear, but on the other hand, the Russians have to take into account how the West will respond. And I think we've seen, the overall course of the war is Russia thought that A, they would win in 72 hours, and B, the West wouldn't do very much about it. And both of those really have not come to pass. And I don't think they have a plan B. And I don't think Plan B is going nuclear. I don't think they ever considered that possibility.
Listen, imagine this: the Russians' intelligence has been so wrong for so long. I mean, they're using 30-year-old maps of Ukraine. They're probably still convinced that American children do nuclear missile drills and hide under the desk. They don't realize that no one cares, because everyone knows who's the strongest superpower in the world, or the only superpower. Everyone knows that now, especially, that the Russians are a spent force. They have a ton of people. Don't get me wrong; they're not useless, but they're the next best thing to useless. And frankly, when they first rattled it off, it was Lavrov made some stupid comments. The United States didn't even flinch, wouldn't even answer it, because they know it's stupid. And and the Russians, I think they're so clever that what's going to happen in America, and that's where they need to really be focused about, is that some dummy on TV is going to say nuclear weapons, and then Tucker, idiot, this moron, and then, sorry, I just can't stand him, and then this Tulsi Gabbard lady, I'm increasingly not liking, say stuff like, oh, America, we're pushing to a nuclear war. No, we're not, because they're not going to use them. So stop talking about it because you want to shill for Putin, or because you hate Joe Biden so much you're willing to be a traitor to your own country. It's traitorous, it's treason, it's ridiculous, because they know it's not true. It's not an honest fear or concern they have. They're saying it because they hate their own government so much they're willing to lie to their own people to get them to not like them. It's BS. I'm honestly surprised that anyone in Germany or France would actually buy this nonsense. Shows a really poor understanding of reality. Nick, a lot of hands are up, Nick. So let's go. I don't know, who is it? Gunny, Wendy, and then Tom. Gunny?
Yeah, all right. I'll be devil's advocate here. Just bear with me. I'm still reasonably concerned where this whole thing might go, simply because they've used WMD twice in my country. Using WMD is established as a reason to retaliate in kind. They rolled the dice and we didn't react. So it's important for people to remember that. He used a battlefield chemical weapon on the streets of our city and a radiological weapon in a tea shop in our capital, and we didn't flash back at him. I can see them doing one of two things, which would both be insane, but from their point of view, possibly something that they could carry off. One would be to precipitate an accident whilst blaming the Ukrainians to try and turn world opinion against them. Or two, doing something so stupendously mental that it creates a problem with the reactor anyway. Something like storing ammunition for the artillery batteries that we know they have in place in the area and stacking up rounds next to one of the reactor halls or something like that, and then having another accident. I would say, given their communication security or lack of it, if there was any indication to NATO that they were planning some kind of deliberate act, thinking that it was going to be worthwhile, that's when NATO would intervene. I think that's when we would see a fast conference and then military intervention to secure the site, to be honest with you, because the risk is simply too big. It's too big. And a Chernobyl type scenario, not the same, obviously, because Chernobyl was very unique, but I think the potential of a nuclear accident of some kind would compel the West to go, do you know what? No, you're not doing this. Probably a one-off warning, back off. We know what the plan is, and then some kind of very substantial, and it would have to be very substantial. But that too would be fraught with danger. Would they do it? I would just advise, again, don't look at it from a Western point of view. And I keep saying it. a lot of people assess Russian intentions through their own eyes, employing analytical thought process, common sense, and without having a bonkers streak in them. Take all of that away, take all common sense, all rationality away, and imagine yourself as a Russian that thinks there's nothing wrong with your infantry platoon filming and posting images of them abusing a toddler, and then just move that up onto the epic scale where you're losing a war, you're being embarrassed, and one thing the Russians have is a surfeit of pride, and beginning to think any straw is going to be worth grasping, possibly to come out of this with a modicum of pride intact. That is the only thing I would say about this. I'm not saying it will happen either way, but I would just counsel, they're going to get desperate at some stage, and they're so stupid they could do something involuntarily to precipitate an accident of some kind.
Thank you, Gunny. Let's go on to Wendy and Tom. Wendy. Sorry. You
just jump in quick, Domin. I just want to add that there's one key factor. It's not about we're thinking like the West. It's not the case. What people don't realize is the Russians are far more afraid of us than we are of them, and that's something that a lot of people don't realize. That's bravado you're seeing. What they're doing is out of fear. It's not out of strength. Their behavior and their bad behavior and their murdering, and this is done because they think that if they act bad, if they act more evil than we are competent, that somehow equalizes the fact that we're technologically superior, we're more moral, and all that jazz. They are afraid of us. They are absolutely petrified. From Stalin to every leader in Russia are afraid. Putin is scared of the United States of America. I guarantee you, and that plays into their actions 100%. Let's go, Wendy, Tom, and we'll go back.
Can I just add something shortly?
Let's go, Wendy. Then you can go because you spoke already before him. So we're gonna go to Wendy, Tom, you, then Nick.
Thanks, Yehuda. It's great to see you back, brother. I tuned in, miraculously so, given my recent track record, to the conversation about the Odessa fire in 2014. At that time, I know many people here remember the event and its propaganda aftermath well. That fire was both incredibly unclear about who did what and to whom, but it was used as a propaganda tool to further the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2014. And its use by the Kremlin's dictator this year, I thought, just underscored the failure of Russian propaganda. And I think there has been, there was one particular embodiment of the failure of this propaganda. And it took the form of a certain quite famous Ukrainian pianist, who I won't say her name on here, but she's pretty well known within the world she inhabits. She became a willing, and I mean very willing, asset for the Muscovite imperial state. Now, this particular woman could do no wrong back in 2014. She had become a famous YouTube star seemingly out of nowhere. She had recorded some of the 19th century's most challenging works for the piano, and she was playing in concert halls across the world. And then all of a sudden, the 2014 invasion happened, and she started, she filling up her social media accounts with, insulting things about Ukrainians and accusing Ukraine of the same types of fabricated lies which are used today by Russian trolls. Now, she has been a total failure since she was rejected by every single major concert hall around the world. And she's now reduced, unfortunately, to playing those of you that will know that she played within a war crimes zone in Ukraine recently, and it was rather disgusting to see. I just thought I'd chime in about about people who still bring up the nuclear weapons issue. I meet people who, even today, I meet people who they're intelligent, they're thoughtful, they're considerate people. But when the subject of the Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine is brought up, they seem to reach for the threat of nuclear weapons and their fear of it really quite quickly. And I've noticed a common factor with these people, and that is that they have largely switched off from news, and both news and social media generally. And they hear very filtered news. So I think it's perhaps a reminder that whatever we do in any given day, we should always try to reach out to people beyond our social circles, and just ask ourselves, what can I do for Ukraine today? Because there's always somebody who is willing to talk about this. There's always somebody we can help guide in their in their thinking, and help them feel a little bit more comfortable about the fact that there isn't going to be a nuclear war. There isn't going to be a nuclear catastrophe. This is just a threat. This is a threat made by an impotent bully, a bully whose propaganda has failed on a massive scale. It can go into Ukraine and commit genocides not seen in Europe for many years, but it is losing the war it started. So, yeah, thank you for this great space and the wonderful charity it's MryiaAid. If you're new to the space, please donate, because it's saving Ukrainian lives right now. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, and right. Okay. All right, let's go to Tom.
Good afternoon, chaps, or good morning, depending on where you are. Can you hear me all right?
Crystal clear.
Yeah, Tom, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so we had a really, really good chat about this with Mark Nelson and Eugene, I can't remember his surname, in the space last night. So thank you for Axel for bringing them on last night. What I tried to do is summarize that conversation. So I've done a tweet thread, and even though I've tried to be as succinct as possible, it took like 20 tweets. So I don't know how to put stuff into the nest, but it'd be really great if someone could put that in there, because I've tried to summarize the conversation. Essentially, the problem with this is that when people think about the threat of something happening at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, we're actually quite vague with what we think might happen. It's quite unspecified bad thing. And so what we need to do is, number one, be very specific about what we think could possibly happen. Number two, think about how likely is it that the Russians will do that. And then number three, think about how bad would that be if it actually happens. And this is like textbook cognitive behavioral therapy about how to deal with fear, because that is what the Russians are trying to do. They're trying to make us afraid. So when we get to speak to nuclear experts like Mark, like Eugene, and others that have joined this space, they help us to clarify exactly what could or couldn't physically be done. And then we've got to think sort of militarily, psychologically, well, what would the Russians actually do? And I think Gunny's right. We've got to remember that these are absolutely awful, awful people. Empathy is not going to hold them back from doing something horrific. But I don't think they're completely irrational in the sense that they don't care about the consequences are for them. Because if they were, they'd have just started World War III with nuclear weapons.
Bingo.
So what we need to think about is, what are the costs to them? Mark pointed out that without the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, there would be blackouts in Crimea. So if they damage it, even slightly, and it reduces its output, not a nuclear meltdown type situation, just blackouts. They don't want that. The second thing we've got to remember is, they wouldn't even be making these threats if they were absolutely certain they were going to hold on to that plant. So the fact that they're making these threats shows that at some level, they are afraid of losing that territory to Ukraine. If they were certain they were going to hold on to it, why would they wreck their own nuclear power plant on Russian soil, as they'd call it? The third thing is that to engineer one of these sort of crises, and I go into this in the thread, and it's a massive simplification of what Eugene and Mark and others were saying, you actually need to know what you're doing in terms of nuclear engineering. And our view last night was that the people that really know what they're doing wouldn't be crazy enough to do it. Because if you're right next to it when that happens, you're probably going to die. Even if it isn't as bad as Chernobyl, you could get a massive dose of radiation and die. Now, are there some people in the Russian invasion force that would be crazy enough to do it? Totally, definitely, 100%. But would they know what the hell they were doing? Like, no. So that was our sort of conclusion last night. What I've done in the thread is I've just gone through the various possibilities of what I think could happen that I discussed with them last night and just tried to summarize it. It would be great if someone could put that in a nest. If people have a read,
Already
if they think
there.
it's good, thank you. If people think it's good, if you ever want to retweet anything by me, please retweet that. If you disagree, add to the thread. Say why you think I'm wrong on the likelihood in particular, why you think they might be more likely to do something or less likely to do something. I might still be worrying too much about this. I have no problem with being wrong. I've got no problem with people challenging me. So I hope it's helpful. It would be really good if we try to counter the Russian propaganda here, because they're trying to make people afraid. And there's people putting ridiculous things like 300-kilometer, 500-kilometer radius maps saying this would be the damage radius. Everyone would be dead from radiation poisoning. And it's just complete BS. I mean, even if they dropped the largest nuclear weapon ever made, the Tsar bomber, it would not kill everyone in Ukraine.
Yeah,
You know?
and you think a normal person would look at the map, that graphic, and say, that's exactly why they won't do anything, dummies. But anyways, let's, Nick wants to go real quick, then JJ has a new topic we're going to go into. Go ahead, Nick.
Can we highlight them? Yehuda, can we then briefly highlight that Olaf Scholz is amongst those people who are publicly stating that this is a risk?
I mean, if you want to highlight his lack of intelligence, I guess we can, but it's a very strange thing to say. I mean, you know, if it hurts the enemy, it hurts you. It's a neutralized issue, right? I mean, I'm not sure what everyone doesn't realize. They're not going to, risk poisoning millions of their own people in broad daylight, and when they know it's them responsible. So yes, Olaf Scholz, if he did that, that's very silly. Nick and then JJ. We're gonna finish up with Nick on this topic. Then JJ's got a new one. Go ahead.
I was going to just reply to Gunny's pointing out that the Salisbury poisonings were done using, and was there some other attack? There was the Salisbury poisonings.
Polonium.
I guess there was the polonium. Were carried out using what we would refer to as weapons of mass destruction, WMD. But I think in the public mind, a weapon of mass destruction is one that does a lot of damage. In that the people who were assassinated in Salisbury could equally well have been shot, and maybe it would have made it harder for the getaway. And so it's an interesting line to go. Do you say, and I don't know the answer to this, but the reason I think not much action was taken was that in the end, only a very small number of people were killed or injured. And so it was essentially, they use, is it a weapon of mass destruction if you only use 10 milligrams of it? I don't know the answer to that, but when we were talking about Saddam Hussein and his weapons of mass destruction, we weren't worried that he might post a contact lens vial full of nerve agent to somebody who would open it and die. We were talking clearly about the ability to deliver, missiles that would kill 4 and 5 figures of people. So it was an interesting line that they crossed, in that the agent itself came in the weapons of mass destruction category, but the amount they were using was not capable of causing that. So, and I think that was very clever of them, because it's very difficult for people in the West to go, oh, well, we must immediately launch some huge retaliatory strike against Russia because checks notes 2 people are in hospital and 1 person was killed, or whatever it was. So yeah, just to say, on paper, you're right. And in practice, nothing happened. So clearly, whatever the definition of weapons of mass destruction is, the level of use that gets a response is clearly different from what we would like based on the texts.
I think that's a really good summary. Also, I've now read through Tom's thread, having already vacated the space by the time you had the discussion last night with Mark Nelson and with Professor Eugene Schwagerhaus. and I'm very glad that he put pen to paper, or is that finger to